Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very glad you've joined me again tonight. Before we begin, how is the weather where you are today? Is the night cool and quiet? Or has the day been hot, rainy, windy, or difficult in some other way? I hope you're staying comfortable and taking the necessary precautions whenever the weather changes unexpectedly. And how is your health today? Have you been sleeping well and looking after yourself? Or have work, family responsibilities, and everyday concerns been taking most of your energy? Whatever kind of day you've had, I hope these next few hours offer you a calm place to pause and step away from everything for a while. I also want to clarify something regarding the advertisements on some of the newest stories. Although those videos were set up to play without mid-roll ads, YouTube may not have fully updated the settings yet. Because of that delay, an advertisement may occasionally appear in the middle of a newly uploaded story. If this happens and the interruption bothers you, please feel free to choose one of the earlier videos on the channel for the time being. Those stories should already have their settings properly updated. You can then return to the new video later, after YouTube has had enough time to process the changes. I understand that many of you listen while resting, falling asleep, working, reading, or simply enjoying a peaceful night. A sudden advertisement can easily break the atmosphere. So I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for your understanding and patience while the platform completes the update. Please continue taking good care of yourself. Dress appropriately for the weather. Drink enough water, and give your body the rest it needs after a demanding day. I wish you good health, peaceful thoughts, and a gentle night wherever you may be listening from. Thank you for spending this time with Chilly Midnight. Now, when you're ready, let tonight's story draw you away from the familiar world. Story 1. The first thing Rebecca Hale noticed about Elias Wren was that he kept his mouth closed. Not tightly, not defensively. His lips rested together with the patient neutrality of someone waiting for an elevator. From her place along the left wall of courtroom 7, Rebecca could see the pale seam of them whenever he turned toward the jury. The courtroom had been built to discourage intimacy. The ceiling was too high. The walls paneled in dark wood. And every sound arrived flattened, the scrape of a chair, the dry cough of a bailiff, the prosecutor's measured questions. Outside, rain blurred downtown Seattle into vertical gray lines against the windows. Rebecca sharpened a graphite pencil with a small brass blade and began with the shape of Wren's skull. She had been sketching trials for 19 years. Cameras were barred from many proceedings. But her drawings traveled everywhere. Evening broadcasts, front pages, courtroom blogs, documentaries assembled before verdicts were cold. She knew how much could be done with the angle of an eyebrow. A lowered chin could imply shame. A shadow under the cheekbone could become cruelty. A hand drawn too large could look capable of violence. She told herself she only recorded what was there. The witness on the stand described finding a woman's coat near the Ballard locks. Wren listened without blinking. He was 36, narrow-shouldered, clean-shaven, with the colorless complexion of someone who had spent weeks under institutional lighting. The newspapers had already named him the Harbor House Killer. though the body tied to the case had not been recovered. Rebecca blocked in his eyes, then the nose, then the mouth. Her pencil stopped. On the page, Elias Wren was smiling. It was not a broad smile. That would have been easier to dismiss as a mistake of proportion. This was slight and private. One corner of the mouth lifted as if he had heard something intended for him alone. Rebecca looked up. Wren's lips were closed. She pressed her thumb over the graphite and smudged the line away. The paper resisted more than it should have. It was a new stock provided by Channel 8. Rough and faintly yellow, with tiny dark fibers embedded beneath the surface. She redrew the mouth straight. At the defense table, Wren turned his head. For 1 second, his eyes aligned with hers. Rebecca looked down again. The smile had returned. A chill moved across her forearms. Though the courtroom was overheated, she glanced at the analog clock above the clerk's station. The second hand had paused between marks. Then it jumped forward and continued. "Problem?" The voice came from the reporter seated beside her. Julian Park kept his notebook balanced on one knee. His tie loosened. His expression bright with professional hunger. "Bad paper," Rebecca whispered. Julian leaned closer. "Makes him look smug." "He doesn't look smug. Public thinks he does." Rebecca covered the page with her hand. 8 years earlier, during the Kessler arraignment. She had darkened a suspect's eyes and sharpened the planes of his face because the original drawing had seemed too gentle for the story everyone expected. The altered sketch had run nationally by sunset. Strangers were calling the man a predator, an animal, a monster. The charges were dismissed 6 months later. Rebecca had never told anyone what she had changed. At the time, she had called it emphasis. Now, as the prosecutor displayed a photograph of the missing woman's empty kitchen, Rebecca took a fresh sheet from her portfolio. She drew Wren again. This time, beginning with the mouth. A neutral line. No curve. No shadow at the corners. She worked carefully upward until the face was complete. The second drawing smiled too. Not at the jury. At her. When the judge called recess, Rebecca remained seated while the courtroom emptied around her. She placed both drawings side by side on the wooden bench. The expressions were identical. Down to the slight lift of the left corner, she took out a white vinyl eraser and rubbed until the paper warmed beneath her fingers. The mouths disappeared. For several seconds, both faces were blank. Then, without pencil touching paper, a thin graphite line surfaced under the erased fibers. One smile, then the other. Rebecca did not touch the drawings again until the courtroom was empty. The two smiles remained faint but unmistakable, each rising from the erased paper, as though graphite had seeped upward from underneath. She held one sheet toward the tall windows. Rainlight passed through the fibers, revealing tiny black flecks suspended in the stock like soot trapped in ice. She told herself it was a manufacturing defect. Graphite dust lodged in the grain. Pressure marks from the first drawing. Heat from her hand drawing old lines back to the surface. All reasonable explanations. She slid both pages into her portfolio and left courtroom 7 before the afternoon session began. Her workroom at Channel 8 occupied a narrow space behind the editing bays. where the walls carried the permanent smells of printer toner, burnt coffee, and wet wool. Rebecca preferred it to the courthouse. Here, every image passed through her hands twice, first as observation, then as decision. She laid out the day's sketches beneath the white desk lamp. A courtroom artist was expected to be fast, but speed was only the visible part of the work. The real craft happened afterward. Rebecca strengthened lines that cameras would fail to capture. She darkened jackets so faces appeared clearer. She repositioned shoulders when spectators blocked her view. She simplified the jury into attentive shapes and sharpened the accused into the visual center. Nothing invented. She always said, only clarified. She selected the less disturbing of the two Wren sketches. His posture was accurate. The prosecutor's gesture was restrained. The jury appeared solemn rather than theatrical. Only the mouth felt wrong. Rebecca erased it again. This time, she used a harder block and removed a thin layer of paper with the graphite. The fibers curled beneath her fingers. She drew Wren's lips as she remembered them, level, bloodless, unreadable. Then she scanned the image. On the monitor, the smile was gone. Rebecca exhaled. She adjusted the contrast, cropped the page, and sent the file to Julian with a note asking him not to alter the face. His reply arrived almost immediately. Wouldn't dream of it. She closed the message without answering. At home that evening, Rebecca found an old envelope behind a row of reference books in her studio cabinet. She knew what it contained before she opened it. The Kessler sketch had yellowed at the edges. Owen Kessler sat at the defense table with his shoulders hunched and his face turned partly toward the viewer. He had been 27 then. A warehouse supervisor accused of abducting a teenage girl from a bus stop. Rebecca remembered the original expression: stunned, exhausted, frightened. The version in her hands looked predatory. She had narrowed his eyes, added weight beneath his brow, deepened the shadow around his mouth until the lower half of his face seemed held in contempt. The changes were small. That was what made them effective. The image had appeared beneath a headline declaring that a city had finally seen the face of its nightmare. Commentators had praised Rebecca's ability to capture what they called Kessler's hidden nature. Weeks later, when evidence placed him in another state on the night of the disappearance, the retraction received less attention than the drawing. Rebecca had kept no other sketch from that case, only this one. She turned it over, on the back, in her own handwriting, were 3 words she did not remember writing. Needed more menace. Rebecca stared until the letters seemed to shift with the grain. Her phone vibrated on the desk. Julian had sent a link to the evening article. The headline read, "Wren smiles during testimony about missing woman." Rebecca opened the image. At first, it appeared to be the sketch she had submitted. The same angle, the same gesture, the same indistinct jurors. Then she enlarged Wren's face. The smile was stronger now. His lips had parted enough to reveal a narrow line of teeth. The expression was no longer private or ambiguous. It looked pleased. Beneath the picture, Julian had written that observers described Wren as visibly amused during the testimony. Rebecca called him. He answered over the noise of the newsroom. "You changed the scan." "No, the mouth is different." A pause. "Rebecca, that's the file you sent." He never smiled. Another pause. Longer this time. Then Julian lowered his voice. I saw him smile. You were taking notes. I looked up. No. You didn't. Everyone saw it. Rebecca turned toward the dark window above her desk. Her reflection hovered over the rain-streaked glass. Pale and incomplete. Behind her, reflected shoulder. Owen Kessler's old portrait lay face up beneath the lamp. Its mouth had changed. The drawn suspect was smiling now, too. Rebecca slept badly and woke with graphite beneath her fingernails. It was packed into the half-moons of both thumbs. Though she had washed her hands before bed. On the studio desk, Owen Kessler's portrait lay where she had left it. His mouth was neutral again. She did not examine the back. By the time she reached the courthouse, reporters crowded the security barriers. The article about Wren's smile had spread overnight. Commentators were already debating whether the expression proved arrogance, psychopathy, or secret knowledge about the missing woman. Rebecca found Julian near the elevators. You made me the source, she said. I said, courtroom observers. You quoted the drawing. I quoted what people saw, what they saw after you published it. Julian studied her face. You need sleep. Courtroom 7 felt colder than it had the day before. The overhead lights hummed, and the clock above the clerk station was 3 minutes slow. Rebecca checked it against her phone before putting the phone away. Wren entered without looking toward her. There was no smile. The prosecution called a forensic accountant who had traced payments from Wren's business account to a storage facility near the ship canal. The testimony was technical and almost soothing. Rebecca chose a fresh sheet and began drawing the witness instead of the defendant. The paper dragged beneath her pencil. A dark mark appeared near the lower edge. Rebecca lifted her hand. At first it looked like shading, no larger than a thumbnail. She rubbed it with one finger. The mark spread. It was not graphite gray. It was brown red. The stain had soaked through the fibers, branching outward like dried blood. Rebecca tore the sheet from the pad and placed it face down beneath her portfolio. When she looked up, Wren was watching her, not smiling. Watching, she forced herself to draw again. This time she sketched the defense table from farther back. Wren sat between his attorneys, hands folded. The gallery behind him was crowded with journalists, law students, and spectators admitted by lottery. Rebecca built them in loose strokes. A shoulder, a tilted head, the suggestion of crossed arms. Then she noticed the woman standing directly behind Wren. Rebecca had drawn her in greater detail than anyone else in the gallery. She appeared to be in her late 30s, with rain-dark hair and a pale coat buttoned to the throat. Her face was turned toward Rebecca. Though her eyes were two unshaded spaces, Rebecca looked at the gallery. No woman stood there. The seat behind Wren was occupied by an elderly man in a navy jacket. She looked down again. The woman remained, one hand resting on Wren's shoulder. Rebecca snapped the sketchbook shut. During the lunch recess, she carried the page into the women's restroom and locked herself in the last stall. Beneath the fluorescent light, the woman's coat was no longer pale. A dark stain spread across its front. Rebecca tore the drawing into strips, dropped them into the metal bin, and washed her hands until the skin around her nails turned pink. When she returned, a bailiff stopped her at the door. Did you leave anything near the defense table? No. Ink? Paint? I use Graphite. He looked unconvinced, then waved her through. Wren was standing while one of his attorneys examined the cuff of his white shirt. A rust-colored smear marked the fabric. Rebecca stopped walking. Wren raised his eyes to her. His mouth did not move, but his expression carried the intimacy of recognition. The next morning, courthouse security released a still image of an unidentified woman seen in the gallery. Rebecca opened it at her desk. The image showed Wren at the defense table. Behind him stood the woman in the buttoned coat, one hand on his shoulder. Julian called before Rebecca could close the file. They identified her. He said, "Lydia Vale. She signed in yesterday. She wasn't there." A pause. Then Julian said, "Rebecca. She spoke to you in the hallway." The security image refreshed. A second figure had appeared beside Lydia Vale. Rebecca recognized the portfolio first, then her own face. Turned toward the woman as if listening. Rebecca stared at the security image until the pixels broke into squares. The second figure was unmistakably her, charcoal coat, leather portfolio, hair pinned with the black clip she had worn the previous morning. She appeared to be leaning toward Lydia Vale. Listening with the cautious attention Rebecca reserved for witnesses who might become useful compositions. She remembered no hallway conversation. She remembered passing through security, arguing with Julian, and entering courtroom 7. Nothing between. By noon, 3 people claimed to have seen her speaking with Lydia. A courthouse clerk remembered the woman asking Rebecca for directions. A law student remembered them discussing the rain. The bailiff remembered Lydia touching Rebecca's sleeve before taking her seat. Their descriptions did not match one another. But they agreed on one thing. Lydia had been there. Rebecca requested the original security file. The courthouse technician showed her its metadata. Storage log. And unbroken chain of transfer. No editing. No missing frames. The footage showed Lydia entering through the east doors, signing the visitor register, and walking beside Rebecca toward the elevators. "You look tired," the technician said. Rebecca watched her recorded self turn toward a woman who had not existed the day before. "I am tired." That explanation followed her back to Channel 8. Exhaustion could distort memory. Scanning software could introduce marks. Cheap recycled paper could hold traces from earlier printing. The rust-colored stain might have come from adhesive, water damage, or contaminated pulp. Even the altered mouths could be pressure ghosts left by drawings on sheets above them. She listed the possibilities in a notebook as though preparing testimony. At the bottom of the page, she wrote, "Nothing has changed except the images." Then she crossed out "except." Julian refused to retract the article. Public reaction had hardened around Wren overnight. Online commentators enlarged Rebecca's drawing and circled the smile. The cuff stain. The woman behind him. Some claimed Lydia was an accomplice. Others called her the missing woman in disguise. A popular crime host suggested Wren had brought someone to intimidate the court. By the afternoon session, the prosecution requested permission to introduce a newly documented blood trace from Wren's shirt. Rebecca did not draw him. She concentrated on the evidence table, which stood empty while attorneys argued over admissibility. The table was plain oak, scarred near one corner, with a square of cold light across its surface. She drew only what she saw. 4 legs, beveled edge, empty top. The texture of the paper caught at her pencil. A dark oval formed near the center of the table. Rebecca stopped. She had not drawn it. The oval sharpened into a small silver locket on a broken chain. Its lid bore a raised design of 2 swallows facing one another. She looked at the real table. Empty. On the page. The locket cast a shadow. Rebecca covered it with her palm before anyone beside her could notice. Her skin prickled against the paper. Beneath her hand came a faint, metallic chill. Impossible and distinct. She shut the portfolio. For the remainder of the hearing, she drew on ordinary copier paper, borrowed from the clerk. The lines were ugly, slick, and pale. But nothing appeared that she had not placed there. That evening, Channel 8 demanded an image for the broadcast. Rebecca sent the copier paper sketch and left the courthouse stock locked in her desk drawer. At 7:20 in the evening, Julian called. "You sent 2 files." "No, I sent 1. The evidence table sketch came through first. Rebecca opened her email history. 1 attachment appeared in the sent message, the rough courtroom scene. Julian forwarded what the newsroom had received. The second image showed the empty evidence table with the silver locket at its center. The drawing was cleaner than Rebecca remembered making it. Beneath the table, nearly concealed in the shading, someone had added Wren's apartment address. "Don't publish it," she said. "It's already in the segment." Rebecca stood so quickly her chair struck the wall. On the muted television across the workroom, her drawing filled the screen. The locket gleamed beneath the studio graphics while a commentator described it as a possible trophy. 3 hours later, police executed a new search warrant at Wren's apartment. They found the locket inside a heating vent. Its broken chain was wrapped around a folded strip of yellow paper. On that strip, written in graphite, were Rebecca's initials. By the next morning, Rebecca's initials had become evidence. The strip of yellow paper found with the locket was sealed in plastic on the prosecution table. Under the courtroom lights, the graphite letters looked darker than anything she remembered writing. The prosecutor did not name her, but twice referred to an unidentified source with access to the proceedings. Rebecca sat against the wall, with her portfolio closed across her knees. Courtroom 7 seemed narrower. At first she blamed the crowd, yet the distance between her bench and the defense table had changed. She knew the room by proportion. 12 floorboards from the wall to the aisle. 7 from the aisle to counsel. That morning, she counted 9 and 5. The judge's bench appeared higher. There had always been 3 tall windows overlooking the rain-dark city. Now there were 4. She asked Julian how long the 4th window had been there. He followed her gaze. "Since the renovation." "What renovation?" His expression tightened. "Rebecca. This room has always looked like this." She opened her portfolio only because the station required an image. The moment her pencil touched paper, the courtroom clock stopped. Its second hand held motionless above the clerk's station. The prosecutor continued speaking. A juror shifted. Only the clock remained fixed. Rebecca lifted the pencil. The hand jumped forward. She touched the page again. It stopped. She drew a short line and watched the clock freeze for the length of it. When she raised the pencil, The hand snapped ahead as though swallowing the missing seconds. The paper beneath her hand felt warm. Across the room, Elias Wren was watching the clock too. During recess, Rebecca took the service corridor instead of the public hallway. It should have led past 2 locked offices to a stairwell. It led past 4 offices. At the end stood the doors to courtroom 7. Rebecca turned. Behind her was another identical entrance, also marked courtroom 7. For several seconds, she stood between them while muffled voices came from both rooms. The same bailiff called for everyone to rise on either side of her. Then Julian pushed through one set of doors. "What are you doing?" Rebecca looked back. The second entrance was gone. In its place was the stairwell. She spent lunch in the courthouse cafe without eating. Coverage of the Lockett discovery played silently on a mounted television. The caption beneath her sketch called it a predicted piece of evidence. Commentators debated whether Rebecca had received privileged information. No one questioned the Lockett's existence. No one asked whether it had existed before the picture. When proceedings resumed, the judge ordered the gallery cleared after someone shouted that Wren should confess. Rebecca packed her materials, but a bailiff touched her shoulder. "Court artist stays. Soon only the judge, counsel, staff, and Rebecca remained." The emptier room felt smaller. The 4th window had vanished, leaving a pale rectangle in the wood. Wren's attorney requested a private consultation. As the prosecutor approached the bench, Wren turned. "Miss Haley." His voice was quieter than Rebecca expected. The bailiff stepped forward, but Wren raised his cuffed hands. "I only want to ask her one question." Rebecca did not answer. Wren glanced at her portfolio. "Do you think those pictures are showing what I did?" The room seemed to lose its ambient sound. "You shouldn't speak to me," Rebecca said. "They are not records." His eyes moved toward the locket. "They are instructions." His attorney seized his arm. "Elias, stop." Wren continued looking at Rebecca. "They show what everyone needs me to have done," he said. "Then the world supplies the proof." Rebecca tightened her grip on the portfolio. "How do you know?" For the first time, Wren smiled. It was not the smile from the drawings. It was frightened, because they did it to the man before me. The courtroom shifted beneath Rebecca's feet. On the judge's bench, the clock stopped. Though her pencil was still inside the portfolio, Wren looked past her. Rebecca turned. Where the courtroom doors had been, there was only dark wood paneling, and pinned at its center was Owen Kessler's portrait. Rebecca did not remember leaving courtroom 7. One moment Owen Kessler's portrait hung where the doors should have been, its graphite eyes fixed on her. The next, she was in the courthouse records office with rainwater dripping from her coat and a supply invoice trembling between her fingers. The invoice listed the sketch pads delivered to Channel 8 as archival recycled stock. Manufacturer, Alder and Finch Paper Recovery. Source material, municipal legal waste. Fire damage documents. Restricted disposal class. Rebecca read the final line 3 times. A courthouse clerk named Mara Ellison watched from behind the counter. "You're not supposed to have that." "Where did this material come from?" Mara glanced toward the ceiling camera. "Old annex storage. The annex has been closed for years. Public access is closed." Rebecca placed the invoice on the counter. What burned? Mara's expression changed, not surprise, but recognition. Ask facilities. Facilities sent me here. It was a lie. Rebecca said it easily. Mara studied her, then removed a ring of keys from beneath the desk. 10 minutes. If anyone asks, I never saw you. The old annex connected to the courthouse through a basement passage smelling of wet concrete and overheated wiring. Fluorescent tubes blinked on in sections as Rebecca walked, each revealing another stretch of corridor lined with sealed doors. Her footsteps arrived half a beat late. At the end stood a steel door with a faded label. Records Recovery Fire Materials. Mara's key opened it. Warm air crossed Rebecca's face. The room should have been cold. Instead, it held the dry heat of an attic in summer and the bitter smell she recognized from the black fibers in the paper. Ash. Metal shelves rose toward a low ceiling, stacked with gray archival boxes. Some were blistered. Others had melted corners or brown water lines. A ventilation fan turned without sound. Rebecca found the paper company's name in a disposal ledger. Alder and Finch had received materials from the Fenwick courthouse fire. An electrical blaze in the sealed records wing 19 years earlier. It was the year Rebecca began courtroom work. She turned the page. Destroyed materials included petitions for retrial, sealed witness statements, misconduct complaints, suppressed evidence inventories, wrongful conviction appeals, and exoneration orders awaiting judicial signature, documents that challenged the public version of cases, documents that might have changed verdicts. A note stated that the burned paper had been pulped under emergency disposal authority because portions remained legally sensitive. The resulting stock was approved only for internal civic use. Courtroom sketch pads, jury instruction drafts, evidence labels, press room note paper. The courthouse had been writing on its own erased objections for nearly 2 decades. Something scraped behind her. One archival box had slid partly from a shelf. Its label read Kessler. Owen post-dismissal materials. Rebecca pulled it down. Inside were warped documents smelling faintly of smoke. The first was a petition requesting a formal correction of public statements after Kessler's charges were dismissed. The second contained letters from strangers who had recognized him from Rebecca's drawing and threatened his family. Beneath them lay a deposition from a television producer. The producer described receiving a courtroom sketch before evidence had been made public. After the image aired, witnesses independently revised their descriptions of Kessler to match the darker face shown on television. At the bottom, a handwritten question appeared. Did the drawing influence memory? Or did memory alter itself to protect the drawing? A final folder rested beneath the deposition. It contained a photocopy of Rebecca's original Kessler sketch, the version before she sharpened his eyes and deepened his mouth. He looked young, terrified, innocent. Stamped across the image in red were the words, "Not accepted for public record." Behind it was a sheet of the same yellow, ash-flecked paper she now used. A message had been written in graphite. The paper does not remember what happened. It remembers what was believed. Below the warning was a list of names. Owen Kessler was the last. Elias Wren appeared beneath him in fresher graphite. Then, while Rebecca watched, another line pressed upward through the paper fibers. Rebecca Holly. Rebecca watched her name finish forming. The graphite did not appear stroke by stroke. It rose through the paper as if the letters had always existed beneath the surface and were only now darkening enough to be seen. She dropped the sheet. It landed face up on the concrete floor. Her name remained. From somewhere beyond the shelves came the soft click of a closing door. Mara. No answer. Rebecca gathered the loose papers from the Kessler box and carried them to the narrow inspection table beneath the ventilation fan. The fan continued turning without sound. Its blades cast slow shadows across the files, dividing every page into alternating bands of light and darkness. The list of names included 14 defendants. Rebecca recognized 7, not because she remembered their trials clearly, but because she remembered the drawings. Martin Vale, whose portrait had shown a bruise beneath his eye before police photographs documented one. Celeste Arborough, drawn with a wedding ring she insisted she had never owned. 3 days later, investigators found a marriage certificate in another state. Malcolm Reed, whose sketch showed him staring at an empty chair beside the jury box. A witness later testified that Reed's missing accomplice had sat in that exact place during the crime. Rebecca found their boxes. Inside each were 2 timelines. The first recorded what had been known when the courtroom sketch was published. The second recorded what became known afterward. In every case, the image came first. A shadow in a drawing became a wound in a medical report. A figure in the gallery became a registered visitor. A weapon drawn near the defense table became evidence recovered from a vehicle. Attic, drain pipe, or wall cavity. Witness statements changed. Forensic notes were amended. Security footage acquired new details without any sign of editing. Even verdict language shifted in archived transcripts, as though judges had spoken sentences no one originally remembered hearing. Several files contained testimony from court employees who had noticed inconsistencies. Their statements ended the same way. The employee later withdrew the complaint. The employee reported exhaustion. The employee could no longer recall the discrepancy. One clerk had written a warning across the margin of a sealed memorandum. Once enough people accept the image, contradiction becomes contempt. Rebecca turned the page. A photograph had been clipped to the back. It showed the clerk smiling beside a courthouse window. Rebecca recognized the expression. The slight lift at the left corner. Wren's smile. Her stomach tightened. She returned to the Kessler box and removed every document. Beneath the photocopy of the innocent-looking sketch was a cardboard backing sealed in brittle plastic. The edges had fused from heat. Rebecca cut it open with Mara's key. Inside lay another drawing. Not a copy. The original. Owen Kessler sat at the defense table with narrowed eyes, darkened cheekbones, and the mouth Rebecca had reshaped into contempt. The paper was singed along one edge, but the graphite remained sharp. Rebecca touched the lower corner. A memory opened with the force of a door struck by wind. The trial had not used this paper at first. Channel 8 had supplied smooth white stock. On the third day, Rebecca had run out and borrowed several yellow sheets from a courthouse press room cabinet. The Kessler portrait had been the first drawing she made on them. She remembered disliking the result. He had looked frightened, almost boyish. The image did not fit the broadcasts. The frightened city, or the producer's request for something stronger. So Rebecca had altered him. She had lowered the brow, hollowed the cheeks, added darkness around the mouth, needed more menace. She had not merely used the paper. She had shown it what to do. After the sketch aired, Witnesses began remembering Kessler's face differently. Police interviews grew more certain. A blurry station photograph seemed to sharpen around his features. The case had survived for months on evidence that accumulated after the public decided he looked guilty. Rebecca searched the remaining documents for what happened after the charges were dismissed. She found a death certificate. Owen Kessler had died 2 years later, after stepping from a ferry into Elliott Bay. No witnesses reported seeing him fall. His body was never recovered. Attached to the certificate was a letter addressed to Rebecca but never delivered. Only one paragraph remained legible beneath the fire damage. You drew a man people could hate. And afterward, there was nowhere left for the man I was. Every stranger recognized the picture. Even my mother began looking for it in my face. Rebecca lowered the letter. On the inspection table, the altered portrait had changed. Kessler was no longer looking toward the jury. His eyes were fixed on Rebecca. Behind him, in the shaded gallery, stood Elias Wren. Beside Wren was Lydia Vale, and behind Lydia, holding a pencil against an unfinished page, stood Rebecca herself. At the bottom of the drawing, new words appeared. First impression entered into evidence. The silent ventilation fan stopped turning. From the corridor came Mara's voice, strained and distant. Rebecca, don't let them see what you found. Then another voice answered her. Rebecca's own. They already have. Rebecca did not answer the second voice. She gathered the Kessler drawing, the warning sheet, and the surviving files into her portfolio. When she reached the corridor, Mara was gone. Only her key ring lay beneath the emergency light. Every door on the passage back carried the same brass plate. Courtroom 7. Behind each came a different version of the proceeding. In one, a prosecutor described blood found on Wren's cuff. In another, a witness identified Lydia Vale. In a third, Julian explained that Rebecca's drawings had merely captured details others had overlooked. Rebecca kept walking until she found a stairwell. By morning, she had decided there was only one way to test the paper. The images had always strengthened suspicion, supplying whatever shape of guilt the public expected. If she could create the opposite image, if she could make Wren look frightened, ordinary, and unmistakably innocent, perhaps reality would be forced to follow that instruction too. Courtroom 7 was full again. The fourth window had returned. Rain pressed against all of them. Though the sky beyond one pane was clear, Wren entered wearing the same white shirt. The stain on his cuff had darkened into a handprint. He looked at Rebecca but said nothing. She chose the ash-flecked paper deliberately. The courtroom clock stopped before her pencil touched it. Rebecca began with Wren's shoulders, drawing them slightly folded in, self-protection. She softened the angles of his face, opened the eyes, and removed the hollows beneath them. She drew the mouth without contempt. Amusement, or secrecy, a frightened man, a vulnerable man, a man waiting for strangers to decide whether he deserved to continue existing. The graphite resisted. Each softened line tightened after she moved on. The brow lowered. The cheeks sharpened. The mouth curved upward. Rebecca erased it. The smile returned. She pressed harder, cutting a neutral line through the fibers. The paper warmed beneath her hand. A murmur moved through the gallery. Rebecca looked up. No one was watching Wren. They were watching her, Julian sat in the front row with his notebook closed. Lydia Vale stood against the rear wall in her pale coat. Beside her stood Owen Kessler, water dripping from his jacket. Neither drew attention from anyone else. Rebecca lowered her eyes. Wren's face had begun to change. The jaw narrowed first. His hair lengthened around the temples. The bridge of his nose lifted. Fine lines appeared beside the eyes. Lines Rebecca saw each morning in the mirror. She stopped drawing. The pencil continued moving. Her fingers remained around it. But the motion came through her wrist from somewhere deeper. Steady and practiced. The graphite reshaped Wren's collar into Rebecca's blouse. His hands became hers. "No," she whispered. The judge looked toward her. "Miss Hale?" Rebecca tried to release the pencil. Her fingers tightened. On the paper, her own face sat where Wren's had been. It contained the asymmetry of her eyelids, the faint scar beside her chin, the black clip holding back her hair. Every detail was rendered with the merciless accuracy she reserved for other people. Only the expression was wrong. The drawn Rebecca was smiling. The slight lift at the left corner. Private. Knowing. Satisfied. Wren turned toward her. "It needs someone in the chair." His attorney did not react. Rebecca looked toward the defense table. For one instant, Wren's seat was empty. Then the courtroom shifted. The wall beside Rebecca slid away. Her bench moved forward. The portfolio vanished from her lap. A wooden table pressed against her knees. She was sitting between Wren's attorneys. Across the room, the gallery studied her with the relieved attention of people whose suspicions had finally acquired a face. Julian raised his phone and photographed her. Lydia Vale nodded as if recognizing an old acquaintance. Owen Kessler smiled. Rebecca tried to stand, but the bailiff closed a hand around her wrist. "Remain seated." Ms. Hale, at the wall where she had been. Elias Wren held her pencil. He looked frightened as he drew. Rebecca lowered her gaze to the sheet before him. The portrait showed her smiling from the defense table. Beneath it, fresh graphite formed a caption. The court artist appeared amused as the charges were read. Rebecca heard caption before she understood that the judge was speaking. The court artist appeared amused as the charges were read. The words moved through courtroom 7 like a ruling already entered. The clerk repeated them for the record. A reporter typed them. Someone in the gallery whispered, "She's smiling." Rebecca pressed both hands against her mouth. Her lips were flat. On the wall, Elias Wren's drawing showed otherwise. Prosecutors requested that Rebecca be detained as a material witness. Wren's attorneys demanded clarification. The judge called for order. But each strike of the gavel seemed to move Rebecca farther from the room she remembered. The evidence table was no longer empty. The silver locket rested there beside photographs of a blood-stained coat, a ferry railing, and Owen Kessler beneath a bus stop sign. In each image, a pale hand entered from the edge. Rebecca recognized the scar beside its thumb. Her scar. She understood that denial would leave the drawings uncontested. The paper did not require truth. It required an image strong enough for people to choose. She needed to give them one they could not misunderstand. "Let me draw," she said. "I can explain all of it." The judge looked toward the prosecutors. Their hesitation lasted a moment. A confession made in open court would be irresistible. Rebecca was returned to her place along the wall. Wren laid her portfolio before her. His hands shook as he passed her the pencil. "Do not give them your face," he whispered. "They already have it." She chose the final yellow sheet. The clock stopped. Rebecca drew herself at the sketch bench, not the defense table. Around the figure she placed every act she had concealed. The gentle Kessler portrait beneath the altered one. The soot-dark paper. Lydia forming from empty space. Wren's cuff staining only after publication. She drew arrows to show cause and consequence. Image first. Evidence second. Belief last, and then belief becoming memory. In the center, she drew her own hand, darkening Owen Kessler's face. Rebecca did not soften herself. She rendered the impatience in her posture, the professional vanity, the satisfaction of producing exactly what the newsroom wanted. Beneath it, she wrote, "I changed him before the world did." The pencil tried to curve the drawn mouth. Rebecca cut through the smile with a vertical stroke. Graphite split the skin of her finger. A drop of blood struck the paper and spread across the self-portrait. The courtroom inhaled. Then Julian's phone vibrated. The station had begun broadcasting the drawing live. Screens brightened. The image appeared beneath headlines. Viewers shared cropped versions and isolated the central face from the surrounding explanation. The arrows disappeared from the copies first. Then the burned files. Then Owen Kessler. What remained was Rebecca, seated among bloodstains, smiling beneath the sentence she had written. A commentator's voice emerged from Julian's phone. "She appears to be claiming responsibility." Another voice answered. "Look at the expression. There's no remorse." Rebecca looked at the original sheet. The smile she had crossed out was returning, not only on the page. A pressure gathered at the corners of her mouth, pulling upward. She clamped her jaw until it hurt. Around the courtroom, records began changing. The prosecutor opened the locket file and found Rebecca's fingerprints listed across the chain. The clerk read an amended arrest report naming her as the person seen entering Wren's apartment. Security stills appeared on the monitors, Rebecca carrying the blood-stained coat. Rebecca beside the Ballard locks. Rebecca standing behind Owen Kessler before his disappearance. Each image was composed like one of her sketches. Clear silhouette, readable guilt, no distracting uncertainty. Wren vanished from the defense table between one blink and the next. His attorneys now sat on either side of Rebecca. The prosecutor addressed her as though the trial had always belonged to her. "You shaped these crimes to resemble wrongful accusations," he said. "You placed innocent men in your drawings to conceal yourself." "No," Rebecca said. The word sounded pleased. Julian looked at her with the horrified fascination he had once reserved for Wren. The judge lifted a printed indictment. It contained every name from the burned archive. Beside each crime was the same defendant, Rebecca Hale. The judge asked how she pleaded. Before Rebecca could answer, every screen refreshed. A new sketch filled them. It showed Rebecca standing over Elias Wren's empty chair, one hand holding a pencil and the other holding a knife. At the bottom, the artist had signed her name. Rebecca's signature remained beneath the knife. She stared at it while the courtroom reorganized itself around the image. The clerk collected documents that had not existed moments earlier. The prosecutor referred to investigations Rebecca had never known about. Her attorneys leaned close and advised her not to react. No one mentioned Elias Wren. Rebecca searched the gallery for him. Lydia Vale stood near the rear wall. Her pale coat, now marked with old brown blood. Owen Kessler sat beside her, water darkening the floor beneath his shoes. Wren's place was empty. "Where is the defendant?" Rebecca asked. One attorney frowned. "You are the defendant, Elias Wren." The name produced no recognition. Julian stopped writing. "Who?" Rebecca looked toward the evidence table. Wren's photographs were gone. The locket remained, but its case label now bore Rebecca's name. The stained cuff had become a torn strip from one of her blouses. Even the courtroom sketches displayed on the prosecution monitors showed her seated at the defense table from the first day. The jury watched her with the weary certainty of people forced to look at a truth they had accepted long ago. Rebecca remembered drawing several of them. Only now they appeared in those earlier pictures too. The judge ordered proceedings to continue. Witnesses described Rebecca's behavior during the disappearances. A ferry employee remembered seeing her follow Owen Kessler toward the railing. A building manager recalled letting her into Wren's apartment, though Wren himself had vanished from the testimony. Lydia Vale took the stand and identified Rebecca as the woman who had threatened her outside the courthouse. Rebecca listened as the world completed its composition. Every uncertainty became shadow. Every coincidence became outline. Every life damaged by her drawings was gathered into a single face the public already knew how to hate. Hers. During the afternoon recess, a bailiff brought a young woman into the courtroom. She carried a canvas case, a folding board, and a set of sharpened pencils held together with an elastic band. She could not have been older than 25. The judge introduced her as Nina Corbett, the newly appointed court artist. Rebecca's former place along the wall had been prepared for her. Nina arranged her materials with nervous precision. Her paper was smooth and white. Ordinary illustration. Stock. For a moment, Rebecca felt something close to relief. Then a clerk handed Nina a yellow sketch pad. Ash fibers speckled every sheet. Rebecca stood so quickly that both attorneys seized her arms. "Don't use that paper." Nina looked up. The judge struck the gavel. "Miss Hale, sit down. It changes what people remember." Several jurors glanced at one another. Rebecca pulled against the attorneys. "Draw on anything else. Draw on the wall. Don't let them publish it." Nina's expression hardened not into cruelty, but professional embarrassment. Rebecca recognized it. The desire to remain composed, to prove she belonged in the room. "I'm only recording the proceeding," Nina said. Rebecca stopped struggling. The sentence struck with greater force than the gavel. Only recording, only clarifying, only emphasizing what was already there. Nina placed her pencil against the page. The courtroom clock stopped. Rebecca heard the silence inside its mechanism. Nina began with the shape of her head. Her lines were cautious but competent. Rebecca watched herself appear beneath the pencil, the black hair clip, the scar near the chin. The hollow's exhaustion had carved beside her mouth. The likeness was gentle, too gentle for the room. Julian leaned toward Nina during a pause in testimony. "She looks angrier than that," he whispered. Nina darkened Rebecca's eyes. A prosecutor passed behind her and murmured that the drawing should convey the severity of the charges. Nina lowered the brow. Someone in the gallery said Rebecca had been smiling when the knife appeared. Nina hesitated. Rebecca pressed her lips together until her jaw shook. "No," she said. Look at me. Nina did. For several seconds, their eyes met. Rebecca did not smile. She could no longer remember how. On the page, one corner of her drawn mouth lifted. Nina erased it. The curved line returned. The gallery leaned forward with satisfied recognition. At the rear of the courtroom, Owen Kessler and Lydia Vale were gone. In their place stood dozens of indistinct figures. Every face darkened or sharpened by an artist's hand. The judge asked Rebecca to rise for the verdict. Before the foreperson could speak, the courtroom doors opened and courthouse staff carried in boxes of freshly manufactured sketch pads. Rebecca looked down at Nina's portrait. The drawn woman was smiling directly at her. Beneath the image, graphite pushed slowly through the paper. The defendant showed no remorse. A courtroom sketch may appear to be only an interpretation, but interpretation becomes dangerous when enough people mistake it for evidence. Rebecca's punishment is not merely that she becomes the accused. She is trapped inside the same machinery of certainty she once helped operate. Reduced to an expression chosen by strangers and repeated until it replaces her real face. Perhaps the most unsettling question is not whether images can alter reality, but how often reality already bends beneath the stories we prefer to believe. When everyone recognizes guilt at first glance, who still bothers to look again? Story 2. Laura Finch first noticed the silence in the employee parking lot, not the absence of traffic. Trucks idled beneath sodium lamps along the perimeter fence, their refrigeration units coughing white vapor into the Iowa dark. Not the absence of machinery, either. Red Harvest plant rose beyond the security gate as a broad, windowless mass of corrugated steel, and something inside it throbbed with the patience of a sleeping heart. The silence belonged to the people. Night shift workers crossed the lot in pale uniforms and rubber boots, moving toward the exit in small groups. No one spoke. No one checked a phone, complained about the cold, or called goodbye to anyone still inside. They kept their eyes lowered and their hands close to their sides. Several wore plastic identification cards clipped to their chests. But the cards had been turned backward. Laura parked beside the visitor sign and remained in the car long enough for the heater to fog the windshield. She told herself she was reviewing the assignment. 3 workers missing in 7 weeks, all assigned to sanitation or line maintenance. Management claimed 2 had quit without notice, and 1 had probably returned to Mexico. Their families disagreed. The state labor office had received an anonymous envelope containing copies of timesheets, a floor map, and 1 sentence typed across the bottom. They removed the name before the body. Laura had read stranger complaints. Most became ordinary once records were compared and witnesses separated from rumors. A plant this large produced fear as efficiently as it produced meat. Noise, blood, fatigue, rotating crews, undocumented labor. Supervisors who learned not to ask where a person had gone. She knew how institutions made people disappear without moving them anywhere. That thought arrived too quickly. She shut off the engine. At the gate, a security officer named Danner studied her credentials under a yellow booth light. He was a heavy man with clean fingernails and a scar that pulled 1 corner of his mouth downward. "State inspection?" he asked. "Workplace Safety Division. We weren't told you'd be here this early." You were told I'd be here today. Danner looked past her toward the plant. Today starts late for some departments. He slid her license beneath a scanner. The machine chirped. Then produced a visitor badge. Laura reached for it. But Danner covered the card with his hand. Keep it visible, he said. If it turns red, stop where you are. Laura waited. What makes it turn red? System issue. He handed it over. The badge showed her photograph, her agency, and the word temporary in block letters. Along the bottom ran a thin gray strip that felt warmer than the rest of the plastic. Inside the administrative entrance, the air smelled of bleach, wet cardboard, and something faintly sweet beneath both. Fluorescent lights trembled overhead. A woman in a navy coat approached with a practiced smile and introduced herself as Miriam Voss, Director of Compliance. You'll find we exceed most state requirements, Voss said as they passed a glass wall overlooking the production floor. Red Harvest is highly automated. Below them, stainless steel conveyors crossed one another in polished tiers. The belts were empty. Workers in aprons stood at locked stations, waiting for the morning line to begin. Laura noticed one belt moving. It ran beneath the others near the floor, narrow enough to carry tools or scrap. Black rubber slid steadily through a curtain of hanging plastic strips. Is that line active? Laura asked. Voss did not look down. Residual cycle. The main floor hasn't started. Some systems remain in motion. Laura stopped beside the glass. The overhead lights flickered once, and every conveyor below went still. Every conveyor except the narrow belt. Something came through the plastic curtain. A worker identification card lay face up on the rubber. Its clip bent, its surface dark with drying blood. Then another emerged behind it, and another. Laura counted 6 before Voss stepped between her and the window. Sanitation debris, she said. Plant lights went out for 2 full breaths. The corridor was black, and the machinery below continued moving. When the emergency lamps came on, the narrow belt had carried the cards farther into view. One turned slowly as it passed beneath the glass. Laura saw the photograph first, then the name, Elias Cruz. The man had died 4 years earlier in a plant 300 miles away. A plant Laura had certified as safe. For several seconds, Laura could not move. Elias Cruz's badge slid beneath the glass and vanished into the shadow under the next conveyor. The emergency lamps painted the corridor in dull red intervals. And in each pulse she saw the same thing again. Elias standing beside the press line at Wexler Foods. One gloved hand raised, while the foreman argued that shutdown procedures were unnecessary. Laura had signed the approval before lunch. Ms. Finch? Miriam Voss's voice returned the corridor to its present shape. Laura looked away from the floor. I need access to personnel records, shift rosters, incident reports, contractor lists, and supervisory interviews. Voss studied her face. Because of debris on a belt? Because 3 workers are missing. The plant lights came back with a hard fluorescent snap. Below them, the narrow conveyor had stopped. Nothing remained on it but a smear dark enough to be rust. Voss led her upstairs to a conference room overlooking the employee entrance. A printed binder waited on the table, already labeled State Review. Laura disliked prepared binders. They were usually designed less to answer questions than to decide which questions could be asked. Her first interview was with the night sanitation supervisor, Cole Reeve, a narrow man in his early 30s whose hair was still wet from a shower. He kept rubbing the pale band on his wrist where an identification bracelet had been removed. Laura placed photographs of the missing workers between them. Darren Holt, Maribel Soto, Nico Petro. She said, "When did you last see them?" Reeve glanced toward the ceiling camera. Holt missed 3 shifts. He said, Soto transferred. Petrov separated. Separated how? Employment status. Quit. Fired, deceased. His mouth tightened. Anticipated separation. Laura let the phrase sit untouched. Define that. Reeve looked at Voss, who stood by the window. It means the system identified a likely termination of employment. Voss said. Based on what? Attendance patterns. Medical restrictions. Behavioral data. Performance metrics. Before they actually left, it allows payroll to prepare. Laura turned back to Reeve. Did you see Petrov after his separation was entered? He swallowed. Yes. How long after? 2 shifts. And he was still working? He said his badge wouldn't open the locker room. I called payroll. What did payroll say? Reeve rubbed harder at his wrist. That no employee existed under that number. Voss ended the interview immediately, saying Reeve had exceeded his authority. The next 2 supervisors repeated the same language. Anticipated separation. Administrative closure. Workforce correction. None would say missing. None would say dead. They spoke as if the problem were grammatical. On the production floor, workers were less polished but more afraid. Laura questioned them beside a wash station while overhead pipes clicked with changing pressure. Most claimed not to know the missing employees. One woman named Ruth Bell kept staring at Laura's temporary badge. Did you work with Maribel Soto? Laura asked. Ruth shook her head. You were assigned to the same sanitation corridor. No. Ma'am. Laura lowered her voice. Her family says she called them from this plant the night she vanished. Ruth's eyes moved to the badge again. Don't let the strip change. She whispered. Why? A buzzer sounded above them. Ruth flinched so violently that water splashed over her gloves. They take your name first, she said. After that, everyone remembers it wrong. Voss appeared at the end of the corridor, and Ruth stepped away without another word. Back in the conference room, Laura requested the full personnel file from Maribel Soto. The digital record opened with a photograph. Address. Tax forms. Training certificates. And 6 years of spotless attendance. A yellow banner crossed the top. Anticipated separation pending review. Laura began copying dates into her notebook. Maribel had clocked in on a Sunday evening. Her access badge entered Sanitation Corridor 4. There was no recorded exit. Then the screen refreshed. The photograph disappeared. The address field emptied. Training records collapsed one by one. 6 years became 11 months. Then 6 weeks. Then 0 days. Laura called Voss over. But before the compliance director reached the table, the yellow banner changed to gray. No employee found. Only one field remained. Under final disposition. A sentence appeared in red. Separation completed during inspection. Laura stared at the words until she noticed a new line forming beneath them. Inspector record attached. Laura did not touch the new line on the screen. For a moment, the cursor blinked beside Inspector record attached, as if waiting for her permission. Then the attachment opened by itself. Her own personnel photograph appeared, not the recent one from her state credential. This image had been taken years earlier, before the Wexler investigation, when she still wore her hair below her shoulders and believed that careful language could keep consequences at a distance. Beneath it were her employee number, home address, blood type, and a status field she had never seen before. Anticipated separation in progress. Heat pressed against her sternum. Laura looked down. The gray strip along the bottom of her temporary badge had turned a deep, luminous red. She tore it from her jacket and dropped it on the table. The plastic struck the wood with a dry click. Miriam Voss watched from the doorway, expressionless. Your badge is reacting to a restricted data zone, Voss said. This is a conference room. Restrictions aren't always architectural. Laura closed the personnel window. Her record vanished with it, leaving Maribel Soto's empty file on the screen. I want security footage from the nights all 3 employees disappeared. Voss hesitated only long enough to make the hesitation visible. The surveillance office occupied a windowless chamber above the processing floor. Banks of monitors showed corridors, loading bays, locker rooms, sanitation stations, and production lines from angles chosen to eliminate privacy without guaranteeing clarity. The room smelled of hot dust and old coffee. A security technician named Owen Pike brought up the footage. He was young, with irritated skin around his eyes and a habit of pressing his tongue against a chipped front tooth. Darren Holt appeared first. The timestamp was written in words across the lower corner of the screen, a little after 11 in the evening. 6 weeks earlier, Darren stood alone outside the East locker room, still wearing his yellow sanitation coat. A supervisor Laura had not interviewed approached and held out an open hand. Darren removed his badge. There was no argument, no confusion. He placed the card in the supervisor's palm, turned toward a corridor marked authorized personnel only, and walked through the door. What's beyond that corridor? Laura asked. Cold storage access, Pike said. Where is the supervisor now? Pike looked at Voss. No longer employed. Maribel Soto's footage showed the same exchange 3 weeks later. She surrendered her badge near Sanitation Corridor 4. Then followed a different supervisor toward the same restricted section. Niko Petrov did it 12 days after that. All 3 appeared calm. Too calm, Laura thought. Not drugged, not coerced, resigned. Show me the previous hour for each recording. Pike shifted uncomfortably. There are gaps. All 3? System maintenance. Laura leaned closer to Niko's frozen image. His face was turned partly toward the camera. Blood darkened one sleeve. Though his disappearance report stated there had been no workplace incident that night, the strip on Laura's discarded badge, now lying beside the keyboard, flickered red. Once, then again. Play it, she said. Pike resumed the footage. Niko followed the supervisor down the corridor. Just before passing through the restricted door, he stopped. The supervisor continued walking without noticing. Nico turned toward the camera. Not vaguely toward it. Directly. His eyes found the lens and held there. His mouth began to move. "There's no audio on this feed," Pike said. Laura watched his lips. At first, she could not make out the words. Pike slowed the recording. Nico spoke again in silence, shaping each syllable carefully. Laura. Her name. She felt the room contract around her. "Go back." Pike replayed the segment. Nico looked into the camera and mouthed something longer this time. Laura leaned so close that her reflection appeared across his face. "You signed it," she whispered. Voss's hand settled on the back of Laura's chair. "This recording was made months before your assignment." Nico continued speaking. 3 names followed. Elias Cruz, Tomas Valdez, Arturo Mendez. The men killed at Wexler. The badge beside the keyboard grew hot enough to warp. Its red strip spread upward through the plastic, swallowing Laura's photograph. Then her agency name. New lettering appeared beneath the surface. Nico smiled faintly from the monitor. The letters finished forming. Permitted entry, cold storage C. The badge remained on the security desk after Laura stepped away from it. Its surface had softened in the heat. The plastic bowed slightly around the words permitted entry, cold storage C. Owen Pike reached toward it with 2 fingers, then stopped before making contact. "Can the system authorize access without a request?" Laura asked. "No," he said. Miriam Voss answered at the same time. "Yes." Neither looked at the other. Laura turned back to the monitors. Nico Petrov had disappeared beyond the restricted door. But the footage continued. The corridor remained empty for 17 minutes. Then the overhead lights dimmed, and the metal door opened by itself. No one came out. A dark stain appeared on the floor just inside the threshold. It moved slowly across the concrete, not spreading outward but drawing itself backward under the door, as though gravity had reversed. Voss shut off the monitor. "The plant uses hydraulic accumulators," she said. "Pressure remains in the lines after electrical interruption. Doors shift. Conveyors creep. Fluids move through imperfect drainage. Blood doesn't climb uphill because of hydraulic pressure. You don't know that it was blood." Laura looked at the warped badge. "No, but you do." Voss escorted her from the surveillance office under the pretense of showing her the plant's mechanical systems. They crossed an elevated walkway above the main production floor, where the morning shift had begun. Motors screamed beneath the fluorescent hum. Hooks moved behind opaque curtains. Workers stood shoulder to shoulder in white coats, their motions quick and repetitive. The noise was so complete that it seemed to erase thought. At the far end of the floor, a maintenance crew had isolated one processing line behind yellow barriers. Its electrical cabinet stood open. Thick cables had been disconnected and tagged. Hydraulic hoses lay drained beside the frame. Yet the line was moving. A row of rubber rollers turned beneath a steel housing. An empty white uniform entered from somewhere behind the machine. Sleeves hanging loose. Collar open. The fabric caught between the rollers. Laura expected it to flatten. Instead, the uniform rose. The shirt filled at the chest as if someone inside had taken a breath. The sleeves bent at invisible elbows. Trousers dragged behind it, creasing at knees that did not exist. The machine pulled the shape forward. One sleeve reached out and struck the metal guard. Once, twice. A maintenance worker saw it and turned away. "Stop the line," Laura shouted. No one reacted. Her voice vanished beneath the machinery. She climbed over the barrier. Voss caught her arm. "That equipment is under lockout. It's operating. It's releasing residual motion. There's no pressure in the hoses." The empty uniform entered the steel housing. For an instant. Its collar turned toward Laura. Warm vapor spilled from the opening like breath in winter. Then the rollers tightened. The fabric collapsed with a wet sound. A plastic identification card dropped onto the belt below. Laura snatched it before it could disappear into the drain channel. The photograph showed Maribel Soto. Her badge strip burned red against Laura's palm. By midday, Laura had locked herself in a small interview office and used her personal phone to call the number listed for Maribel's sister. The line connected to a recorded message stating that the number had never been assigned. She tried the address from her handwritten notes. The county property database showed an empty lot owned by an agricultural trust. No Maribel Soto had ever lived there. Laura searched state employment records, tax filings, driver licensing, immigration hearings, hospital admissions, union enrollment, and court databases. Nothing. She called the meatpacking union office and gave Maribel's employee number. The representative searched for several minutes. "That number belongs to no one," he said. "She worked here for 6 years. Red Harvest has no employee by that name." Laura opened the photograph she had taken of Maribel's personnel file earlier that morning. The image had changed. The photograph box was blank. The dates were gone. Every field contained the same gray sentence. No record retained. Only Laura's handwritten notebook still preserved the name. She flipped back through the pages. Darren Holt was fading. The ink had thinned until his surname was barely visible. Nico Petrov's employee number had lost 2 digits. Maribel's address ended halfway through the street name. Laura pressed the pen hard into the paper and rewrote all 3 names. The office ventilation stopped. In the sudden quiet, something breathed behind the wall. Her phone rang. The screen showed no number, only a caller identification label. Maribel Soto, employee status, active, Laura answered. For several seconds, she heard machinery and distant crying. Then a woman whispered, "Please stop writing my name." The line went dead. On Laura's desk, the ink spelling Maribel Soto began moving against the paper, pulling itself toward the margin like blood seeking a drain. The ink stopped moving only after Laura tore the page from her notebook. She folded it again and again, trapping the 3 names inside. The office wall continued breathing until the ventilation coughed back to life. When she opened the door, the corridor outside was empty. The elevator should have been 30 steps to her left. Instead, the corridor extended in both directions beneath identical fluorescent panels. White, cinder block walls, gray floor, no windows. No room numbers except a red placard at the far end. Cold storage C. Laura turned away. She passed 2 interview rooms, a supply closet, and a framed evacuation map showing a straight route toward the employee entrance. She followed it exactly. The next corner returned her to the same red placard. Condensation outlined the sealed door. The air near it was warm and damp, carrying the sweet metallic smell she had noticed at the entrance. Laura retraced her steps, marking each junction with her pen. At the first corner, the line she had drawn was already there. But on the opposite wall, somewhere beyond the sealed door, fabric rustled. Then came a breath. Not one breath. Many slow, overlapping inhalations, as if a room full of sleeping people were trying not to wake. Laura backed away and nearly collided with Owen Pike. His eyes were bloodshot, and the skin around his badge clip had blistered. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "I'm trying to leave. That's what brings people closer." He led her through a service stairwell absent from the evacuation map, one floor below. They entered a low room, crowded with server racks. Cold air poured from floor vents. Every monitor displayed changing employee numbers beneath the Red Harvest logo. Pike locked the door. "The badge network isn't just access control," he said. "It feeds the safety platform." "What platform?" He pointed to a terminal labeled Compliance Risk Engine. Laura opened the dashboard. Categories filled the screen. Injury probability, attendance instability, medical restriction, immigration vulnerability, family contact confidence, claim exposure. Each worker carried a risk score and a second value labeled retention cost. "What does that mean?" Pike stared at the floor. How expensive it would be if something happened to them. Laura selected Maribel Soto. The record returned no name, only an empty employee field and a completed separation date. Beneath it, the system displayed a block of procedural text. Temporary continuation of production may be permitted where shutdown itself presents a greater operational hazard than controlled use. Her sentence, she had written it in the Wexler certification. Another paragraph appeared below, where employee identity cannot be conclusively verified. Incident classification should remain provisional, pending administrative review. Also hers. She opened the source history. Reports streamed down the screen from packing plants, poultry facilities, rendering sites, and slaughterhouses. Fatal incidents, missing records, disputed identities, workers listed as contractors after death, injuries reclassified as absences, deaths converted into payroll corrections. At the center of the training archive were 3 Wexler files: Elias Cruz, Tomas Valdez, Arturo Mendez. Laura's signature appeared at the bottom of every imported document. "No," she said. "Those were inspection records, not software instructions. The system learned from outcomes." Pike replied. "Which wording delayed investigations? Which classifications reduced liability? Which employees could disappear without creating noise?" Laura opened the model history. Red Harvest had purchased the data set 2 years after Wexler's settlement. Her language was tagged repeatedly: successful containment, low claim exposure, identity instability, acceptable loss. The server fans deepened into a steady hum. On the monitor, the engine began generating a new profile. Laura Finch. Her address populated first, then her employment history, state credentials, and the sealed inquiry into the Wexler deaths. A red bar climbed beside her name. "Can you delete it?" she asked. Pike did not answer. Her score reached 98%. The category beneath it changed from inspector to workforce liability. The printer behind them activated. A sheet slid into the tray. Laura lifted it. It was a completed fatal incident report. The location read Cold Storage C. The victim field contained her name. The cause of death was blank. At the bottom, beneath the approval line, was her own digital signature. The report was dated tomorrow. The fatal incident report trembled in Laura's hand, not because she was shaking. The paper itself pulsed faintly with the server fans, tightening between her fingers like skin over a slow heartbeat. Owen Pike stared at the date. "You need to leave," he said. Laura folded the report into her coat. "Show me Cold Storage C." His face changed. Not surprise. Recognition? No. "You brought me to the system. I brought you here so you'd understand what it does." "I understand enough." "No. You understand the paperwork." The terminal chimed. Laura's risk score remained fixed at 98%. Beneath it, a new status appeared. Route generated. The server room door unlocked by itself. Beyond it, the corridor lights had gone out in sequence, leaving only red emergency lamps leading away from the stairwell toward Cold Storage C. Pike refused to follow. He stood inside the server room with one hand on the frame, his blistered badge pressed against his shirt. "If you hear someone call your name," he said, "don't answer." Laura stepped into the corridor. The red lamps did not illuminate the walls so much as stain them. At each junction, the path behind her seemed shorter. Doors vanished. Corners closed. The plant narrowed around the route the system had chosen. Her temporary badge burned against her chest. By the time she reached the sealed door, the red strip had spread across the entire card. The words, "Permitted entry," were gone. In their place, subject expected. Cold Storage C had no handle. Only a steel plate and a badge reader blackened at the edges. Laura raised her card. Before it touched the panel, the locks released inside the wall. The door opened inward. Warm air met her. That was the first impossibility. The second was the breathing. Rows of white uniforms hung from ceiling rails that disappeared into darkness. Hundreds of them. Coats, trousers, aprons, gloves, rubber sleeves. Each set was arranged around an absent body. Shoulders rounded, arms hanging, legs apart. None was empty. The cloth rose and fell. Some breathed shallowly. Others drew long. Uneven breaths that tightened, stained fabric across invisible ribs. Condensation formed around open collars and drifted upward in pale threads. Laura entered. The floor was refrigerated steel, but warmth pressed through her shoes. The air smelled of detergent, old blood, and human skin beneath plastic. She approached the nearest uniform. The name patch read Gerald Leanh. Laura remembered him from the management binder. Retired after 32 years. Honored with a luncheon. Photographed holding a silver watch. Inside the breast pocket, she found an employee badge. The photograph matched the retirement picture. The status strip read, "Active internal assignment." The uniform breathed against her wrist. Laura recoiled and moved to the next. Sandra Vale transferred. Still warm. Milo Rusk, medical leave. Breathing faster. The next badge read, "No employee found." But its photograph showed a young man Laura recognized from the sanitation floor that morning. He had been alive less than 2 hours earlier. Farther down the aisle, one uniform twitched. Another turned at the shoulders as she passed. A row of aprons began breathing together, synchronized and deliberate. At the center of the room, the rails converged above a drainage channel. Blood moved through it, not toward the grates, but upward along the grooves, climbing toward the uniforms. She found Maribel Soto near the back. Her white coat was stained beneath the left arm. Her badge rested inside the open collar. Laura reached for it. The uniform inhaled sharply. The sleeves snapped around her wrists. Warm pressure closed over her hands. No longer cloth, but the shape of fingers beneath it. Maribel's empty collar tilted toward Laura's face. From inside the coat came a wet whisper. "You kept writing." Laura pulled free and stumbled into another hanging shape. Its badge struck her cheek. Elias Cruz. His uniform was not from Red Harvest. It was the blue maintenance coverall he had worn at Wexler on the day he died. Grease marked the knees. One sleeve ended in a blackened cuff. The coverall began to breathe. Then Tomas Valdez inhaled beside him. Arturo Mendez answered from the darkness. All three uniforms turned toward Laura at once. Something metallic engaged overhead. The ceiling rails began moving. Every suspended body shifted forward, carrying Laura with them toward a steel door at the end of the chamber. Above it, a red sign illuminated. Processing line occupied. The rail carried Laura toward the processing door. She seized Maribel Soto's hanging coat with both hands and pulled herself sideways. The fabric convulsed beneath her grip. Invisible, shoulders twisted. One empty sleeve struck her across the mouth, and the warmth inside it felt unmistakably human. The steel door ahead began to rise. Beyond it waited a narrow chamber lined with rotating drums. Laura dropped beneath the uniforms and hit the floor. Boots without feet swung above her. The rail dragged Elias Cruz. Tomas Valdez and Arturo Mendez through the opening while their coveralls breathed in ragged unison. A maintenance hatch stood open beneath the moving mechanism. Laura crawled inside. She fell down a short metal shaft and landed among binders, plastic storage crates, and obsolete computer equipment. The hatch slammed shut above her. The sound of the rail continued through the ceiling, followed by a series of heavy impacts. Then silence. Her temporary badge cast a weak red glow across the room. This was not part of the cold storage system. It was an archive. Shelves filled every wall, crowded with accident investigations, payroll ledgers, insurance correspondence, immigration audits, and legal settlements. The oldest records had been printed on paper. Newer files occupied sealed hard drives marked with company names Laura recognized from industry scandals. Brenton Poultry, North Moraine Packing, Wexler Foods. Red Harvest had not created its system from nothing. It had purchased the remains of other disasters. Laura found the acquisition documents inside a black crate labeled Predictive Compliance Source Material. Red Harvest had bought closed safety records through consulting firms. bankruptcy sales, liability transfers, and data management contracts. The packages included employee histories, disciplinary notes, medical restrictions, immigration classifications, accident reports, insurance responses, and settlement outcomes. They were not studying how people died. They were studying which deaths cost the least. A folder named Wexler Pilot Model lay beneath the contracts. Laura opened it on the floor. The first page contained her inspection photograph. The second reproduced the certification she had signed 4 years earlier, including the paragraph allowing temporary operation of the damaged press line. Her words had been highlighted and divided into machine-readable categories: operational continuity justification, identity uncertainty, deferred incident classification, low probability of family escalation. The 3 men appeared on separate profile sheets. Elias Cruz had been classified as recently hired, although he had worked at Wexler for nearly 2 years. His emergency contact had been entered with 1 incorrect digit. Tomas Valdez was listed as an independent contractor despite receiving weekly wages. Arturo Mendez had used a cousin's address and carried an expired identification document. The system called these errors vulnerabilities. Beside each name was an index labeled Irasur Viability. Elias, 93%. Tomas, 96%. Arturo, 98%. Laura turned the page. The photographs changed. The first showed the men standing beside the damaged press line before the accident. The next showed their bodies beneath emergency blankets. In the third, the blankets remained, but no names appeared beneath them. By the final image, the floor was empty. A typed report explained the progression. Red Harvest's early model had discovered that administrative removal could precede physical disposal. If enough databases were corrected before an accident was formally recorded, the dead worker became difficult to identify. Once payroll, insurance, access control, and government records agreed that the person did not exist. Physical evidence became unstable. The machinery completed what the paperwork began. Laura read the final assessment twice. The Wexler subjects represent the first successful conversion of undocumented fatality into non-recoverable production material. Below it, primary enabling factor, inspector certified continuation of hazardous operation. Her signature had not merely protected Wexler. It had taught the system that an official document could separate a body from its legal identity. A terminal on the archive desk flickered on. 3 employee profiles appeared. Elias Cruz, Tomas Valdez, Arturo Mendez. Their status fields read, First model active. Laura heard breathing inside the shelves. Not from the room above. From the binders themselves, pages expanded and settled like lungs. She backed toward the maintenance ladder and struck another crate. Its lid fell open. Inside were dozens of inspection files bearing her name. Some concerned facilities she had never visited. Some were dated years before she joined the agency. Others described accidents that had not happened yet. Every report contained the same approving language. Everyone carried her signature. The terminal chimed. A new document appeared beneath the 3 Wexler profiles. Model validation complete. Inspector source successfully recovered. Laura understood then that entering Cold Storage C had not exposed the archive. It had verified her identity. Behind her, the maintenance hatch unlocked. From the darkness above, Elias Cruz spoke in the voice of moving cloth. "You approved us once." The red strip on Laura's badge flashed. "You just approved yourself." Laura turned toward the open hatch. Elias Cruz's coverall hung beyond it. Suspended in darkness without a rail, the blue fabric had collapsed around the chest. But the collar remained upright. Something inside the empty shape drew a long breath. "You approved yourself." It repeated. The terminal behind Laura began printing. Page after page slid onto the floor, each bearing the Red Harvest logo and the heading, Predictive Absence Protocol. She gathered the first sheets before the others could cover them. The system architecture was described in clinical stages. First came vulnerability assessment. Workers were scored according to unstable housing, undocumented status, limited English, debt, medical restrictions, disciplinary history, estranged families, unverified emergency contacts, and the likelihood that a disappearance would attract public attention. Then came administrative pre-separation. Payroll closed the employee's account. Health insurance terminated coverage. Access systems invalidated the badge. Immigration records were flagged as unverifiable. Tax filings were amended. Supervisors received scripts describing voluntary departure, transfer, or abandonment of position. Only after every connected record agreed that the worker was absent did the final stage begin. Physical reconciliation. The production line did not hide bodies. It absorbed contradictions. The hatch opened wider, and Miriam Voss descended the ladder. She wore no protective equipment. Her navy coat remained immaculate despite the blood moving through the drainage channels overhead. "You've reached the wrong conclusion," she said. Laura held up the protocol. "Your system kills people." "No. Accidents kill people. Illness kills people. Poverty. Poor choices. Machinery. Weather. Fatigue. We identify the point at which intervention no longer produces an acceptable return. You erase them before feeding them into the line." Voss looked toward Elias's coverall. "The line accepts only what the world has already rejected." More figures appeared behind the hatch. Cole Reeve. 2 plant supervisors. A man Laura recognized from the surveillance footage receiving Niko Petrov's badge. None entered the archive. They waited above like witnesses at a hearing. Laura forced herself to read farther. A diagram showed the plant's data network connected to payroll providers, insurance contractors, state licensing databases, credit agencies, private medical processors, and federal employment verification systems. Red Harvest had not hacked them. It had purchased access through routine administrative services. Once the employee was flagged, corrections moved outward automatically. An address became invalid. A relative's record lost a listed family member. A photograph detached from a license. A birth entry became incomplete. Human memory followed more slowly. But it followed. They remember the explanation that creates the least trouble. Voss said. Transferred. Deported. Quit. Never worked here. And the uniforms? Residual identity. Laura looked up at the breathing files. The system cannot remove everything at once. Voss continued. Bodies retain habits, Fabric retains posture. Machinery retains motion. Names persist when someone insists on repeating them. Maribel's voice returned to Laura. Please stop writing my name. Laura realized it had not been a plea for remembrance. It had been a warning. Each attempt to preserve the missing workers forced the system to reconcile the contradiction more violently. What happens in physical reconciliation? She asked. Voss answered with the patience of someone explaining a familiar process. The worker enters the line after administrative absence is complete. Once no valid record supports the body's legal existence, the machinery no longer encounters a person. It encounters unclassified material. Laura imagined white coats filling around invisible ribs, hands beating against steel guards, badges sliding through blood. You call that prediction? We predict consequence. No, you predict protection. Your protection. For the first time, irritation touched Voss's face. The system identifies deaths that cannot become cases. There is a difference. The terminal chimed. Laura's profile filled the screen again. Her risk score had risen to 100%. Beneath it, categories populated in sequence. Sealed disciplinary history. Limited personal contact. No dependents. Professional credibility compromised. High self-preservation response. Laura stared at the last line. The model had not selected her because she had entered cold storage C. It had selected her because it knew what she would do when exposure became personal. A new field appeared. Likely behavior. Withhold report to avoid prosecution. Voss descended the final rung. You can leave, she said. Submit a routine compliance finding. Hydraulic irregularities. Record-keeping deficiencies. Corrective action pending. And if I release everything, your Wexler files become public with it. Bribery. Falsification. 3 deaths. Your agency will deny authorizing this inspection. By the time anyone searches for you, your credentials will already be invalid. Laura reached into her coat for the fatal incident report. The paper was gone. In its place, she found a new employee badge. Her photograph had changed. She wore a white plant uniform, her face pale beneath fluorescent light. The title beneath her name read, Permanent Compliance Officer. Above them, machinery started without electricity. The terminal displayed one final prediction. Subject will choose administrative survival. Laura stared at it until the words felt less like a forecast than an instruction. Above her, Cold Storage C continued its measured breathing. The rails moved without motors, somewhere beyond the hatch. Empty uniforms struck steel in soft, patient intervals. Owen Pike found her in the server room. He had removed his badge and covered the blistered skin on his chest with gauze. You went in, he said. Laura placed the new employee card face down on the desk. I found the source archive. Then it found you. He helped her connect an external drive to the compliance terminal. Laura copied employee profiles, acquisition contracts, surveillance footage, payroll alterations, and the Wexler pilot files. Each transfer completed, but the drive grew warmer with every folder. She opened the state reporting portal. The incident form asked whether there was an immediate danger to workers. Laura selected yes. A disclosure warning appeared. Submission would attach her credentials. Inspection history. disciplinary inquiries, and every related report bearing her signature. Wexler opened in a second window. There it was, the consulting payment routed through her brother's defunct company. $12,000. Altered photographs. Her approval of the press line after engineers documented a failed emergency stop. A draft email describing the 3 workers as difficult to verify before they died. She had forgotten writing that phrase, or trained herself to forget. Elias Cruz had left 2 daughters. Tomás Valdez sent money to his mother. Arturo Mendez had been saving for a used car. Laura had reduced them to uncertainties because uncertainty was easier to certify than danger. The report waited for her statement. Laura began typing. She described the predictive system, the administrative erasures, and the uniforms in Cold Storage C. She named Red Harvest executives and attached the archives. Then she reached Wexler. Her fingers stopped. On a nearby monitor, her risk profile adjusted. Confession, probability, 64%. Laura typed, 4 years ago, I knowingly approved unsafe equipment after receiving financial compensation. My certification contributed directly to the deaths of Elias Cruz, Tomás Valdez, and Arturo Mendez. The percentage rose, 81%. She read the sentence again. Treason, loss of pension, cameras outside her house, her name attached permanently to 3 dead men whose names the world had already released. She imagined officials treating Red Harvest as an extension of her misconduct. 1 corrupt inspector, 1 compromised report, 1 convenient explanation. The larger system might survive by making her its sole author. Laura deleted knowingly. The percentage fell. She changed receiving financial compensation to following improper contact from plant representatives. It fell again. She replaced contributed directly with may have influenced subsequent safety decisions. The terminal chimed. Compliance trend detected. Pike read the message. Don't. I'm making it defensible. You're making it familiar. Laura continued editing. She removed the daughters, the mother, and the car Arturo never bought. She converted the men into affected personnel. She described her payment as an undisclosed conflict and called her signature an error in judgment. With every revision, the report became cleaner. With every revision, the breathing overhead grew quieter. At last, only 1 sentence admitted fault. The undersigned acknowledges procedural deficiencies in the earlier Wexler review. The prediction reached 100%. The portal displayed ready to transmit. Laura inserted the drive and clicked submit. A confirmation page appeared. Report received. No critical violations identified. She opened the transmitted file. Her evidence was gone. The photograph showed empty rooms. The footage contained vacant corridors. Employee profiles had become blank forms. Only her edited confession remained. Beneath it, Red Harvest had added a conclusion. Inspector determined that all observed conditions were consistent with acceptable industrial risk. Pike stepped away. The server room door opened. Miriam Voss waited outside with 2 supervisors and a folded white uniform. Laura's temporary badge slid across the desk and clipped itself to the breast pocket. Beneath her photograph, the title read Permanent Compliance Officer. Voss held out the uniform. Your report has been accepted, she said, behind Laura. The state portal erased her credentials. Then it erased her name. Laura watched her name disappear 1 letter at a time. The state portal did not report an error. It refreshed calmly, replacing her credentials with a gray message stating that no inspector matching those details existed. Her employment history vanished next. Then her home address, driver's license, tax record, and the sealed Wexler inquiry on the desk. Her phone unlocked itself. Every contact had become an unnamed number. She called the safety division. A receptionist listened while Laura gave her employee number, title, and assignment location. "I'm sorry," the woman said. "There is no open inspection at Red Harvest. You assigned me yesterday. No inspector was dispatched to that facility." Laura looked at Miriam Voss, who held the folded uniform as though waiting for a worker to accept required equipment. "My supervisor is Harold Boone," Laura said. "Transfer me." A pause followed. "There is no Harold Boone employed by this department." The call ended. Laura opened her email. Messages vanished as she watched. Her agency account collapsed into a login page, then rejected her address as invalid. Photographs blurred where she had stood beside colleagues. In one image, an empty chair sat at the end of a retirement dinner table. She turned to Owen Pike. "Tell them I was here." He stared at her with genuine confusion. "Who are you?" The question emptied the room more completely than silence. Voss extended the white uniform. Laura did not take it. Two supervisors stepped forward. They did not seize her. They only waited, leaving the choice in her hands. The system had predicted correctly once. It no longer needed force. The machinery above began to move. Laura thought of Elias, Tomas, and Arturo entering the Wexler line after she had made danger acceptable on paper. She thought of Maribel begging her to stop writing a name the plant could punish her for remembering. Her final report had been the same act again. Not a confession. A calculation. She took the uniform. The fabric was warm. When she pulled the coat over her shoulders, it tightened as if remembering a body already shaped inside it. The sleeves drew themselves to her wrists. The collar closed against her throat. The badge clipped itself above her heart. Laura Finch, Permanent Compliance Officer. Voss led her from the server room. The corridors no longer rearranged themselves. Doors opened before Laura reached them. Workers stepped aside without looking at her face. The plant recognized her now, not as a visitor or liability, but as part of its operating structure at Cold Storage C. The sealed door released. The hanging uniforms had become still. Elias Cruz stood nearest the entrance. His empty coverall no longer breathed. Tomas and Arturo hung beside him, their sleeves lowered. Laura tried to speak their names. Nothing came out. Voss placed a clipboard in her hands. "Future inspections require guidance," she said. "You understand what inspectors need to see." A printer beside the door produced a sheet titled "Corrective Action Completed." Laura's signature appeared at the bottom before she touched the pen. Years passed inside Red Harvest without changing the fluorescent light. Inspectors arrived after complaints, disappearances, and anonymous packages. Each found Laura waiting in the administrative corridor, pale in her spotless uniform, her permanent badge glowing faintly red. She never spoke. She guided them through guarded production areas, showed them drained hydraulic lines, prepared binders, and selected employee interviews. Whenever they approached a corridor leading toward Cold Storage C, Laura stepped in front of them and pointed toward a safer route. Most obeyed. Those who did not soon received temporary badges with warm gray strips outside the plant. No record of Laura Finch returned. Former colleagues remembered her desk as always having been empty. The Wexler deaths remained unresolved cases involving 3 unidentified workers. Red Harvest expanded. The predictive system was licensed to warehouses, hospitals, Haywood-Mins, and distribution centers under a new name, Preventive Workforce Compliance. One winter morning, a federal investigator arrived carrying payroll files that should not have existed. He noticed Laura watching him from the end of the corridor. "Were you the state inspector?" he asked. Laura's mouth opened. But the plant held her voice somewhere behind the walls. She raised one hand and pointed away from Cold Storage C. The investigator looked at the red strip warming on his badge, then back at her, behind Laura. Hundreds of uniforms inhaled together. For the first time in years, her own coat inhaled with them. Red Harvest did not survive because its machinery was impossible. It survived because its language was familiar. Acceptable risk, administrative correction, and procedural deficiency turned human lives into categories that could be erased without anyone feeling responsible. Laura's punishment was not simply becoming part of the plant. It was being forced to repeat the choice that created it, guiding others away from the truth while remembering every name the system removed. Perhaps the most dangerous machines are not those that crush bodies, but those that teach people how to stop seeing them. Story 3. The first envelope arrived in a tray reserved for things that did not exist. Miriam Cole had worked beneath the old Washington City post office long enough to know the purpose of every brass slot, canvas sack, and wheeled cage in the dead letter center. Mail without addresses went to research. Mail damaged beyond reading went to recovery. Currency, jewelry, passports, and other valuables were logged beneath 2 signatures and locked behind wired glass. Nothing was discarded without a reason. And every reason had a form. Tray 17 had no form. It sat at the far end of Miriam's sorting table, beneath a faded placard that read "Manual Exception." The tray had been empty for 12 years. No one had told her what it was for. When new clerks asked, she said it was a leftover from an earlier system, because that was the kind of answer that stopped questions without technically becoming a lie. On Thursday night, a cream-colored envelope lay inside it. Miriam noticed it at a little after 11. When the building above had settled into its deeper silence, the ventilation ducts breathed warm dust over the fluorescent lights. Somewhere beyond the sealed north corridor, an old belt sorter clicked once every few minutes. Although its power had been disconnected before the last renovation, she did not touch the envelope immediately. There was no stamp, no postmark, no return address. The paper looked expensive but soft at the corners, as if it had been carried in a pocket for several days. Across the front, in dark blue ink, someone had written, "Mr. Thomas Vale, Georgetown University Hospital, Washington, D.C." Beneath the address was a date. It was 6 days from now. Miriam checked the wall calendar. Then the date display on her terminal. Both agreed with each other. She pressed 2 fingers against the envelope, expecting warmth from a recently handled object. But the paper was colder than the steel table. Her supervisor had gone home hours earlier. The only other employee on the lower level was Owen Price, who spent most of the night inside intake with headphones over his ears and a crossword folded beside his keyboard. Miriam could have called him. Instead, she looked toward the dark glass partition and listened to the distant belt click again. There were procedures for unidentified mail. She had written some of them herself. She placed the envelope beneath the inspection lamp. No powder, no wires, no chemical staining. When she passed the handheld scanner over it, the machine displayed no contents at all. Not paper, not adhesive, not even the metal trace of the staple she could feel beneath her thumb. Miriam logged it as an imaging error. That was her habit with impossible things. Give them a temporary name. Put them in a category that suggested correction. She carried the envelope to the steam cabinet used for opening damaged correspondence without tearing it. The cabinet door reflected her face poorly, flattening her gray hair and making the skin around her mouth look bruised. For one moment, another face seemed to hover behind her left shoulder, a younger woman with the same narrow eyes. Miriam turned. Only the rows of empty sorting frames faced her. The cabinet released a breath of damp heat. The envelope opened cleanly. Inside was one sheet of paper folded into thirds. The handwriting was tight and hurried. Miriam read the first line twice. Thomas. I did not forget what happened in the stairwell. The letter described a patient left unattended during a hospital fire drill, a locked service door, and a decision made by someone who believed no one had seen. It was not written like a threat. It was written like a confession that had been postponed until postponement became unbearable. At the bottom, beneath an unsigned apology, one sentence appeared in a different hand. The clerk chose not to deliver this. Miriam heard something shift inside the walls. Not a pipe, not the belt. Paper sliding over paper. She looked back at tray 17. A second envelope now rested inside it. This one bore no address at all, only her name. Miriam remained beside the steam cabinet, listening to the soft movement inside the wall. The second envelope had not been there when she crossed the room. She was certain of that. Tray 17 had been empty except for the place where the first envelope had rested. A faint rectangle of moisture on the metal. Now another cream-colored envelope occupied the same spot. Her name had been written across it in black ink. Medium Coley, nothing else. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Yet the pressure of the pen disturbed her more than the letters themselves. Whoever had written her name had pressed hard enough to emboss it into the paper, as though afraid the ink might disappear. Miriam carried the first letter back to her desk and slid it into an evidence sleeve. She told herself she would seal the second envelope untouched, notify her supervisor, and request an incident review. Instead, she picked it up. It was heavier than the first. When she turned it over, she found the flap already unsealed. The paper inside smelled faintly of coffee and wintergreen gum. Owen Price chewed wintergreen gum during every shift. Miriam unfolded the page. To whoever finds this, I am sorry that I made myself seem ordinary. The sentence forced her to sit. The note continued in Owen's cramped handwriting. The same uneven block letters he used on inventory tags. He wrote that he had spent 11 years entering damaged lives into databases while pretending the work did not touch him. He described returning each morning to an apartment where the television remained on because silence made him feel watched. He apologized to his daughter, Claire, for repeatedly promising to visit and then inventing reasons not to go. He wrote that the coming Sunday would be his last day. At the bottom, beneath his name, appeared the same second handwriting as before. The clerk chose not to deliver this. Miriam read the line once. Then again, from beyond the glass partition came a burst of laughter. She stood so quickly that her chair rolled backward into a filing cabinet. Owen was alive. He was less than 40 yards away. Miriam left the envelope on her desk and crossed the lower level. The corridor between sorting and intake seemed longer than usual, the fluorescent tubes blinking awake ahead of her one at a time. She passed locked cages of undeliverable packages and shelves filled with letters addressed only to Dad, God, or the woman who used to live here. Owen sat beneath a green desk lamp, staring at his crossword. "You all right?" he asked. Miriam gripped the partition door. "Were you writing something?" He looked at the forms around him. "I'm always writing something." "A letter." His smile weakened. "What kind of letter?" She studied his face. Owen was 46. Soft-spoken. Divorced. And generally invisible in the way long-term night employees became invisible. She had never heard him mention a daughter. She had never seen him chew anything except wintergreen gum. Something personal. Miriam said. Owen glanced toward the security camera above the doorway. No. The answer came too quickly. Miriam set the note in front of him. The change was immediate. His lips parted. The color drained from his cheeks. He read the first paragraph without breathing, then pressed one hand against the table. "Where did you get this? Did you write it?" He did not answer. Owen. His eyes reached the final line. For several seconds. He looked older than she had ever seen him. His shoulders sagged. His mouth tightened as if he were trying not to make a sound. Then something emptied from his expression. Not relief. Absence. He released the page and leaned back. "I don't understand," he said. "You just recognized it." "No, I didn't. You asked where I found it. Because it has my name on it. It mentions Claire." Owen frowned. The name seemed to require effort. "My daughter?" Miriam felt a pressure gathering beneath her ribs. Owen picked up the note again. His eyes moved across the words with mild embarrassment, as if reading a stranger's private confession. "This isn't mine," he said. "I wouldn't write this." "You did." "I'm not planning anything." His voice sounded sincere. Miriam tried to answer, but the pressure in her chest spread upward. The room lost depth. The fluorescent lights became painfully bright, and the mechanical hum of the ventilation seemed to deepen into a single continuous note. Suddenly she knew what Owen's apartment looked like. A television glowing in an empty room. An unopened birthday card on the kitchen counter. 3 missed calls from Claire. A length of electrical cord hidden behind a stack of winter coats. The images did not arrive like imagination. They arrived like memory. Miriam grabbed the edge of the table. A heavy calm settled over her, colder than panic. It told her that nothing outside this room could be repaired. It told her that every apology came too late. It told her that death was not an act of violence. but an administrative correction. Owen touched her arm. Miriam. She pulled away. A thin black line had appeared beneath the skin of her wrist, branching upward like ink soaking through paper. Back in sorting, something dropped into tray 17. Then another envelope followed, and another. The envelopes continued falling into tray 17 until the metal bottom disappeared beneath them. Miriam counted 9 before forcing herself to stop. Each was cream-colored. Each lacked a stamp, postmark, and return address. The names varied: a congressional aide, a retired judge, a woman in Alexandria, a boy at a boarding school in Maryland. All bore dates that had not yet arrived. She did not open them. The black line beneath the skin of her wrist had spread halfway to her elbow, thin branches following the veins. When she pressed a finger against one, it faded, then returned when she lifted her hand. Owen stood in the doorway behind her. "You should go upstairs," he said. "You look sick." Miriam slid his note into an evidence sleeve. "Do you remember writing this?" He rubbed his forehead. "We already discussed that." "Do you remember being unhappy?" The question seemed to irritate him. "Everyone is unhappy sometimes." "Do you remember deciding that Sunday would be your last day?" Owen stared at her with the careful expression people used around the unstable. "No." His answer contained no denial. Fear or shame, only bewilderment. Miriam watched him return to intake with the lightness of someone released from a burden he could no longer name. The sight should have comforted her. Instead, the borrowed hopelessness inside her deepened. She locked the new envelopes in a document cabinet and returned to the first letter. Thomas Vale's address had been written as Georgetown University Hospital, but no department was listed. Miriam used an internal directory to find 3 employees with that name. One had retired. One worked in radiology. The third was Assistant Director of Facilities Operations. She called the facilities office from a restricted line. A man answered after 4 rings. Thomas Vale. His voice was younger than she expected. Miriam kept the letter beneath her palm. "Mr. Vale. My name is Miriam Cole. I work with the Postal Service. I'm trying to verify a piece of correspondence addressed to you. Is this about a package? A letter?" Silence followed. "What kind of letter?" "One concerning a hospital stairwell." The line became very quiet. Miriam could hear distant movement behind him, a cart rolling. An announcement over a speaker. The hydraulic sigh of a door. "What stairwell?" he asked. "You tell me." Another pause. "There was an incident a few months ago," Vale said slowly. "During a drill, a patient was left unattended. I don't remember the details. You locked a service door. I may have secured it. That would have been standard procedure. A patient was on the other side. His breathing changed. For one moment, Miriam expected recognition to break through. She imagined him seeing the same words she had read, feeling the postponed confession return with all its original weight. Instead, he said, "I think someone mentioned that. Someone, a nurse, maybe, or security. You wrote a letter about it." Vale gave a short laugh, without humor. "I don't write letters." Miriam looked at the page. The handwriting tightened toward the bottom, every line slanting slightly downward, as if the writer's strength had failed. "You intended to confess," she said. "To whom?" "The letter doesn't say." "Then how do you know it was mine?" "Because the sender had known. Because it had produced the letter before he could send it. Because opening it had removed whatever pain once pushed him toward honesty." Miriam said none of this. Vale continued, now sounding impatient. "Was anyone hurt?" "You don't remember?" "No." The answer was clean. Miriam ended the call. For several minutes, she remained motionless, listening to the dead tone. Then she opened the internal mail resolution system and searched Thomas Vale's name. No result appeared under current correspondence. She searched the date written on the envelope. A restricted record opened. The screen displayed no scanned image and no routing history. Only a reference number, a classification code, and a line of green text. Disposition, retained. Below it appeared another field. Outcome, historical deviation, successfully prevented. Miriam read the words until they lost meaning. She tried to access the authorization record. The system requested executive credentials. She entered her own employee number out of habit. The record opened. Her name appeared beneath approving clerk. Miriam Coe. The authorization date was next Monday. She had not signed it yet. Behind her, one of the locked cabinet drawers slid open by itself. Inside, the 9 envelopes had arranged themselves into a perfect stack. On top lay a new form bearing Miriam's signature. The ink was still wet. The ink on the form shone beneath the fluorescent light. Miriam did not touch it. Her signature appeared at the bottom in the clipped, forward-leaning hand she had used for decades, complete with the small break in the final stroke of the C where arthritis sometimes interrupted the movement. Above it, the retention authorization approved the interception of 9 items of correspondence currently held in manual exception. The date beside her signature was next Monday. For several seconds, Miriam could hear nothing except the blood moving through her ears. Then the old belt sorter clicked beyond the sealed north corridor. She closed the cabinet, locked it, and stepped away. Fatigue, she told herself. She had worked too many night shifts in succession. The ventilation system had been malfunctioning for weeks. Old adhesives released fumes, toner dust, mold, cleaning solvents, decomposition from damaged parcels. There were explanations for dizziness, skin irritation, even visual disturbances. The black lines beneath her wrist could be a reaction to something on the paper. She took photographs of the form with her work phone. On the screen, the cabinet drawer appeared empty. Miriam lowered the phone. The authorization lay exactly where she had seen it. She photographed it again. Empty drawer. Her stomach tightened. She carried the form to the copy machine. The lid closed over it. White light passed beneath the glass. Paused. Then returned. The copied page emerged blank. Not pale. Blank. Miriam folded the original and placed it inside a plastic evidence pouch. The pouch immediately misted from within, as if the paper were breathing against the sealed surface. She called building services and reported possible chemical exposure. The overnight technician sounded irritated until Miriam mentioned neurological symptoms. He instructed her to leave the lower level, avoid touching any further materials, and wait for assessment near the freight elevator. Miriam agreed. Then she remained at her desk. Leaving would mean handing the room to Owen, who no longer understood what had nearly happened to him. It would mean returning home, where Celia's last known photograph still faced the wall inside a drawer Miriam had not opened in 16 years. That was the real explanation. She decided. Celia. The letters had disturbed something long buried. Guilt could imitate illness. Trauma could make patterns from coincidence and turn ordinary machinery into voices. Miriam had read enough internal reports about employees who became emotionally compromised by undeliverable mail. Wedding rings returned after deaths. Children's letters discovered years too late. Apologies arriving when there was no one left to forgive them. She had survived worse than a drawer opening by itself. At midnight, security called. Ms. Coe, said a man who introduced himself as Officer Reed. We received an automated access alert from your section. What kind of alert? Repeated opening of restricted storage. Miriam looked at the cabinet. It opened once. There are 14 entries. That isn't possible. A pause followed. Are you alone down there? Owen Price is in intake. We don't have Mr. Price badged into the level. He has been here all evening. Another pause. Come to the security station. Reed said. Bring your access card. The station was 2 floors above, behind the public lobby. Officer Reed was waiting beside a bank of monitors. Broad-shouldered and too young to remember the old systems Miriam still trusted, he asked her to sit, then pulled up footage from sorting. The image showed Miriam entering the frame near 11. It showed her stopping beside tray 17. It showed her reaching into the empty tray. No envelope was visible. Miriam watched herself carry nothing to the steam cabinet. She opened the door, waited, then lifted her hands as though removing an object. She returned to her desk and unfolded empty air. Reed glanced at her. What were you doing? The camera didn't capture it. Capture what? The letter. He rewound the footage. Miriam appeared again. Reading. Nothing. Then came the moment she had opened Owen's envelope. On screen. She sat alone. Hands spread around an invisible page. Her face changed as she read. She stood and crossed toward intake. The camera covering intake showed an empty room. No Owen. No green desk lamp. No crossword. Only Miriam entering, placing a blank hand against an unused table, and speaking to an empty chair. Stop, she said. Reed froze the image. Miriam stared at the chair. A pale shape sat within it, not visible enough to be a person, but denser than the darkness around it. The outline bent forward, as if reading. Officer Reed leaned toward the screen. Is that a compression artifact? Before Miriam could answer, her phone vibrated. The mail resolution system had issued an approval notification. She opened it. The future-dated retention authorization was now active. Beneath her signature, a new field had appeared. Clerk status. Provisionally accepted. And below that, final disposition pending family correspondence. Officer Reed insisted on escorting Miriam back downstairs. He carried a flashlight in one hand and kept the other near the radio clipped to his shoulder. The elevator descended without music, stopping twice at floors neither of them had selected. Each time, the doors opened onto dark corridors and closed again before Reed could speak. When they reached the dead letter center, The air smelled different. Not dust or old glue. Wet paper. Miriam stepped out first. Sorting should have been visible from the elevator through 3 glass partitions. Instead, a wall of metal filing cabinets stood where the main corridor had been. Their drawers faced outward in identical rows, each fitted with a small brass label holder. Every label contained her name. Reed raised his flashlight. This wasn't here before. Miriam moved between the cabinets. The passage was barely wide enough for one person. Her shoulder brushed a drawer, and something inside it struck the metal in response. Not once. 3 slow knocks. She did not stop. The corridor turned left where it should have continued straight. Beyond the turn, sorting appeared 20 yards away, its fluorescent lights glowing behind wired glass. Miriam could see tray 17 on her desk. It was overflowing. Cream-colored envelopes covered the table, the floor, and the chair. Several had fallen into open waste bins. Others stood upright between keyboard keys or leaned against her coffee cup like small, patient visitors. Officer Reed whispered. The camera didn't show any of this. Miriam already knew. She entered the room. Every envelope bore a future date. Some were only hours away. Others belonged to weeks, months, or years that had not yet arrived. She saw addresses for hospitals, courthouses, private homes, federal offices, churches, schools, and one apartment building that had been demolished the previous winter. The nearest letter was addressed to a woman named Caroline Eames. Miriam intended only to move it. The flap opened beneath her fingers. A sensation like boiling water passed through her left hand. She dropped the envelope. But the page had already unfolded. The letter contained an admission of infidelity written by Caroline's husband. Its final paragraph begged her not to believe the years between them had been false. The sentence at the bottom remained unchanged. The clerk chose not to deliver this. Heat spread up Miriam's arm, her wedding ring finger, bare for 22 years. Began aching with the memory of a band that had never fit correctly. Jealousy entered her body as a physical pressure behind the eyes. It was not directed at anyone she knew, yet it carried the intimate certainty of betrayal. She staggered backward and struck another envelope. This one opened against the table edge. A father apologized for blaming his son for an accident he had caused himself. Pain exploded across Miriam's ribs. Dark bruises appeared beneath her blouse, shaped like fingers gripping from within. A third envelope tore under Reed's boot. The page described a child preparing to ask a teacher for help. Miriam's throat closed. The room became too small. Her breath came in shallow. Useless pulls. Every fluorescent light seemed to lean toward her. She heard playground laughter. A bathroom, lock clicking. An adult voice saying no one would believe her. None of the memories belonged to Miriam. All of the terror did. Reed caught her before she fell. What's happening? Don't open them. I didn't. You stepped on one. His face had gone pale. There was nothing under my foot. Miriam looked down. The torn envelope lay across his shoe. But Reed's sole did not press against it. The paper passed partly through the leather, as though existing on a different layer of the room. Another letter slid from tray 17. Then another. Each arrival brought something new into Miriam's body. A fever climbed beneath her skin. Her teeth began chattering while sweat collected along her hairline. Grief settled into her knees until standing felt impossible. Rage tightened the muscles of her jaw. Somewhere beneath all of it remained Owen's hopeless calm, assuring her that surrender was simply another kind of filing. Reed spoke into his radio. Only paper answered. Voices whispered through the static. Hundreds of them overlapping apologies. Warnings. Names. Unfinished pleas. The sound continued even after Reed switched the radio off. They tried to return to the elevator. The corridor had changed again. In place of the filing cabinets stood long sorting frames extending into darkness. Each frame was filled with sealed envelopes. And each narrow aisle ended at the same workstation, Miriam's workstation. They turned twice, then 3 times. Each passage led them back to her desk. The underground center was no longer allowing distance. Miriam began sweeping the unopened letters into canvas mail sacks. The fabric immediately sagged beneath impossible weight. She filled one sack, then another, trying not to read the names. As she reached for the final envelope on the floor, her fever vanished. The borrowed emotions went silent. Even the whispering radio stopped. The envelope beneath her hand was yellowed with age, unlike the others. It bore no future date. The address had been written in blue fountain pen. The letters rounded and slightly tilted to the right. Miriam recognized the handwriting before she saw the signature on the back. Celia Cole. Her sister's name was not listed as the recipient. It was the sender. Across the front, where a street address should have been, Celia had written, Medium, Collie, Manual Exception, Workstation, Underground Dead Letter Center, Washington. D.C. The ink looked 16 years old. The address described the desk where Miriam was standing now. For 16 years, Miriam had told herself that Celia's letter had burned. She remembered the kitchen sink, the match trembling between her fingers, the paper darkening while rain tapped the windows of their father's house. She remembered pressing the ashes into the drain with a spoon. That memory had become a private room she entered only when exhausted. Always with the same certainty, the letter was gone because she had destroyed it. Yet Celia's handwriting rested beneath her hand. Officer Reed stared at the envelope he could not fully see. What is it? My sister. Miriam lifted it carefully. The paper was dry despite the damp smell filling the office. A faint warmth moved through it, like something preserved in darkness and newly exposed to air. She did not open it. The address named her workstation, but there was no delivery date. In the upper corner, where a stamp should have been, someone had drawn a small black door. From beyond sorting came the sound of machinery starting. The abandoned belt sorter groaned, then began to move. Reed raised his flashlight. That system has power? No. The belt rolled through the dark, carrying no parcels. One by one, the fluorescent lights above it illuminated a path toward the sealed north corridor. The door at the end had been welded shut before Miriam joined the center. She had passed it thousands of times and never seen a handle. Now it stood open. Miriam placed Celia's envelope inside her coat. The fever beneath her skin eased, as though the letters had been waiting for that decision. Reed tried his radio. Static whispered in several voices, all repeating the same phrase. Proceed to induction. Miriam walked toward the north corridor. The moving belt kept pace beside her. Its cracked surface carried pale impressions shaped like envelopes no longer there. Every few yards, a metal guide snapped downward as if sorting invisible mail. At the open door, Reed stopped. There's no corridor on the building plan. There used to be. How do you know? Miriam looked into the dark. She did not know. The certainty had arrived with Celia's envelope, settling into her mind beside memories that were not hers. Beyond the threshold, the walls changed from concrete to old brick. Pipes crossed the low ceiling, sweating black water. Brass plates had been fixed to the walls at regular intervals. Instead of addresses, they bore single words: confession, warning, forgiveness, testimony. The passage descended. Paper rustled behind the walls. Following them, they entered a chamber larger than the public lobby above. Rows of iron shelving stretched beyond Reed's flashlight and rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Millions of unstamped envelopes filled the shelves. Some remained white and crisp. Others had yellowed or fused together with age. No dust covered them. They were arranged by consequence. Miriam saw labels marked "Marriages Preserved," "Verdicts Unaffected," "Resignations Prevented," "Children Unremoved," "Witnesses Silenced." Reed read the last label twice. This isn't postal storage. Miriam moved between the shelves. Names brushed against her vision: presidents, judges, doctors, priests, strangers. Every envelope seemed to contain a pressure she could feel through the air. Grief held back. Anger denied. Love delayed until useless. At the center of the chamber stood black filing cabinets fitted with locks and frosted windows. A brass plaque above them read, "Clerk Induction." The nearest drawer opened as Miriam approached. Inside were personnel files bound with red thread. Each folder carried a clerk's photograph, employment date, and final disposition. Some had served for months, others for decades. Every photograph had been marked across the mouth with a black line. The final folder bore Miriam's name. She did not open it. Behind it lay a blue envelope sealed with dark red wax. Celia's handwriting covered the front. Miriam Coley, Clerk Induction Chamber, North Corridor. Miriam reached into her coat. The yellowed envelope from sorting was gone. In its place was an empty evidence sleeve filled with gray ash. Reed whispered, "You said you burned it." Miriam lifted the blue envelope from the drawer. The wax seal bore the impression of the small black door. From somewhere inside the cabinet, Celia's voice said softly, "You only burned the copy." Celia's voice faded into the cabinet, leaving the dry whisper of paper against paper. Miriam held the blue envelope with both hands. The wax seal remained unbroken. It gave off a slow warmth that seemed to pulse with the abandoned sorter beyond the chamber. Officer Reed stepped closer. "Who made the copy?" Miriam looked at the folder bearing her name. "I don't know." That answer had protected her for most of her life. She opened the folder. The first page was an employment application dated 31 years earlier. Miriam recognized her handwriting, but several sections had been completed by someone else. Under recommendation, a typed line read, "Candidate demonstrates exceptional disposition toward preventive silence." Behind it lay evaluations she had never attended. Observations of her childhood. transcripts from the Cole family home, and photographs taken through windows. One showed Miriam at 17, standing in the upstairs hall while Celia cried behind a locked bedroom door. Another showed their father, Edwin Cole, watching from below. Reed studied the photograph. Who was he? Deputy Postmaster General. That was how Miriam had always described him. A respectable federal title. A man of procedure, discretion, and sealed briefcases. A red stamp crossed the next page. Retention Board Member, Domestic Consequence Division. The documents beneath it carried meeting dates, case numbers, and decisions written in the language of administrative necessity. Letters had been withheld before elections because they contained evidence capable of destroying candidates. Confessions had been retained before criminal trials. Warnings had been intercepted before industrial accidents. Military actions, financial collapses, and public scandals. Some entries were more intimate. A mother's plea had been withheld before her son entered a garage with a running engine. A teacher's report had never reached the parents of a missing child. An apology had been suppressed because it would have stopped a murder 2 days later. Each decision included a projected timeline showing what might have changed if the letter had arrived. The column beside it listed what history gained by keeping it silent. Stability, continuity, public confidence, family preservation. Miriam touched the last phrase. The borrowed grief behind her ribs stirred. How could they know? Reed asked. A reel-to-reel recorder clicked on somewhere in the shelves. Edwin Cole's voice filled the chamber. Language does not describe intention, he said. Language completes it. A confession, unwritten, may remain a private wound. Once written, it becomes an event seeking delivery. Miriam remembered that voice at dinner, correcting her grammar while Celia stared at her plate. The center identifies correspondence with sufficient causal force. Retention prevents destabilizing outcomes. The emotional impulse is then transferred, contained, and assigned. Assigned to whom? Reed whispered. A second voice answered from the recording. To the clerk. Miriam turned another page. Her father had signed the authorization. The file described Celia as a familial disruption risk after discovering retention board records in Edwin's study. It noted that she had written to Miriam because she believed her older sister would help her. Miriam remembered Celia standing in the kitchen, rainwater darkening her coat. Please read it before Dad comes home. Miriam had refused. She had said accusations could destroy a family even when false. Their father had entered 10 minutes later, calm and unsurprised. The next morning, Celia was gone. The official record said suicide. The board file used different language. Subject removed from active history. Miriam's knees weakened. Beneath the phrase was a photograph of the kitchen sink. A sheet of paper burned inside it while Miriam stood nearby, one hand over her mouth. The caption read, "Final suitability test successfully completed." Reed read over her shoulder. "They used you." "No," Miriam said. But another page contradicted her. Her employment offer had been prepared 3 weeks before Celia wrote the letter. Her placement in manual exception had been approved by Edwin Cole 6 months before that. They had not recruited Miriam after she destroyed the warning. They had arranged the test because they already knew what she would choose. At the bottom of the folder, a final form waited beneath red thread. Clerk induction acceptance through voluntary retention. The signature line remained blank. Miriam looked at the sealed blue envelope. Behind her, the archive entrance closed. Every drawer in the chamber opened at once. Millions of withheld letters began whispering her name. And on the induction form, black ink started writing the first stroke of her signature. The first stroke of Miriam's signature curved across the induction form without her hand touching it. She seized the paper. The ink continued beneath her fingers, forming the M through the pressure of her palm. Officer Reed caught the lower edge and tore the sheet in half. Both halves kept writing. On one. The surname completed itself. On the other, the date appeared in a neat administrative hand. The archive lights came on row by row. A pale glow moved through the envelopes, illuminating millions of names from within. Their whispers separated into voices, people rehearsing apologies, children forming pleas they had not yet spoken, officials composing resignations, witnesses deciding that silence had become unbearable. Miriam heard them all before the words reached paper. Metal shutters lifted at the far wall. Behind them stood glass cylinders connected by black pipes to the sorting machinery above. Some contained gray ash. Others held dark liquid that climbed the glass against gravity. Brass labels identified what had been extracted. Remorse, panic, protective attachment, grief sufficient to alter conduct. Reed backed away. They're storing feelings. No, Miriam said. She understood because Owen's hopelessness understood for her. They're storing interruptions. The recorder resumed. Edwin Cole's voice sounded almost tender. The public imagines history as an accumulation of decisions. It is more accurately an accumulation of emotions permitted to reach the moment of decision. A diagram slid from the drawer. It showed a letter at the center of branching outcomes. In one path, a confession reached its recipient and a trial collapsed. In another, a warning arrived and a child survived. In a third, an apology interrupted a suicide. Each altered future was crossed out in red. The approved line continued forward through silence. Miriam looked at the future-dated envelopes and understood their dates. They were not predictions of when the letters would be written. They were deadlines. The last possible days on which remorse, love, terror, or shame could still prevent what the board had chosen to preserve. The center did not foresee tragedy. It completed it. A letter formed when emotion became strong enough to change an intended act. The system drew the words out before the writer could send them, then placed them before a clerk. Once opened, the writer's intention vanished. The feeling that had produced it required somewhere else to go. Into flesh. Miriam touched the black lines beneath her skin. Every fever, bruise, panic, and borrowed grief had been a transfer. Every opened envelope had emptied another person and filled her. Why not destroy them? Reed asked. Because the emotion would return. The answer came from Miriam, though she did not remember learning it. Another diagram showed former clerks seated beneath tubes, their bodies covered in ink-like veins. Dates marked the stages of accumulation, sensitivity, retention, saturation, permanence. The final image showed only a person sitting at a sorting desk. Below it was typed, Permanent Human Repository. self-sustaining. Miriam opened her personnel file to the earliest page. At 8, she had hidden a neighbor's complaint so her father would not be embarrassed. At 13, she had lied about bruises on Celia's arm because exposure would break the family. At 21, she had destroyed a professor's warning about Edwin's control. Each act had earned the same annotation. Subject interprets suppression as care. Her father had not chosen her because she was obedient. He had chosen her because she could make silence feel virtuous. The center had spent 31 years strengthening that instinct, giving her procedures and official language until withholding truth felt cleaner than delivering it. The envelopes she had opened tonight were not accidents. They were dosage. The whispers rose around her. No longer pleading for release. They were measuring her. Reed pulled at the sealed entrance. We need another way out. There isn't one. The shelves had curved inward. Every aisle now led to the black chair before the induction cabinet. Pipes descended from the ceiling and ended above its headrest. The cylinders began draining. Gray ash and dark liquid vanished into the walls. The lines beneath Miriam's skin thickened in response, spreading across her hands. The center was transferring its entire archive into her. Miriam looked down at Celia's sealed letter and understood what the horror required before it would release anyone. It did not want her signature. It wanted her to open one final envelope and choose silence willingly. The center waited for Miriam to open Celia's letter. The black pipes above the induction chair trembled. Ink-dark veins climbed past Miriam's elbows, carrying the weight of millions of withheld decisions toward her heart. Around the chamber, voices softened into an expectant hush. Officer Reed stood beside the sealed entrance. Don't do what it wants. Miriam broke the wax seal. The paper inside was thin, almost translucent. Celia's handwriting began firmly and deteriorated toward the bottom. The lines crowding together as though she had known time was closing around her. Miriam. Dad is not protecting the government. He is choosing which truths people are allowed to act on. Celia described files hidden inside Edwin Cole's study, intercepted testimony, warnings removed before preventable deaths, and letters taken from people who later claimed they had never intended to write them. The board called the results stability. Celia called them manufactured consequences. She had copied names and authorization numbers. She had arranged to meet a reporter. Edwin knew. Do not ask him for an explanation. Do not let him tell you silence is mercy. That is how he keeps making us help him. The final paragraph was shorter. If anything happens to me, it will not be because I was ill. It will be because I found the room beneath his office. Please believe me before you believe him. Below Celia's signature was one last sentence. You are the only person he trusts to destroy this. Miriam lowered the page. For 16 years, she had imagined herself standing over the kitchen sink with a choice between loyalty and betrayal. That memory allowed her to believe fear had made her passive. But Celia had understood. Edwin had not feared Miriam would refuse to help. He had trusted her to prevent help from arriving. The induction chair rotated toward her. A fresh authorization form rose from the cabinet. Miriam stepped away. Read. Does your body camera record locally, unless something erased it? Pointed at me. She sat among the open drawers. Celia's letter across her knees. Reed raised the camera. Miriam stated her full name. Position. and years of service. She described Tray 17. The future-dated letters, the emotional transfers, and the archive beneath the building. Then she spoke about Edwin. Her voice failed only when she reached Celia. I received a warning from my sister. I destroyed what I believed was the original because exposing our father would have broken our family. I called that protection. The chamber lights flickered. That was a lie. I was afraid of becoming the person who made the truth arrive. The black lines in her hands burned. Cabinet drawers slammed shut. The center did not like confession when confession was meant for delivery. Miriam continued. She accepted responsibility for every retention authorization made under her credentials, including those she had not yet signed. She read board members and case numbers aloud until her throat became raw. Finally, she held Celia's letter toward the camera. My sister was not unstable. She was removed because she tried to expose this program, and I helped erase her by choosing silence. A crack appeared across the induction form. Every envelope on every shelf turned toward Miriam. Releasing the archive would not restore a clean world. Confessions would collapse trials. Families would receive truths buried for decades. People emptied of grief. Rage or love would inherit those feelings again without warning. Governments might fall. Murders might be prevented too late. Some recipients would forgive. Others would kill. History would not heal. It would convulse. Miriam placed Celia's letter inside the slot marked Delivery Authorization. The machinery above her screamed, "Release all retained correspondence." The slot snapped shut. For one moment, nothing moved. Then every drawer opened. Millions of unstamped envelopes rose like a pale storm. The black veins withdrew from Miriam's skin, dragging borrowed grief, panic, remorse, and love into the letters that had first carried them. The sealed entrance burst outward. Beyond it, the abandoned sorter ran at full speed. Envelopes streamed onto the belts and vanished upward through chutes disconnected for decades. Reed seized Miriam's arm. At the center of the storm, one envelope remained on the induction chair. It was addressed to Miriam Cole. The delivery date was the following morning. Beneath it, the outcome field read, "Historical deviation in progress." By dawn, the first envelopes had begun to arrive. They did not pass through trucks, loading docks, or neighborhood carriers. They appeared beneath doors, inside locked evidence rooms, on hospital pillows, in desk drawers, and between the hands of people who had gone to sleep believing certain feelings had never belonged to them. At Georgetown University Hospital, Thomas Vale found his letter resting on the stairwell landing. He remembered the fire drill. He remembered the patient pounding on the service door while smoke gathered beneath the ceiling. More importantly, he remembered why he had intended to confess. By mid-morning, he had surrendered himself to hospital security and named the supervisors who had ordered the report altered. Across Washington, other memories returned. A retired judge woke with the certainty that he had accepted money to bury testimony. A mother remembered the warning she had tried to send before her son's death and learned that she had not failed to write it. A congressional aide opened an envelope and began screaming before calling 3 newspapers. Some letters prevented nothing. They arrived decades too late, offering truth without rescue. Others reached people moments before the futures chosen for them became permanent. Reed and Miriam emerged from the north corridor into a building convulsing with machinery. Mail chutes hammered behind the walls. Empty sorting cages rolled across the floor by themselves. Above them, alarms sounded throughout the old post office as sealed offices filled with unstamped correspondence. Miriam still held the envelope addressed to her. She did not open it. The black lines beneath her skin had faded. But the emotions they carried had left traces. She could feel grief wherever grief was being restored. Rage wherever silence broke. Love returning to people who had mistaken numbness for peace. The city seemed to move through her like weather. Officer Reed led her toward the freight elevator. When he pressed the button, the panel displayed no floor numbers. It showed a single word: delivered. The doors opened onto the public lobby. Federal officers were already entering through the main doors. Reed turned toward Miriam, but a crowd moved between them. Employees, security personnel, people clutching letters that had appeared inside locked offices. When the crowd passed, Miriam was gone. Reed searched the lobby, the stairwells, and the street. He called her name until his voice failed. No camera showed her leaving. No door recorded her badge. The coat she had worn lay folded beside the elevator, its pockets filled with gray ash. Her employee file disappeared before noon. The Postal Service had no record of Miriam Cole working beneath the building. Payroll showed no payments. Her access card belonged to no one. Owen Price insisted he had spent the night alone and could not remember ever meeting her. Even Celia Cole vanished from public records. Only Reed's body camera footage remained. But every copy deteriorated after the confession. Miriam's face blurred first. Then her voice became paper static. By evening, the recording showed an empty induction chamber and a sealed blue envelope opening by itself. The retention board collapsed unevenly. Some members confessed. Others denied everything until letters in their own handwriting appeared during hearings. Trials reopened. Families shattered. Several institutions survived by changing their names and calling the archive an unauthorized historical experiment. No official report explained where the letters had come from. The Dead Letter Center was closed. 3 months later, the government reopened part of the facility under a new department. The North Corridor was bricked over. Tray 17 was removed. And every employee was told that manual exception had never existed. The next clerk assigned to night intake was a 29-year-old woman named Lydia Shaw. On her first shift, she found a cream-colored envelope inside a tray without a label. It bore no stamp or date. The handwriting belonged to someone the system did not recognize. Inside was a confession describing the archive. Celia, Edwin Cole, and the choice made beneath the old post office. The final paragraph asked Lydia not to preserve the truth. Manage it. Classify it. Or wait for permission. At the bottom, Miriam had written one sentence. The clerk chose to deliver this. As Lydia finished reading, every sealed letter in the building turned toward her desk. Then, somewhere behind the new brick wall, the sorter began again. Some letters arrived too late to save anyone. But that does not make their delivery meaningless. Miriam's final act cannot undo Celia's erasure or the suffering preserved by the retention board. It can only return choice to the people from whom it was stolen. The center called silence stability because stability sounded cleaner than control. Yet every withheld truth continued to exist, gathering weight inside someone else. Perhaps confession is not redemption. Perhaps it is merely the moment a person stops asking silence to protect them. What truth would you deliver, knowing it might destroy the world built around its absence? Story 4. By the time Adrian Moss reached the academy, the rain had turned the mountain road the color of old pewter. It followed him north from Concord, steady enough to erase the trees beyond the windshield. The wipers dragged across the glass with a tired squeal, and Adrian listened to their rhythm as if it were a metronome set slightly wrong. One stroke lagged behind the other, not enough for anyone else to notice. Enough for him, the saint. Orison Academy of Music appeared at the end of a narrow drive, its stone buildings rising through the fog in dark shapes. The main hall stood 4 stories high, with arched windows and a copper roof gone green from winters. A banner still hung above the entrance, though the academy had closed 7 years earlier. Excellence requires sacrifice. The final word had faded more than the rest. Adrian parked beside a maintenance van. He was 58, with a tuner's hands, broad palms, narrow fingertips. Nails kept short enough not to click against ivory. Inside his coat pocket was the contract. 12 pianos. 3 weeks. Payment on completion. The fee was better than it should have been. He had not asked why. A woman named Nora Kells met him beneath the entrance canopy. She was the academy's last caretaker, though she looked too young to have belonged to its final years. Her yellow raincoat shone against the gray stone. "You're Mr. Moss. Adrian is fine." She handed him a heavy brass key ring. "Heat works in the East Wing. Mostly, the West Wing has water damage. And the practice rooms on the 3rd floor are sealed. For mold." Nora looked past him at the rain. "That's what the report says." The entrance doors opened reluctantly. Cold air moved out, carrying dust, damp wood, and old plaster. Adrian stepped into a lobby lined with photographs of orchestras, graduating classes, and children seated stiffly at concert grands. In nearly every picture, the students' hands were visible. None of them were smiling. Nora led him toward the auditorium. Their footsteps crossed the marble floor with a clean echo. But hers seemed to return a fraction later than his. Adrian stopped. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing." He had spent 35 years hearing faults people insisted were not there. A loose bridge pin, a crack in a soundboard, a string carrying 2 beats where there should have been 1. The world was full of almost correct sounds, and most people survived by ignoring them. The auditorium doors were oak, blackened around the handles. When Nora pushed them open, the room beyond swallowed the light. Rows of red seats descended toward a dusty stage. Torn acoustic curtains hung along the walls. High above, rain tapped the roof in thousands of soft, separate impacts. At center stage waited a grand piano beneath a gray cover. "That one isn't on the inventory," Nora said. Adrian glanced at her. "Then why is it here?" "It has always been here." The answer irritated him. Instruments did not simply remain. They were purchased, donated, moved, cataloged. Even neglect had paperwork. He climbed the stage steps and drew back the cover. Dust rose in a pale sheet. The piano beneath was black, longer than a standard concert grand. Its lacquer dulled but uncracked. No maker's name appeared above the keyboard. Adrian sat on the bench. The keys were yellowed unevenly, as if some had been played for decades and others never touched. He pressed middle C. The note emerged, flat but clean, spreading through the auditorium before dissolving into the rain. He tested an octave, then another. Several strings were badly out. One key near the bass end stuck before returning with a wooden knock. Ordinary problems. Repairable problems. Then Adrian looked down the keyboard. Something about the spacing troubled him. He began counting. At 88. His finger reached the highest key. There was still one more, narrower than the others and almost the same color as the fallboard. The extra key sat against the right cheek of the piano as if someone had added it and hoped no one would notice. Adrian counted again. 89. Behind him. Nora said, very softly, "You should leave that one alone." He pressed it. The key went down without resistance. No note sounded. But above them, all at once, the rain stopped making noise. The rain had not stopped. Adrian could see it striking the auditorium windows. Silver lines trembling down the glass. But the roof above him remained perfectly silent. He released the narrow key. Sound returned in a single violent rush. Rain hammered the copper roof. Water rattled through gutters. Somewhere behind the stage, a pipe gave a hollow metallic cough. Adrian flinched hard enough to strike his knee against the underside of the keyboard. Nora stood at the edge of the stage, one hand gripping the curtain. "What did you hear?" Adrian asked. She hesitated. "Nothing. That is not what I meant." "I know." She would say no more. She insisted that the main office contained records for every instrument still owned by the Academy. Though when Adrian searched the cabinets, he found no mention of the Black Grand. By late afternoon, Nora had driven down the mountain, leaving him with a ring of keys and instructions to telephone if the boiler failed. Adrian had been given a former faculty apartment in the East Wing. The rooms were narrow but clean, a bedroom, a kitchenette, and a sitting room with a view of the pine-covered slope. Someone had removed the personal objects but left the pale outlines where framed photographs had hung. He unpacked his tuning tools in careful rows across the kitchen table. Lever, mutes, felt strips, forks. Order comforted him. An instrument might be neglected, abused, swollen by damp, or warped by heat. But every defect had a physical cause. Sound was tension passing through material. Nothing more. He repeated that thought while the rain continued overhead. After dinner, he opened the contract and reviewed the inventory. 12 instruments were listed by room number and manufacturer. The Auditorium Grand was identified as a Steinway Model D purchased 23 years earlier. The piano on stage was not a Steinway. Adrian knew this without needing to inspect it again. Its case was too long. The rim curved incorrectly near the tail. Even the keyboard had been built at an angle so slight that the eye resisted seeing it. His mobile telephone rang a little after 8 that evening. Maeve's name appeared on the screen. Adrian watched it ring twice before answering. "Dad." Her voice carried the thin, distant quality of an international call, though she was only in Boston. "I'm here. You arrived safely?" "This afternoon." A pause followed. Adrian could hear traffic behind her and the rapid clicking of a pedestrian signal. Maeve was 32 now. A concert pianist whose photograph appeared in magazines Adrian pretended not to keep. She had recently returned from performances in Vienna and Prague. Reviews described her playing as disciplined, unsentimental, almost severe. He had taught her the discipline, so it's really Saint. "Orison?" she asked. "Yes." Another pause. "I thought they were turning it into a hotel. The sale is still pending. Why do they need the pianos restored if the building is being gutted?" "Preservation clause." "Perhaps. That sounds expensive." "They're paying me." She gave a small laugh. But it ended too quickly. Maeve had never liked speaking about money with him. Not since the scholarship. Adrian crossed to the window. The glass reflected his face over the dark mountain. Pale and incomplete, Maeve had been 17 when St. Orison announced its final scholarship competition. The academy was already losing donors. The prize covered tuition, housing, private instruction, and a debut performance with the state orchestra. Only one student would receive it. Maeve had practiced until the skin beside her nails split. The favorite had been Elliot Vale. Adrian remembered Elliot's hands more clearly than his face. Long fingers, flexible wrists, a touch so controlled that even scales sounded intimate. Teachers had spoken about him in lowered voices, as if talent were something sacred that might flee if named too loudly. "Are you in the faculty apartments?" Maeve asked. "Yes. Near the old rehearsal wing?" "The east side. You shouldn't stay there alone." Adrian smiled despite himself. "I have spent half my life alone with pianos." "That isn't what I mean." He waited. Maeve breathed into the telephone. Somewhere near her, a car horn sounded. Then another. "Do you remember the scholarship recital?" "Of course." "Do you remember what happened to Elliot's piano?" Adrian looked down at his right hand. The old scar near his thumb was almost invisible now. "A broken hammer flange," he said. "Unfortunate timing. It wasn't the flange." "Maeve, I saw the photographs after they closed the..." Her voice vanished. The line remained connected. Adrian could still hear traffic, footsteps, and the hiss of tires on wet pavement. He could hear Maeve breathing, but when she spoke, there was only silence. Then her voice returned in the middle of a sentence. "Academy." And I knew it was the same damage. Adrian pressed the telephone harder against his ear. "What did you just say?" "I said I saw the photographs after they closed St. Orison." Her voice disappeared again, precisely as she spoke the academy's name. Adrian lowered the telephone and stared at Maeve's name until the screen went dark. For several seconds, he remained beside the window, replaying the broken pieces of her sentence. He told himself the call had passed through a dead patch on the mountain. Mobile signals failed. Words vanished. That was all. But he had heard her breathing. He had heard the traffic. Only the academy's name had been taken. He slept badly and woke before dawn to water moving through the pipes. By morning, the rain had weakened to mist, and the building seemed to have drawn closer around him during the night. Nora arrived shortly after 9, carrying groceries and coffee. "You look terrible," she said. "I had a poor connection last night. The mountain does that." Adrian took the coffee, but not the explanation. He spent the morning inspecting the instruments listed on the contract. 2 uprights had swollen actions. A baby grand in the former dance studio had 3 snapped strings and mouse droppings beneath the soundboard. Their faults reassured him. Felt decayed. Wood shifted. Metal fatigued. Nothing happened without leaving evidence. By midday, he returned to the auditorium. The black grand waited beneath the stage lights exactly as he had left it, except that the gray cover lay folded on the floor. Adrian was certain he had replaced it. He asked Nora whether she had moved it. "I don't touch that piano," she said. "Because of the extra key? Because people used to..." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." Adrian opened his tool case. He removed the fallboard, set a felt strip between the strings, and struck middle C. The note wavered below pitch, producing slow beats like uneven breathing. He fixed his tuning lever onto the pin. The metal resisted, then shifted with a dry click. From somewhere inside the instrument came the faint whistle of a kettle. Adrian stopped. The sound was so ordinary that he assumed it came from the caretaker's kitchen. It rose beneath the held note, bright and domestic, then faded when he released the key. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Nora stood near the rear doors. "Hear what?" He struck the note again. The whistle returned. This time, he recognized it. His mother's enamel kettle had made the same strained, descending cry when steam loosened the lid. He had not heard it since childhood. Adrian turned the pin a fraction sharper. The whistle cut off. Not faded. Not diminished. Cut off. The piano strings settled into a clean unison. He pressed the key again. Only the tuned note sounded. Adrian moved toward the next string, but his fingers had begun to tremble. "Put the kettle on." Nora did not move. "In the apartment," he said. "Fill it and bring it to a boil. You think the piano did something. I need to eliminate a possibility." They climbed to the east wing. Nora filled the steel kettle while Adrian watched. Water struck the basin. The tap squeaked. The burner clicked before catching. Every sound behaved normally. The kettle began to warm. Adrian stood with his hands against the counter. A vibration gathered in the metal. Steam formed around the spout. The lid shook. No whistle came. Nora leaned closer. It must be blocked. She lifted the kettle, examined the opening, and ran a thin knife through the spout. Nothing obstructed it. She returned it to the burner. The water boiled harder. Steam poured into the room. Still, there was no sound. Adrian took out a second kettle and a small saucepan with a vented lid. Soon all 3 vessels trembled over the burners, releasing steam in absolute silence. Nora's face had lost its color. Adrian turned off the gas. The room filled with cooling metal, settling pipes, and rain ticking against the window. But the whistle did not return. Nora looked toward the floor. "That piano never removes a sound, only once," she said. Far below them, Inside the locked auditorium, the grand piano began to whistle. The whistle from the auditorium stopped before Adrian and Nora reached the stairs. Its absence followed them downward. Adrian entered first, moving quickly enough that his shoulder struck the doorframe. The grand piano stood open beneath the stage lights. No one sat at the bench. No kettle rested nearby. Yet a damp warmth lingered above the strings, and the brass plate was beaded with moisture. Nora remained in the aisle. "You said it never removes a sound, only once," Adrian said. "What does that mean?" "It means people notice one silence and think they understand it." "Who are these people?" "Teachers, students, the technician before you." Adrian turned toward her. There was another tuner. Nora looked at the closed auditorium doors. There were several. By afternoon, Adrian had constructed 3 explanations. The first was architectural. The auditorium's acoustic panels were warped, and water had entered the walls. A damaged room could create dead zones, small pockets where certain frequencies weakened or vanished. He walked the stage with a tuning fork, striking it against his knee and holding it at different heights. The tone changed near the curtains and faded beside the orchestra pit, but never disappeared entirely. The second explanation was neurological. Adrian tested his hearing with an application on his telephone. Though he distrusted the cheap electronic tones, his left ear had lost some upper range, which was normal at his age. Nora heard frequencies he could not, but when he boiled water again, neither of them heard the whistle. The third explanation was suggestion. Fear altered attention. Once people expected silence, they failed to notice sound. He wrote this in his notebook and underlined it twice. Then he returned to the grand piano. He chose a note in the middle register and marked its strings with chalk. Before adjusting anything, he asked Nora to bring an old recording from the Academy archive. She returned with a compact disc labeled Final Winter Concert. The date was 20 years old. They played it through a dusty system in the control booth. A student orchestra filled the auditorium with strings and woodwinds. During the second movement, a triangle sounded 3 clear times above the music. Adrian replayed the passage. 3 strikes. He left the recording running while he tuned the marked string below. The pitch sat slightly flat. He turned the pin until the beats narrowed, then vanished. From the speakers, the triangle disappeared. The orchestra continued. Violins rose. A clarinet answered. At the place where the triangle should have entered, there was only a thin hollow in the music. Nora stepped closer to the control panel. "Play it again." Adrian restarted the passage. No triangle. He removed the disc, wiped it, and examined the surface. There were no scratches near the relevant track. He inserted it again. The triangle remained absent. "That proves nothing," he said. Nora stared at him. It could be the player. She brought another recording. A different concert. A different year. The triangle appeared in the printed program and in Nora's memory, but not in the sound. Adrian went back to the piano and selected another note. This time he chose one that produced a faint rustling beneath the tone, like pages being turned. He adjusted the string by less than a degree. In the recording, the audience applause vanished. Not weakened, not distorted. Hands continued moving in the grainy video attached to the archive file. Palms, striking palms in total silence. Adrian stopped breathing. He tested a third note. Behind it, he heard the squeak of shoes across polished wood. After he tuned it, the concert footage showed students walking onto the stage without footsteps. Nora shut off the monitor. "You understand now?" "No." "You do." Adrian crossed to the piano and struck the notes again. Each was clean, perfectly aligned, professionally correct. The auditorium had become quieter around them. Not empty, but selectively stripped, as if invisible hands had removed particular layers from the world. Adrian opened his notebook and wrote down the lost sounds. Kettle whistle. Triangle. Applause. Footsteps. Beside each one, without intending to. He wrote the name of a corresponding note. Nora leaned over his shoulder. "That is how the last technician began," she said. Adrian looked up. "What happened to him?" She pointed toward the open piano. "Inside. Beneath the strings." Something tapped 4 times. The rhythm matched the pattern Adrian had just written. The tapping stopped as soon as Adrian lifted his pencil. For a moment, the auditorium seemed to be listening. Then something beneath the piano's strings gave a slow, papery sigh. Nora stepped backward into the aisle. "Close it." Adrian did not. He removed the music desk and leaned over the open frame. Dust lay along the iron plate except for a clean trail beneath the treble strings. He lowered his head. At first he heard only the faint metallic settling of tension. Then came footsteps, not from the corridor or the stage. They sounded inside the piano itself, soft-soled shoes crossing polished boards, approaching from a distance no instrument could contain. Adrian followed them with his ear until they reached the point beneath the 89th key. They stopped. Behind him, Nora pulled the auditorium door shut. It closed without a sound. Adrian turned. The heavy oak panel met the frame. The latch moved. But the expected impact never came. Nora opened it and let it fall again. Silence. "The door," she said. "I can see. You tuned that sound out." "No, I tuned a string." He opened the door himself and released it. The wood struck the frame hard enough to shake dust from the molding. Nothing reached his ears. Outside the auditorium, their shoes moved soundlessly across the marble. Other noises remained. The fluorescent fixtures buzzed. Rain whispered at the windows. Nora's keys clicked in her hand. But footsteps had been cut from the building as completely as the whistle had been cut from the kettle. Adrian spent the afternoon searching for a pattern. He tested recordings and old rehearsal films. In every case, the missing sounds had vanished from the past as well as the present. Students in archive footage crossed stages like projected ghosts. Audience members applauded with empty hands. Doors swung shut without impact. Each absence corresponded to a string he had corrected. By evening, Adrian had stopped writing explanations. He sat alone at the Black Grand while Nora searched the archive for records of previous tuners. The auditorium darkened around him until only the service lamp above the keyboard remained lit. To steady himself, Adrian began humming. It was an old exercise he used while matching pitch, a plain descending interval Maeve had learned as a child. She used to hum it while waiting backstage. One hand closed around his thumb. He reached the third note. His voice disappeared. Adrian felt the vibration in his throat. He felt air moving across his tongue. His chest resonated. No sound emerged. He tried again. Louder. Nothing. Hello? The word came normally. He hummed once more. Silence. His stomach tightened. He struck the corresponding note on the piano. Beneath it, dozens of voices inhaled. Adrian froze. The sound was low and layered. Not a chord, but a crowd, attempting to speak without disturbing someone nearby. Children whispered scales. Older students murmured fragments of apologies. Names. Protests. Prayers. Some voices repeated the same sentence until the words lost shape. He bent over the strings. "Who is there?" The whispering stopped. A single boy's voice answered from deep within the case. "You already know." Adrian gripped the rim. Memory had not changed the voice enough to hide it. Elliot Vale had been 17 when Adrian last heard him speak. Quiet. Careful. Embarrassed by praise. Even after winning competitions, he thanked accompanists before accepting applause. Adrian stared at the mechanism beneath the keys. Elliot. The strings trembled without being struck. A memory rose before he could prevent it. The scholarship morning. The empty preparation room. Elliot's grand piano standing open beneath white lights. Adrian had entered carrying a regulation tool case. He had told himself he meant only to inspect the action. Another voice surfaced beneath Elliot's. Then another. Students spoke over one another in layers. I told him no. They changed the recording. My mother said not to ruin everything. They said silence was part of discipline. Adrian reached for the damper rail, intending to stop the vibration. The instant his fingers touched the felt, every voice screamed. He recoiled. The sound compressed into the piano's body. Trapped beneath metal and wood, the strings shook violently, though the keys remained still. Then Elliot spoke again, close enough to seem beside Adrian's ear. You didn't break the piano so Maeve could win. Adrian's hand went cold. You broke it. Elliot whispered. Because she had already lost. Adrian did not remember leaving the auditorium. One moment Elliot's voice was beneath the strings, telling him Maeve had already lost. The next, Adrian was standing in the east corridor with his tool case open at his feet, and Nora gripping his sleeve hard enough to crease the fabric. What did it say? She asked. He looked at her. You heard something. The third floor, Adrian said. You said the practice wing was sealed. Nora released him. It is. Show me. She refused twice. The first refusal was practical. Water damage. Unstable ceilings. Insurance restrictions. The second was quieter. Some rooms were closed before the academy was A. Adrian picked up his case. Practice room 19, Nora's expression answered before she did. The stairwell to the third floor stood behind a fire door at the end of the faculty corridor. Red sealing tape crossed the frame. Brittle with age. Nora cut it with a pocket knife and unlocked 3 separate bolts. Beyond the door, the air changed. The sealed wing smelled of wet plaster, old varnish, and something faintly medicinal. Their footsteps made no sound. Adrian had almost adjusted to that absence, but here the silence felt thicker, as though the corridor had been padded inside the walls. Practice room doors lined both sides, each fitted with a narrow, wired glass window. Through them, Adrian saw upright pianos, metal chairs, abandoned music stands. Some rooms contained sheet music still open to scales and etudes. The pages curled by damp. The numbers progressed normally until 17. Then came 18. After it, the next door was marked 20. Adrian stopped. Where is 19? Nora pointed to a section of wall between the two rooms. At first, it appeared solid. Then Adrian noticed a vertical seam beneath layers of cream paint. A brass keyhole had been plastered over at waist height. They covered the door, he said. They covered the number. Adrian set down his tool case and chipped at the plaster with the flat end of a screwdriver. Beneath the paint, the outline of a narrow door emerged. The work had been done carefully, not to conceal the room from casual inspection, but to make the corridor forget it existed. The brass lock accepted none of Nora's keys. Adrian used a small punch and a tuning lever. The mechanism resisted, then gave with a muted movement he felt through his wrist rather than heard. The door opened inward. Practice room 19 was smaller than the others. Black acoustic cloth covered the walls from floor to ceiling. A single lamp hung above a workbench. On the bench lay the action of a grand piano. Adrian recognized it immediately. The wooden frame was split near the treble section. Several hammers had been removed. 2 repetition levers were bent, and one flange had been crushed inward with a narrow steel tool. His tool, not the same type, the same instrument. A faint crescent-shaped mark remained in the wood where the lever had slipped from Adrian's hand. He had hidden the damaged action beneath a tarpaulin after the scholarship recital. He had assumed the academy replaced it. Instead, someone had preserved it. Nora stood in the doorway. Is that Elliot Vales? Adrian did not answer. Beside the action lay a leather portfolio. Inside was an unfinished musical score written in dark brown ink. The title page read The Mercy Interval, followed by the name Dr. Lucien Horisson. The staves began conventionally, then widened. Additional lines appeared between the familiar 5, crowded with symbols Adrian did not recognize. Notes descended below hearing and climbed above notation. Several measures had been crossed out so heavily that the paper was nearly torn. Near the end, a second hand had added a passage in pencil. Adrian knew the writing. Elliot's letters leaned slightly forward, restrained even when hurried. The passage consisted of a single note positioned above the highest standard register. Beside it, Elliot had written, "Not higher, deeper." Adrian turned the page. A diagram showed a keyboard with 89 keys. Lines extended from the final key toward words written around the margins. Confession, applause, warning, name, last breath. At the bottom, Elliot had added one final instruction. The note cannot be played until every silence that built it is returned to the instrument. Nora moved closer. What does that mean? Adrian stared at the preserved action. Something shifted inside its broken mechanism. One hammer lifted by itself, then fell. No sound followed. A second hammer rose, then a third. The damaged action began playing without strings, each silent movement tracing the opening bars of Maeve's scholarship recital. On the score, fresh pencil marks appeared beneath Elliot's handwriting. Adrian watched the words form one letter at a time. She was in the room when you did it. The words remained beneath Elliot's handwriting. "She was in the room when you did it." Adrian closed the portfolio so quickly that dust lifted from the workbench. Nora did not ask whether the sentence was true. Her silence was worse than disbelief. They carried the score downstairs to the archive office, where filing cabinets filled 3 rooms behind the former registrar's desk. Most drawers contained tuition notices, jury comments, and faculty contracts. But Nora found a locked cabinet labeled Acoustic Welfare Program. The key was taped beneath the desk. Inside were gray folders stamped Mercy Interval. The earliest report had been written by Dr. Lucien Horisson, the Academy founder's grandson and director of auditory research. Adrian expected diagrams of resonance chambers and frequency ranges. Instead, the first page described pain, certain sounds, Horisson argued, did not end when their vibrations stopped. A parent's final breath, a child's scream, a sentence spoken before betrayal. Such sounds remained in memory with enough force to alter sleep, judgment, and obedience. Saint Horisson had attempted to isolate a frequency capable of separating the memory of a sound from the suffering attached to it. The intended result was mercy. The recorded result was silence. Test subjects forgot warnings but retained danger. They forgot apologies but retained shame. Some remembered seeing a loved one die while no longer remembering the voice that had called their name. Several students could no longer recognize their own performances after particular notes were removed from recordings. A handwritten comment appeared beside one report. Pain does not vanish when its sound is taken. It loses its witness. Nora placed another folder beside him. Look at the signatures. Consent forms carried the names of scholarship students, choir members, and children whose tuition had been reduced in exchange for participation. Most had signed nothing themselves. Parents and faculty advisors had signed for them. Elliot Vale's name appeared repeatedly. He had been selected because of his pitch recognition. The notes described him as unusually sensitive to frequencies other students could not hear. During the final trials, Elliot reported voices gathering beneath an experimental grand piano's strings. He insisted the instrument was not erasing sounds, but storing them. The faculty dismissed his warning as stress. After the scholarship recital, the program ended. Adrian found the final incident summary clipped to Elliot's file. The official explanation said a mechanical defect had compromised the audition instrument. Elliot stopped during his performance after several treble notes failed, then accused Academy personnel of sabotage. His complaint was classified as emotional instability. Attached photographs showed the broken action, now resting upstairs. Adrian turned them face down. Nora opened a thinner envelope marked "Withdrawn Statement." Inside was a transcript dated 3 days after the recital. Maeve Moss. Age, 17. Adrian read the first lines without breathing. Maeve stated that she had entered the preparation room before dawn and found her father kneeling beside Elliot's piano. She saw a tuning lever in his hand. She watched him remove the action and strike the treble mechanism until the wooden flange split. She did not stop him. The interviewer asked why. Maeve's answer had been underlined. Because I knew what he was doing for me. Adrian's vision narrowed around the page. The statement continued. Maeve admitted that Elliot had already outperformed her during preliminary judging. She had heard 2 faculty members discussing the result. Adrian had overheard them as well. That was why Elliot's voice had said she had already lost. At the bottom, Maeve requested that the statement be withdrawn. A faculty notation explained that disclosure would threaten donors, invalidate the scholarship, and expose the Mercy Interval research. The Academy accepted her withdrawal. Adrian folded the pages along their existing creases. She was a child, he said. She was old enough to tell them. Nora replied, I was her father. That is not the defense you think it is. From the adjoining room came the dry movement of paper, one by one. Cabinet drawers slid open. Folders fell to the floor without sound. Names spilled across the carpet. Students, teachers, parents, technicians, hundreds of people connected by the same program. Then the black grand sounded from the auditorium. Not a note. Maeve's 17-year-old voice, clear, frightened, and close. It repeated the sentence missing from her withdrawn statement. My father said the piano would forgive us. Adrian looked down on the final authorization beneath his hand. The last signature was his own. The signature on the authorization form looked older than Adrian remembered making it. The letters were narrow and controlled. The downward strokes pressed hard enough to scar the paper. Beside his name, a typed clause granted the acoustic program permission to retain all resulting materials, resonances, and derivative phenomena produced during the scholarship trials. He had not merely damaged Elliot's piano. He had given St. Orison ownership of the silence that followed. Adrian carried the Mercy Interval score back to the auditorium while the cabinets continued opening behind him. Nora followed, holding Maeve's withdrawn statement against her chest. The building had grown quieter. The rain remained visible beyond the lobby windows, but it no longer touched the roof with sound. The boiler pipes expanded soundlessly. Doors moved without closing. Their shoes crossed the marble without footsteps. And when Nora spoke, the first syllable of each sentence arrived late, as though the Academy were deciding whether to allow it. The black grand stood open on stage. Adrian placed the score on the music desk. The strings beneath it shivered in overlapping patterns. Every missing sound lived there now. Applause compressed into a dry tremor. Kettle whistles caught in the treble. Doors shutting somewhere below the bass bridge. Beneath them moved voices too numerous to separate. He struck the extra key. Nothing sounded in the room. Inside his hands, something vast answered. The vibration passed through the key into his wrist, carrying thousands of interrupted moments. A girl saying no to a teacher. A boy begging his mother not to sign the consent form. An instructor confessing that students had been selected because their families could not afford to object. A child crying during a trial while adults praised her discipline. The sounds had not been erased. They had been denied an audience. Adrian released the key. But the voices continued through the wood beneath his fingertips. The 89th note was never a higher note, he said. Nora climbed onto the stage. Elliot wrote that. Not higher, deeper. He opened the score to the penciled passage. The impossible symbol above the staff did not indicate pitch. It indicated accumulation. Every conventional note in the composition corresponded to a sound the Academy had removed. Tuned-in sequence. They did not create a melody. They built a chamber of absence around the final key. The extra key was a door. Nora looked toward the strings. Why did it wait until now? It didn't. Adrian remembered the folded cover on the floor. The contract naming the wrong instrument. The payment too generous for routine restoration. He remembered receiving the offer only weeks after Maeve announced a new recording built around music from her student years. Someone had chosen him, or the piano had. Attached to the final authorization was a maintenance notation he had overlooked. Completion requires the originating hand. The letters were Dr. Orison's. Adrian understood. The mercy interval needed a deliberate silence to close its structure, not an accidental loss or failed experiment, but a sound stolen by conscious human choice. His sabotage had supplied it. Elliot's performance had been broken publicly. His protest dismissed. Maeve's testimony withdrawn. And the Academy's guilt sealed behind administrative language. The final absence had been made by Adrian's hand. Only that hand could tune it open. No, Nora said, reading his face. You do not have to finish it. I already began. The corrected strings answered beneath the lid. Each one had taken a sound because Adrian had been unconsciously following the unfinished score. His professional instincts had completed the sequence measure by measure. All except the last passage. A telephone rang in the silent auditorium. The sound came from inside the piano. Adrian's mobile lay dark in his pocket. Yet Maeve's name appeared across the black lacquer above the keys. Reflected as if on glass. He pressed the extra key. Maeve's voice emerged beneath the strings. Dad. Please don't tune it. Nora stared into the piano. Can she hear us? Adrian leaned closer. Maeve? Her breath trembled through the soundboard. I know why it called you back. She said. It isn't trying to expose what happened. A pause followed, filled with the faint breathing of hundreds of students. It wants every sound we kept after taking theirs. The strings tightened at once, across the academy. Glass cracked without noise. Then Adrian heard the first sound the piano had come to collect from him. Maeve. At 17. Whispering behind the preparation room door. Do it. Maeve's whispered command remained inside the piano after her voice disappeared. Do it. The words were younger than the woman Adrian had spoken to the night before. 17 years old. Frightened. Ambitious. Already learning how quickly guilt could disguise itself as obedience. Adrian lifted his hand from the extra key. The strings continued vibrating beneath the lid. Carrying breaths. Protests. Unfinished performances. And the rustle of statements folded into official files. The sound was not loud, but the pressure of it filled the auditorium. Nora pressed both hands over her ears, though nothing in the room could be heard. Then Adrian's mobile telephone rang in his pocket. This time it was real. He answered. Maeve did not greet him. You heard it, she said. Yes. That was not the whole conversation. No, it was enough. Her breathing sharpened. You don't understand what will happen if you finish the score. Adrian looked at the mercy interval pages. Only 6 measures remained. The notes corresponded to strings he had not yet tuned, each marked with Elliot's small pencil annotations. A name withheld, a warning withdrawn, a performance interrupted, a confession preserved. What will happen? Adrian asked. Everything comes back. To whom? To everyone who can still hear it. Maeve's voice broke, then steadied with professional control. Adrian recognized the effort. He had taught her to recover from mistakes without allowing an audience to see fear. My recordings, she continued. The scholarship recital. The interviews. Every performance tied to Saint. Orison. People will hear what was underneath them. The truth? No. Noise. Accusations. Children crying. Faculty arguing. Elliot screaming at the judges. She paused. My voice. Adrian looked toward Nora. She had lowered her hands. Maeve continued. My career began there. If the confession appears inside those recordings, they will say everything after it was stolen. Wasn't it? I earned what came after. Perhaps, the word struck harder than anger. I practiced for years. Maeve said, I lost friends. I destroyed my hands. I performed through fevers and injuries because you told me talent meant nothing without endurance. I remember. You cannot erase my life because of one morning. Adrian looked at the black grand. That is what we said about Elliot. Maeve fell silent. Beneath the piano strings, a boy inhaled as though preparing to begin a piece. Maeve spoke again. Quieter now. Elliot is dead. Adrian closed his eyes. The Academy files had not said what happened after he left Saint. Orison. Perhaps Nora knew. Perhaps the piano had preserved that sound as well. You cannot give him the scholarship. Maeve said. You cannot return his career. You cannot make him 17 again. No? Then what is this for? Adrian opened his eyes. The question had followed him for years in other forms. What good would confession do? Who would benefit? Why destroy a living career for a life already broken? He had treated guilt like an accounting problem, measuring damage against usefulness. But silence had never repaired anything. It had only protected the person who caused the harm. Adrian placed the telephone on the music desk with the call still connected. I am sorry, he said. Maeve's answer came immediately. Do not say that unless you are stopping. He fitted the tuning lever onto the first marked pin. The string resisted. Nora stepped closer. Once you begin, can you still choose not to finish? Adrian turned the lever. A low beat narrowed into unison. Across the auditorium, the sound of doors closing returned all at once. Hundreds of impacts struck through the building. Some near, some impossibly distant. The walls shuddered. Maeve cried out through the telephone. Dad. Adrian moved to the next string. When it settled, footsteps flooded the stage. Students crossed around him, though no bodies appeared. Shoes hurried toward auditions. Rehearsals. Offices. Exits that had been locked against them. The third string restored applause. It erupted violently from empty seats. Not admiration. Obligation. Polite clapping offered after failed performances. Public humiliations. And announcements no one believed. Beneath it, Adrian heard Elliot's name being called and then deliberately omitted. Maeve was pleading now. They will cancel the tour. The orchestra will remove me. Every journalist will call. They will say, I knew. You did. I was 17. So was he. Adrian tuned the fourth string. The auditorium filled with human voices. Confessions poured from the walls. Teachers admitted falsifying assessments. Parents described signing consent forms they had not read. Students named instructors who threatened them. Administrators discussed donors while children sobbed behind closed doors. Nora sank into the front row. Only one string remained before the final key. Adrian placed the lever onto its pin. Maeve's voice became very small. "Please, I am still your daughter." His hand stopped. For one terrible second, he saw her as she had been backstage. Thin shoulders, split fingertips, waiting for him to tell her that losing would not make her less worthy. He had failed to tell her. Instead, he had taught her that love meant removing whoever stood ahead. Adrian turned the lever. The final string aligned. Every restored sound stopped. The auditorium entered an absolute silence deeper than before. The 89th key rose beneath Adrian's fingers without being touched. Inside the piano, thousands of voices drew the same breath. Maeve whispered through the telephone, "If you play it, there will be no place left for either of us to hide." Adrian lowered his finger toward the key. From beneath the strings, Elliot Vale said, "Then let her speak first." Adrian pressed the 89th key. The note did not enter the auditorium through the air. It passed through bone. A pressure moved from Adrian's fingertip into his hand, climbed his arm, and settled behind his eyes. For one instant, he felt every string inside the grand piano tighten beyond breaking. The instrument's black frame bowed inward, as though containing a breath too large for it. Then the Academy lost its remaining sounds. The applause vanished first. The restored footsteps disappeared beneath the stage. Doors continued opening and closing throughout the building. But their impacts produced nothing. Rain struck the windows without tapping. Glass fell from cracked panes and shattered silently across the lobby floor. Nora shouted Adrian's name. He saw the strain in her throat. He saw her mouth form the syllables. Nothing reached him. Adrian struck another key. The hammer moved. The string vibrated. No note emerged. Every ordinary sound had been removed from Saint Orizon. Only the piano remained audible. From beneath its strings came a faint mechanical click, followed by the hiss of an old tape recorder. The noise seemed impossibly loud inside the silence. Maeve's telephone lay on the music desk, its screen still showing the connected call. Her lips moved through the speaker, but her present voice had become as silent as Nora's. The piano chose an older voice instead. Maeve spoke at 17. "My name is Maeve Moss. I am making this statement because I saw what happened to Elliot Vale's instrument before the final scholarship audition." The recording was clearer than the transcript Adrian had found. No administrator interrupted her. No pages turned. No adult voice guided her toward safer language. There was only Maeve. "I entered the preparation room because I was looking for my father. He was kneeling beside Elliot's piano. The action was on the floor. He had a tuning lever in his hand." Adrian lowered his head. Across the stage, impressions appeared in the dust. Two sets of footprints formed without sound. His own heavy shoes and the narrow marks of a girl standing near the door. Maeve's recorded breathing trembled. "I knew Elliot had already won. I heard the judges talking the night before. My father heard them too." The black lacquer above the keyboard reflected Adrian as he had been then, younger, straighter, His hand closed around the lever. Behind him stood Maeve in her recital dress. He had remembered her face as shocked. The reflection showed something worse. She had been watching carefully. My father did not see me at first. The recording continued. I could have called someone. I could have told him to stop. The strings vibrated beneath the lid, carrying hundreds of restrained breaths. But I didn't. Adrian looked at the telephone. Maeve's present face had appeared on the screen. She was crying silently now, shaking her head as though she could prevent the younger voice from completing the sentence. The piano continued. When he saw me, he asked whether I wanted him to put the action back. I knew what would happen if Elliot played. I knew the scholarship would be his. A pause. Then came the words Adrian had spent 15 years refusing to remember. I told my father to finish. The auditorium walls gave a silent shudder. I chose the scholarship. He did it because he loved me. But I let him because I wanted what belonged to Elliot more than I wanted to be innocent. The recording ended. For several seconds, nothing followed. Then voices began leaving the piano. They did not scream. They emerged, one at a time, names. Abjections. Unfinished notes. Cries for help. Final breaths. And performances interrupted before their endings. The sounds passed through Adrian without touching the air. Each voice carried its own memory, no longer compressed into the silence of the instrument. Elliot's came last. He played the passage he had been denied at the scholarship recital. It was not flawless. One phrase rushed. A high note struck too sharply. The final chord trembled beneath tired hands. It was human. When it ended, Adrian waited for Elliot to speak. He did not. The extra key sank slowly beneath Adrian's finger and remained there. Outside the academy, sound returned to the mountain. Adrian saw birds rise from the pines as if startled. Rainwater roared through the gutters, somewhere down the slope. Nora's van alarm began to sound. Inside Saint. Orison. Nothing returned. The academy remained a sealed chamber of absolute silence, preserving only Maeve's confession. It played again whenever Adrian lifted his hand from the piano. By morning, Nora had sent copies of the Mercy interval records and Maeve's statement to every address she could find. Adrian did not attempt to stop her. He remained at the bench after she left. Months later, investigators entered the auditorium and found him alive, his hands resting on the silent keys. He answered their questions in writing because no human voice could be heard inside the building. They removed the grand piano piece by piece. The confession continued even after the final string was cut. Saint. Orison was eventually demolished. But the ground beneath the auditorium was left untouched. Workers complained that their machines became silent whenever they crossed it. On rainy nights, people in the valley still hear a young woman speaking from the empty mountainside. She never asks forgiveness. She only tells the truth again. Silence is often mistaken for the absence of harm. Yet silence can preserve injustice more faithfully than any written record, protecting those who benefit while leaving the injured without witnesses. Adrian's final act cannot restore Elliot's stolen future, and Maeve's confession cannot transform ambition into innocence. It can only end the lie. Perhaps that is why the piano never offered forgiveness. It offered testimony. Some truths arrive too late to save the person who was wronged. But when telling them threatens everything we have built, Does their lateness make them less necessary or more? Story 5. By the time Thomas Vale reached the Greyhaven Bridge, the rain had thinned to something too fine to fall properly. It drifted sideways off the Oregon coast and silvered the windshield without forming drops. The bridge appeared when he rounded the last bend. It hung between two black headlands above agitated water, its towers rising out of the fog like unfinished scaffolds. The suspension cables vanished into low cloud before returning at impossible angles, and the deck seemed less supported than tolerated. A faded sign named the towns on either side: Driftwood to the south, Harrow Bay to the north, and warned that high winds could close the crossing without notice. Thomas parked beside the maintenance shed and sat with both hands on the wheel. The bridge was 78 years old. The county wanted a safety certificate before winter. On paper, the assignment was routine: corrosion, survey, load review, anchorage inspection, deck sampling. 3 days, perhaps 4. Then a report, a signature, and another structure translated into percentages. He preferred percentages. Percentages had no faces. A man in a yellow rain shell emerged from the shed carrying a ring of keys. He was broad through the chest, with a close gray beard. Vale. Thomas stepped out. The wind pushed at the truck door. Thomas Vale, State Structural Review. Amos Pell, Mantnas. The man did not offer his hand. He looked toward the bridge. Listening. You came alone? My assistant arrives tomorrow. Amos nodded. Better in pairs. For access work? For counting. Thomas waited for an explanation. Amos had already turned away. Inside, the air smelled of wet canvas, old coffee, and electrical dust. A wall monitor displayed live load data from sensors embedded in the deck and cables. Vehicle weight moved across the screen in pale green columns. Axle distribution, wind pressure, oscillation, cumulative stress. Thomas watched a delivery van cross from Harrow Bay. The monitor estimated 7,800 pounds. A second number appeared beneath it, 164. Then it vanished. What was that? Thomas asked. Pedestrian load. There wasn't a pedestrian. There usually isn't. Thomas moved closer. Faulty pressure cell. County replaced the cells twice. Calibration drift. Then, maybe. Thomas disliked the word. Maybe was what people said when they wanted uncertainty to remain useful. He opened the diagnostics menu. The system had passed its morning self-check. Sensor variance was within tolerance. Nothing suggested a phantom reading. Outside, something traveled through the main cables. At first, Thomas thought it was ordinary resonance, steel responding to wind. Each strand vibrating at a different frequency. Yet the sound possessed a shape that resonance did not. It rose in a low metallic murmur, broke into separate pulses, and faded along the tower. Amos glanced toward the door. You hear it? He asked. The cable hum. That's not what the old crews called it. Thomas waited. They said the cables prayed. A gull struck the wind above the deck, flapped hard, and veered back toward shore. Thomas gave a thin smile. Steel doesn't pray. No, Amos said, but it remembers tension. They walked onto the south approach. The bridge moved beneath Thomas before he could see it moving. A slow, vertical breath transmitted through his boots. He had inspected longer spans, higher towers, worse corrosion. Still, Greyhaven produced an unpleasant bodily awareness, as though every part of him had become measurable. At the first tower, Amos unlocked a narrow service gate leading to the eastern catwalk. Thomas clipped his harness to the safety line and stepped through. Below him, water turned white against the rocks. The cable beside his shoulder was thick as a tree trunk, its black surface beaded with rain. The metallic murmur began again, this time beneath the wind. Thomas heard distinct intervals. 182. A pause. 164. Another pause. He stopped walking. "What did you say?" he called. Amos remained by the gate. "I didn't." The load monitor inside the shed gave a sharp electronic tone. Thomas could see its green display through the open doorway. Pedestrians. 2. He looked along the empty catwalk, then down through the grating to the vacant roadway. The cable tightened beside him with a sound like a breath drawn through teeth. 164 pounds pressed onto the deck directly behind him. Thomas did not turn around at once. The catwalk trembled beneath him. Not from wind, but from a concentrated downward pull, as if someone had stepped onto the grating close enough for their breath to touch his neck. The safety line gave a faint metallic click. Rain gathered along the cable in black beads. Behind him, there was nothing. Amos stood by the tower gate, one hand resting on the latch. "You see somebody?" he called. Thomas looked down through the grating. The roadway below was empty except for a maintenance truck near the south approach. On the monitor inside the shed, the pedestrian count remained at 2. "No," Thomas said. He walked back carefully. With each step, the additional weight followed at the same distance. The cable murmured again. 164. At the gate, Thomas unclipped his harness and crossed to the monitoring station. The second load vanished the instant he stepped off the span. He pulled up the sensor map. Which cell produced it? Amos pointed to a highlighted section beneath the eastern catwalk. Thomas checked the raw data. The reading had moved in increments corresponding to foot placement. Heel to 2. Steady and human. It had even paused when Thomas paused. "A signal echo," he said. "My load duplicated through a paired channel. You weigh 182. Thomas glanced at him. "You heard the cable. I heard you tell me earlier." "I didn't." Before Thomas could answer, tires hissed outside. A white county vehicle stopped beside the shed, and a woman in a charcoal coat stepped out, holding a tablet beneath one arm. "Odette Klein," she said. "County Risk Office." Thomas knew the name from the authorization documents. Her emails had been precise and increasingly urgent. "You were expected tomorrow," he said. "So was your preliminary assessment. I arrived 20 minutes ago, and the county has been waiting 11 months. She entered the shed and surveyed the monitors. Her gaze paused on the load display only long enough to confirm that no alarms were active. "The winter allocation vote is next week," she said. If Greyhaven is classified as structurally uncertain, reinforcement funds freeze until spring. If the bridge closes before then, Harrow Bay loses its hospital route and Driftwood loses freight access. Thomas removed his wet gloves. My report will state what the inspection supports. Of course, I'm only explaining the consequences of phrasing. Amos made a quiet sound that might have been a laugh. Odette ignored him. The previous engineer found corrosion consistent with age. No critical deformation. And acceptable fatigue variance. We need confirmation. Not a new theory. Acceptable variance. The phrase opened a cold space in Thomas's memory. A conference room with sealed windows. A projector throwing blue light across a table. Photographs of fractured gusset plates enlarged until the rust looked granular. Almost organic. Someone saying the material substitutions were non-conforming but not necessarily causative. Someone else asking whether the observed stress exceeded modeled tolerance. Thomas remembered his own voice answering that it did not. He remembered a photograph of cars half submerged beneath a folded deck. Their headlights still burning under brown water. Mr. Vale? Odette was watching him. I'll need the bridge closed for a full oscillation test, he said. Not during business hours. Then, tonight, submit the certificate first. Testing can follow as a maintenance recommendation. That isn't how certification works. Her expression did not change. It often is. Thomas turned to the monitor. A pedestrian weight had appeared on the south approach. 127 pounds. Through the window. No one was on the bridge. Then a girl in a red raincoat emerged from behind Odette's vehicle, carrying a violin case. She walked toward the entrance with her head lowered against the rain. The display had registered her before she reached the deck. Thomas watched the number remain steady as she passed beneath the first tower. How long has it been doing that? He asked. Amos looked at Odette. Odette looked at the bridge. Doing what? She said. Another number appeared. 214 pounds. A man in fishing overalls came out of the diner across the highway and began walking toward the bridge. The screen had weighed him before he crossed the road. Then a third number surfaced beneath his. 164. No one followed him. The third number remained on the screen after the fisherman entered the bridge. 164 pounds. The red-coated girl had already reached the north tower. The fisherman moved steadily behind her, his boots leaving dark impressions on the wet concrete. No third pedestrian followed either of them. Yet the monitoring system showed 3 separate loads advancing across the span. Thomas enlarged the sensor map. The girl's weight moved in a clean sequence along the western walkway. The fisherman's heavier pattern occupied the roadway shoulder. The phantom load followed the eastern catwalk, the same route it had taken behind Thomas. Close one traffic lane, he said. Odette folded her arms. On what basis? Potential sensor crosstalk. That requires a lane closure? It requires controlled conditions. Amos was already reaching for the radio. Within 20 minutes, orange barriers narrowed traffic to a single alternating lane. Fog thickened around the towers, erasing the northern half of the bridge. Thomas positioned himself in the monitoring shed while Amos placed temporary cameras at the south entrance, center span, and north approach. Odette stood behind Thomas, reading messages on her tablet. You are documenting this as instrumentation testing, she said. I'm documenting what I find. Words matter. Thomas looked at the load display. Only when someone expects to be blamed. Odette raised her eyes, but said nothing. At Amos's signal, the eastern lane was cleared. No vehicles. Workers or pedestrians remained within the barricades. Thomas reset the live load graph and watched the baseline settle. Wind pressure, moderate. Vertical displacement, 3 millimeters. Pedestrian count, 0. For nearly a minute, nothing changed. Then the main cable whispered. The sound entered the shed through the walls and floor. Too low to be called a voice, but too deliberate to be dismissed as vibration. Thomas stepped toward the open door. 141. The number appeared on the monitor. A corresponding pressure point formed at the southern edge of the closed lane. 193. A second load joined it. Then another. 116. 208. 89. The readings multiplied until the screen could no longer display them individually. Pale markers moved northward across the bridge in loose. Uneven rows. Some advanced quickly. Others stopped for several seconds. Then continued. One remained motionless near the first tower, as though afraid to proceed. Camera feeds. Thomas said. Amos opened them. The south camera showed empty pavement disappearing into fog. Rain skated across the lens. The center camera displayed the cable and a short section of vacant lane. The northern view had become a field of moving gray. No one's there. Odette said. Thomas examined the raw sensor output. The data did not resemble electrical noise. Noise scattered. These readings progressed with the rhythm of human gait. Each weight shifted from one pressure zone to the next, accompanied by the minute lateral sway produced by shoulders and hips. 37 separate loads had entered the lane. The bridge sank beneath them. Not dramatically. The displacement graph moved downward by fractions of a millimeter. Recovered. Then descended again as the invisible procession approached the center span. Thomas stared at the figures. Those cells can't generate physical deflection. Amos leaned closer. But weight can. The cables began speaking faster. Individual numbers passed through the steel in overlapping murmurs. Thomas heard them not with his ears alone, but through the soles of his boots and the fillings in his teeth. Each whispered weight corresponded to a marker on the screen. 141. The first load dipped the deck. 193. A second depression followed. 89. The bridge accepted each burden separately. Thomas left the shed and stepped behind the barricade. Odette called after him, but the wind tore her words away. The closed lane looked empty, still. The air above it did not feel vacant. Rain struck shapes that could not be seen. Droplets broke apart at shoulder height, curved around invisible heads, and continued toward the pavement. Thomas watched a sequence of shallow footprints appear in the water, coating the deck. They were not impressions. There were no soles. No tread patterns. Only dry spaces where feet prevented the rain from landing. The procession moved past him. Cold pressure brushed his sleeve. The bridge deck lowered beneath a body weighing 116 pounds. Another passed close enough that Thomas smelled river mud, engine oil, and something scorched. The scent pulled at a sealed part of his memory. He saw brown water beneath a collapsed roadway, emergency lights trembling across twisted steel. a yellow school backpack hanging from a guardrail cable. He forced the image away. At the center span, the invisible loads stopped, all 37 of them. The bridge settled under their combined weight while the cables fell silent. Then the monitoring alarm sounded from the shed. A new pedestrian reading had appeared at the southern entrance. 276 pounds. Thomas turned toward the camera mounted above the barricade. On its screen, fog and rain filled the empty lane. But the bridge had already begun, bending beneath something enormous walking toward him. Thomas ordered the bridge cleared before the unseen weight reached the center span. Amos activated the warning lights. Traffic stopped at both approaches, engines idling behind orange barriers, while fog moved between the towers. Odette objected until the displacement graph dropped another 4 millimeters. Then she stopped speaking. The approaching load did not resemble a person's gait. Its pressure spread across several sensors at once, broad and uneven, as though something too large to stand upright was dragging itself along the lane. Yet the cable continued to assign it a single weight, 276 pounds. The number advanced one section at a time. Thomas watched the empty pavement darken beneath rain. Nothing crossed the southern tower. Nothing entered the visible span. Still, the bridge lowered in front of the advancing marker, then rose fractionally after it passed. At the center, the 37 waiting loads began moving again. They crossed into the fog together. The larger weight followed. By the time the last reading disappeared at the north anchorage, the deck had returned almost to its baseline position. Almost. A permanent downward deviation of 1.6 millimeters remained. Thomas spent the next hour turning the impossible into language he could tolerate. Corrosion inside the cable housings might distort strain readings. Wind-induced resonance could create pressure sequences resembling footsteps. Moisture in the control cabinet might produce duplicated data. The bridge's monitoring software had not been updated in 9 years. And obsolete systems often behaved unpredictably when multiple faults aligned. He listed each explanation in his field notes. He did not write that rain had curved around invisible shoulders. He did not write that dry footprints had crossed the deck. He did not write that the smell of engine oil had returned him to the riverbank beneath Alder Span. Odette read over his shoulder. Calibration failure. She said, "That can be repaired without affecting certification. It can be tested. But if it is a sensor problem," I said tested. Thomas called the county's instrumentation contractor and demanded a remote diagnostic. A technician named Colin answered from Portland, sounding young enough to treat the bridge as software with concrete attached. After reviewing the logs, Colin agreed that the data was abnormal. "But the sensors are consistent," he said through the speaker. "Too consistent." Actually, what does that mean? A faulty cell usually spikes, drifts, or drops out. These readings transfer cleanly between zones. Whatever the system is measuring, it's moving. It's measuring interference. Interference doesn't have stride length. Thomas looked at Odette. "Take the array offline," he said. Colin hesitated. "You'll lose live structural monitoring. The bridge is closed." Amos lowered the gates across both approaches. The final waiting vehicles turned away, their headlights dissolving into the coastal mist. Colin began shutting down the system in stages. The pedestrian markers vanished first. Then the wind data, cable tension values, and displacement graph disappeared. The monitor went black except for a maintenance message. System offline. Thomas opened the control cabinet and disconnected the primary data cable himself. He removed the backup battery fuse and placed it on the desk. No power, he said. No network. No sensor input. Amos stared at the dark screen. That settle it? It should. For several minutes, Greyhaven existed without numbers. The wind moved through the cables. Rain tapped the shed roof. Somewhere beneath the bridge, waves struck the cliff in slow concussions. Then the monitor lit. No startup logo appeared. No status message. Only a single pale number against the black screen. 164. Thomas did not move. A second weight appeared beneath it. 141. Then a third. The dark monitor filled with numbers while the disconnected cable lay coiled on the floor. From the bridge came a low gathering murmur. Odette stepped toward the cabinet. There must be an internal supply. Thomas held up the fuse. There isn't. Outside, the main cables began vibrating in sequence. The sound passed from the south anchorage to the first tower. Then onward, into the fog. Numbers whispered through the steel faster than Thomas could separate them. 89, 208, 116, 193. Dozens more followed. The bridge deck descended, not on the monitor, not as interpreted data. Thomas saw it through the shed window. The center span sank visibly beneath the empty air, its guardrails lowering against the horizon. Water ran uphill across the deck toward the depression. The suspension cables tightened until rain shook from them in silver sheets. Amos backed away from the door. How many? He whispered. The powerless screen counted upward. 43, 58, 71, 96. The bridge continued to bow. Then the pedestrian total stopped at 112. For one breath, everything became still. A final number appeared beneath the others. 182 pounds. Thomas's exact weight. The bridge dipped at the south entrance, directly in front of the shed, as though an invisible version of him had just stepped onto the closed span. The duplicate weight remained at the south entrance. 182 pounds. Thomas stood inside the powerless monitoring shed while the bridge recorded an invisible version of him stepping onto the deck. The number advanced toward the first tower in measured intervals, matching the length of his stride. He took one step backward. Outside, the unseen weight took one step forward. The deck answered with a shallow downward pulse. Amos looked from Thomas to the bridge. It knows you. No. Thomas heard the weakness in the word. It is reproducing a stored pattern. Stored from when? Thomas did not answer. Odette moved to the telephone mounted beside the control cabinet. I'm calling emergency management. And telling them what? Thomas asked. That an unpowered monitor is counting ghosts? I'll report unexplained structural movement. You'll close the bridge indefinitely. It is already closed. Tonight. Not indefinitely. Her hand stopped above the receiver. Thomas understood the hesitation because it resembled his own. Closing Greyhaven would isolate Harrow Bay from the nearest hospital and redirect freight through 2 mountain passes. Businesses would fail. Ambulance times would double. Every consequence would be attached to the person who signed the closure order. Responsibility did not disappear when shared. It only became harder to locate. The invisible procession continued onto the bridge. The count rose beyond 112. New weights appeared too rapidly to read, each accompanied by the faint depression of a footfall. The cables whispered in overlapping tones until the numbers blended into something almost devotional. Thomas took a flashlight and walked outside. Amos caught his sleeve. "You shouldn't go out there. I need direct measurements." "You have direct measurements. I need to understand them." What he meant was that he needed the bridge to become ordinary again. The fog had swallowed both towers. Beyond the barricade, the deck extended only 20 yards before vanishing into gray. Thomas clipped his harness to the eastern safety line and carried a manual laser gauge toward the center span. The empty roadway moved around him. Not visibly at first. He felt it through his knees, a soft sequence of impacts passing in both directions. The crowd was no longer crossing as a single procession. It surrounded him. Cold spaces brushed his shoulders. Rain broke against invisible bodies. The air smelled of wet clothing, gasoline, hot rubber, river silt. Thomas fixed the gauge to the guardrail and aimed it toward a reference plate on the north tower. The reading fluctuated. 8 millimeters low. Then 12. Then 19. The center span was deforming beneath the accumulated load. "Thomas." Odette called through the radio. "Return to the south side." He ignored her. The cable beside him murmured individual weights. 136, 201, 74, 158. The numbers meant nothing until one of them arrived lower than the others. Drawn through the steel like a remembered breath. 93 pounds. Thomas's hand slipped from the gauge. He knew that number. Not approximately. Not as the weight of a child might be known in general. 93 pounds had appeared on page 47 of the Alderspan Casualty Appendix. Claire Weller, age 11. Recovered from the rear seat of a blue sedan downstream from the collapse. Her recorded weight had been included because rescue engineers needed to calculate the load of vehicles and occupants still trapped beneath submerged sections. Thomas had read the appendix before signing the final materials assessment. He had remembered the number because it was smaller than the load discrepancy he had classified as negligible. 93. The cable whispered again. The deck lowered beneath an unseen step beside him. A dry footprint appeared in the rain. Then another. Small, narrow, child-sized. Thomas backed toward the railing. The invisible child stopped. Around them. The rest of the crowd continued moving. The bridge groaned under the combined burden, its deck descending until the horizon rose above the guardrails. Far below, the ocean flashed between fog banks like black metal. The cable spoke another weight. 170. Thomas recognized that one, too. Marcus Bell. Transit driver. Then 223. Alan Rusk. Bridge maintenance supervisor. 109. Tessa Morin. University student. The casualties emerged from the steel not as names, but as the numbers printed beside them in a report Thomas had tried for years not to remember. Each weight stepped onto Greyhaven. Each one bent the bridge. Thomas turned toward the south approach. Odette and Amos were barely visible beyond the fog. Standing where the deck remained level, he understood then why the readings had begun before pedestrians entered the bridge. why the duplicate load matched him, why the crowd had waited at the center span. The system was not predicting who would cross. It was gathering what had followed him there. The cable tightened beside his head. A final whisper passed through the metal, quieter than the others. 182 pounds. The child-sized footprints turned toward him, and every invisible person on the bridge stopped walking at once. For several seconds, the bridge held its breath. The invisible crowd remained motionless around Thomas. Rain continued falling through the fog, striking empty spaces and breaking apart against bodies he could not see. The child-sized footprints stopped less than 3 feet from him. Then the south anchorage groaned. The sound came from beneath the tower, deep enough to pass through the deck and into Thomas's ribs. It was not the complaint of overloaded steel. It resembled a door being forced open somewhere inside the cliff. Every weight on the bridge turned toward it. Thomas could not see them move, but the pressure shifted. The deck rolled subtly beneath his boots as more than 100 unseen bodies redirected themselves toward the southern end. Then they began walking, not across the bridge, downward, one by one. The loads disappeared from the deck sensors near the south tower, as though descending into the concrete foundation. Thomas followed. By the time he reached the maintenance shed, Amos had opened a steel cabinet beneath the workbench and removed an old ring of keys. "The anchorage access is restricted," Odette said. "So was the bridge." Thomas replied, "That chamber contains tension assemblies. Entering during active deformation violates every safety protocol we have." Thomas looked back at the span. The center remained visibly bowed. Although the phantom crowd had left the roadway, they're inside the foundation now. Odette's face tightened. "Don't say that as though it's an engineering conclusion. It's the only conclusion that matches the load path." Amos held out a key marked South Anchorage. "This hasn't been opened in years," he said. "Why? County order." Odette turned toward him. "That is not accurate." Amos met her gaze. "Then you won't mind us looking." The access door stood beneath the southern tower, half concealed by blackberry vines and runoff pipes. Thomas cleared rust from the lock with the edge of a screwdriver. The key resisted twice before turning. Cold air came through the opening. Not coastal air. It smelled enclosed and mineral, carrying grease, damp concrete, and the faint sweetness of something burned long ago. A narrow stairway descended into darkness. Thomas switched on his flashlight and went first. The walls sweated with condensation. Thick cables passed through concrete sleeves overhead, converging toward the buried anchorage blocks. With each step, Thomas felt faint impacts traveling downward ahead of him. The crowd was still walking. At the base of the stairs, the passage widened into a chamber larger than the maintenance plans indicated. Rows of cable bundles entered through the ceiling and vanished into massive steel saddles bolted to the cliff. Thomas stopped beneath the nearest assembly. The cables were wrong. Greyhaven's original specifications called for continuous strands manufactured for the bridge in the late 1940s. These bundles were assembled from sections of different ages, diameters, and surface treatments. Some were black with marine coating, others carried yellow primer, red fireproofing, or scars where concrete had been burned away. Each section bore a stamped identification code. Thomas wiped grime from the first. Mersey, Textile, Planties Truss. He knew the name. A roof collapse in Pennsylvania had killed 17 night workers. The next section read, Halcyon, Stadium, Upper Deck, C. 31 fatalities after a support failure during a concert. Farther along, Wexler, Tower Service Corps, Brighton Malt, Works Boiler Hall, Northfield Parking Structure Level 4, structures Thomas remembered from engineering journals, liability seminars, and failure analysis reports. All had been demolished after catastrophic collapses. Their materials were supposed to have been scrapped, melted, or permanently removed from service. Instead, pieces of them held Greyhaven above the ocean. Amos moved his flashlight across the chamber. There are hundreds. Thomas crouched beside a cable junction where several salvage strands had been spliced together beneath newer sheathing. Every bundle carried a different disaster code. Odette remained near the stairs. This chamber is not listed in the current inventory, she said. That doesn't make it non-existent. Thomas replied. It means these markings may predate county ownership. Thomas looked at her. You knew there were transferred materials. I knew maintenance components had been sourced through federal reclamation programs. These aren't maintenance components. They're primary load members. A whisper traveled through the chamber. 93 pounds. The sound came from inside the cables. Then another weight answered from a bundle across the room. 170. More followed until the entire anchorage murmured with numbers. Each salvage section vibrated in a different voice. Thomas raised his flashlight toward the deepest row. There, behind a curtain of hanging condensation, a bundle had been wrapped in newer black insulation. Its identification plate had been turned toward the wall. He squeezed between two anchorage saddles and reached for it. The moment his hand touched the metal, the whole chamber lurched downward. Concrete cracked beneath his knees. Thomas rotated the plate. 3 words appeared beneath the corrosion. Alderspan mein Dick. The alder span plate was colder than the surrounding steel. Thomas kept his fingers against it until the numbness reached his wrist. Beneath the stamped words, smaller lettering had been etched into the metal. Transfer lot, Greyhaven South Anchorage. A date followed from 3 years after the collapse. He stepped back. That material should have been destroyed. Odette's flashlight moved away from his face. You don't know that it came directly from the span. The identification code names the structure. Codes can be reassigned. They aren't. The anchorage murmured around them. Every salvaged cable seemed to hold its own quiet arithmetic. The numbers passing through the chamber like separate congregations reciting the same prayer. Amos found a narrow service door behind the western saddle. Its hinges had been painted over repeatedly. But the lock was newer than the steel around it. This one isn't on the plans either, he said. Odette stepped between them and the door. There is nothing useful behind that. Thomas looked at her. She had answered too quickly. Amos used the anchorage key. It did not fit. He tried another. Then a third. The fourth opened the lock. Behind the door was not a mechanical space but an archive. Metal cabinets lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Moisture had swollen the cardboard boxes stacked between them. Yet the files inside had been sealed in clear plastic sleeves. A dehumidifier stood in one corner. Unplugged but recently emptied, Thomas entered slowly. The first cabinet contained procurement schedules, The documents were issued by different agencies, county transportation boards, federal reclamation offices, municipal insurers, but the terminology repeated recovered structural inventory, redistribution class, liability dispersion. Thomas pulled out a folder labeled Material Continuity Program. The earliest memorandum described the high cost of destroying steel removed from fatal structural failures. Melting was expensive. Public auctions attracted scrutiny. Direct reuse created obvious chains of responsibility. The proposed solution was rotation. Steel from a collapsed factory could be incorporated into a bridge reinforcement project. When that bridge was later repaired, portions could be transferred into a stadium, a parking structure, or a coastal tower. Each movement weakened the material's legal history until no single authority could be proven responsible for its final use. The documents called it administrative dilution. One handwritten note used plainer language. No one owns the whole failure if everyone owns a piece. Thomas read the sentence twice. He had used the same logic in meetings after Alderspan. The supplier blamed the subcontractor. The subcontractor blamed revised design tolerances. The county blamed budget limitations. The engineering consortium cited incomplete disclosures. And Thomas had signed the waiver that allowed them all to continue speaking in the plural. He opened another cabinet. Inside were structural incident files, arranged by destination rather than disaster site. Greyhaven occupied 6 drawers. Every major repair had introduced materials from somewhere that people had died. The South Anchorage held steel from 8 factory collapses, 3 stadium failures, 2 tower fires, a parking structure cave-in, and 4 bridges. One of them was Alderspan. Thomas found the transfer manifest. 22 sections of the main deck truss had been recovered from the river, cleaned, cut into strand supports, and installed within Greyhaven's southern cable system. Approval signatures filled the final page. None belonged to him. He almost felt relief. Then a thin red folder slipped from the back of the drawer. Confidential Alderspan material waiver. His name appeared on the cover. Thomas opened it. The first pages were familiar. Inspection summaries, laboratory reports, correspondence regarding substandard steel batches. Then came a copy of the waiver he had signed before the collapse. The document stated that although the supplied material failed original procurement specifications, calculated performance remained within acceptable variance under projected live loads. His signature crossed the bottom. Someone had added a second page years later. The waiver had been cited as authorization to classify recovered Alderspan steel as suitable for non-standard secondary use. His decision had not ended when the bridge fell. It had traveled with the metal. Every project receiving those materials had inherited the protection of his original judgment. Thomas felt the chamber tilt, though the floor remained level. "You used my waiver," he said. Odette stood in the doorway. "I did not. The county did. The program predates both of us. But you knew. I knew reclaimed materials were present. I did not know about the phenomena." Amos gave her a hard look. "What phenomena?" Odette's silence answered him. Thomas turned the final page. A transfer map showed lines spreading outward from Alderspan to 11 active structures. Most were marked stable. Greyhaven was marked responsive. Beneath it, someone had typed a note. Subject veil required for full load recall. The cables outside the archive began to tighten, one by one. The cabinet drawers slid open. From inside every file came the soft sound of invisible feet stepping onto paper. The footsteps crossed the documents without disturbing them. Thomas heard hundreds of separate impacts moving through the open drawers' heels, dragging soles. The soft, double rhythm of people running. The plastic sleeves trembled beneath weights that had no bodies. Then the papers began to bend. A casualty report folded inward as though someone were standing on it. A procurement ledger sagged across the rails of its drawer, one by one. The files accepted the final loads recorded inside them. Odette backed into the anchorage chamber, closed the cabinets. Amos stared at her. "You've seen this before." "Not like this." Thomas held up the memorandum marked responsive. "What does full load recall mean?" Odette said nothing. The cable bundle from Alderspan answered for her. 93 pounds. The vibration passed into the floor. A child's weight pressed onto the archive threshold, leaving a shallow fracture in the concrete. Another load followed. 170 pounds. Then dozens more. The invisible dead did not enter as shapes. There were no translucent faces. No cold hands reaching from darkness. What arrived were consequences stripped to their measurable form. Compression in concrete. Tension in steel. Pressure beneath unseen feet. Thomas understood why the cameras showed nothing. The bridge was not haunted by appearances. It was haunted by load. He opened the oldest technical memorandum in the red folder. Its language was cautious. Written by engineers attempting to describe something they feared would destroy their careers. Recovered metal retained stress impressions beyond ordinary fatigue behavior. After fatal structural events, salvaged components occasionally reproduced load patterns corresponding to occupants present during failure. The effect increased when documentation was incomplete. Liability remained disputed, or official findings divided responsibility among multiple parties. A later report replaced stress impressions with residual human loading. Another called it post-failure weight memory. Odette finally spoke. The agencies discovered it decades ago. Steel, recovered from acknowledged disasters, was usually quiet. Memorialized sites caused fewer incidents. Public findings helped. Compensation helped. Sometimes even a formal apology reduced the readings. Amos looked around the chamber, and when nobody admitted fault, the loads remained. Thomas turned another page. The program's original purpose had not been material conservation. Rotation had been designed to disperse the retained weights in the same manner that legal responsibility was dispersed. 100 deaths concentrated in one structure could deform it. Spread the steel across 20 projects, and each inherited only part of the burden. Acceptable variance. The words appeared repeatedly in the calculations. Thomas felt something inside him give way. You knew the materials carried them. We knew redistribution reduced measurable activity. Odette said, most structures remain stable because you divided the dead. We divided the load. They are the same thing. Odette's face hardened. The alternative was demolishing essential infrastructure, admitting decades of unauthorized reuse, and closing every structure connected to a disputed failure. Hospitals, schools, highways, public housing. What would you have chosen? Thomas almost answered. Then he remembered sitting before the Alderspan review board while families filled the rear benches. He had spoken about tolerances, procurement chains, incomplete data. Every sentence had been technically defensible. Not once had he said that he had known the steel was wrong. He had divided his decision among procedures until no one could hold it. The agencies had merely built an industry from the same instinct. Thomas examined the transfer map again. Lines spread from Alderspan to 11 active structures. But they were not equal. Every line eventually curved toward Greyhaven. His waiver number appeared beside each transfer. The steel had followed the authority of his signature. It wasn't the victims who were distributed, he said. Their weights stayed attached to the decision. Odette lowered her gaze. The truth became complete. Alderspan's recovered metal had been scattered among distant projects. But Thomas's waiver remained the common authorization connecting every fragment. When he entered Greyhaven, his physical presence completed the circuit between signer, material, and unresolved dead. The victims had not followed him across the country. His signature had been carrying them for years. The anchorage shook. Outside, the bridge cables began drawing every remembered weight toward the southern tower. The Greyhaven steel answered from factories, stadiums, towers, and collapsed bridges. Thousands of final loads moving through the structure toward a single point, toward Thomas. The powerless monitor in the shed sounded an alarm. Amos's radio crackled, and Colin's frightened voice came through. The system's displaying a certification request. Thomas looked at Odette. What does it want certified? The cables tightened until dust fell from the ceiling. Then the radio answered in Thomas's own recorded voice. State whether these loads are acceptable. The words had been taken from an Alderspan hearing. He remembered the room now with painful clarity. The polished table, the microphones, the families behind him, and the attorney who had asked whether the substituted steel created an unacceptable risk under projected traffic conditions. Thomas had answered no, not because he believed it, because no was easier to defend than I knew. The cables repeated the sentence in quieter fragments until it became part of their metallic prayer. Odette led them back to the monitoring shed while the anchorage shook behind them. The invisible loads followed through the concrete, gathering beneath the southern tower. On the roadway above, the bridge remained closed and empty, but its center span continued to descend. The monitor was still operating without power. Across its black screen appeared a blank certificate form. Structural status, pending, authorizing engineer, Thomas Vale. Below it, a cursor blinked. Amos set the radio on the desk. Tell them the truth. Thomas looked at the transfer files he had carried from the archive. They contained enough evidence to expose the reclamation program, procurement codes, internal memoranda, load memory studies, agency signatures. They also contained his waiver. If released, the files would prove that he had reviewed the defective Alderspan materials before the collapse. The protection offered by ambiguity would end. The deaths would no longer belong to a supplier network or a failed oversight process. They would belong, in part, to him. Odette opened Thomas's laptop and connected it to the county network. You can transmit the archive, she said. Every transportation office in the state will receive it. Thomas glanced at her. And Greyhaven. The bridge will close. Every linked structure may close. How many? Hundreds. Eventually, hospitals, stadiums, residential towers, highway overpasses. The program had hidden itself inside necessary places. Thomas imagined emergency evacuations, public panic, criminal investigations, and every photograph of Alder Span appearing again beside his name. He imagined losing his license, his home, his remaining years to courtrooms and prison corridors. The cables whispered 93 pounds. Claire Weller's dry footprints appeared outside the shed. They stopped at the door. Thomas began writing his report. He described undocumented reclaimed structural components within the southern anchorage. He noted abnormal sensor behavior, unverified load events, and deformation exceeding the previous inspection baseline. Then he reached the cause. His fingers remained above the keyboard. He could write that the steel retained the final loads of unacknowledged victims. He could write that government agencies had deliberately circulated disaster materials to dilute responsibility. He could write that his own knowingly false assessment had allowed the Alder Span steel to remain certified after 37 people died. Instead, he typed, "Observed anomalies may result from interacting material fatigue. Environmental resonance. Legacy instrumentation error. And undocumented component substitution." Amos read the sentence over his shoulder. "That isn't what you found. It is supportable. It's camouflage." Thomas continued. "Further investigation is recommended. Immediate catastrophic failure cannot be conclusively established under present test conditions." Odette watched without approving or objecting. Thomas inserted a conditional certification authorizing restricted use of the bridge pending reinforcement review. His old language returned easily. Low-volume traffic. Weather closures. Monitored operation. Non-critical variants. Each phrase pushed responsibility into the future. The cables grew quiet. For a moment, Thomas believed the bridge had accepted the compromise. Then the certificate form appeared on the unpowered monitor. Now filled with his wording, a signature line opened at the bottom. "Don't," Amos said. Thomas thought of the families at Alder Span. He had avoided their names for years. But their weights surrounded him now. Bending steel. Cracking concrete. Waiting for one unqualified sentence. I knew. He could still type it. He could still transmit everything. Instead, Thomas signed. The instant he finished, the county network sent the certificate. Greyhaven's warning lights changed from red to green. The invisible crowd stepped onto the bridge all at once. The deck plunged beneath their combined load. Windows shattered in the maintenance shed. Concrete burst from the southern tower in gray sheets. And the main cables tightened with a sound like hundreds of voices drawing breath. The monitor erased the certificate. In its place appeared a casualty list. Claire Weller, Marcus Bell, Tessa Moran. Name after name filled the screen. At the bottom, beneath the 37th victim, a new entry appeared. Thomas Vale, 182 pounds, outside the shed. His dry footprints began walking toward the center span. Thomas watched his own footprints leave the maintenance shed. They appeared one after another in the rain. Dry impressions moving toward the bridge. Each step produced a pressure pulse on the powerless monitor. 182 pounds. His weight, his gait, his refusal, given shape. Amos caught Thomas by the arm. "Stay here." Thomas pulled free. The bridge was recovering from its plunge, but unevenly. The center span remained bowed beneath the invisible crowd while the approaches rose and fell in opposing waves. Fog tore through the suspension cables. Odette stood beside the shattered window, staring at the casualty list. "You can still revoke the certificate," she said. Thomas looked at the laptop. His report had already entered the county system. Copies would be distributed, archived, and quoted in rooms by people who had never stood on Greyhaven. He knew how documents survived, better than people did. The screen advanced through the alder-span dead. Beside each name appeared a weight, and the designation disputed responsibility. Claire Weller, 93 pounds. Marcus Bell, 170 pounds. Tessa Moran, 109 pounds. The list ended with Thomas. Beside his name appeared only responsibility confirmed. The bridge cables fell silent. Thomas stepped outside. The invisible footprints waited at the barricade. Beyond them, the roadway was crowded with absence. Rain curved around unseen shoulders and broke against raised hands before reaching the deck. Hundreds stood between the towers. But the 37 from Alder Span had left a narrow path through the center. At its end, Thomas's duplicate weight waited above the lowest point of the span. He crossed the barricade. "Thomas!" Amos shouted. The first step onto the bridge struck through him like an impact. He saw Alder Span before the collapse. Commuter traffic packed across wet lanes. Brake lights glowing. The structure carrying more than his report claimed it could bear. He saw the failed material tests on his desk. He saw the laboratory warning recommending closure. He saw himself delete that sentence after the consortium director called it premature. The cables whispered around him. Not numbers now. Names every few yards. Another memory surfaced. A family photograph attached to a claim file. A voicemail from a county attorney. A newspaper image folded inward so he would not have to see the victims' faces. The deck lowered beneath his steps. Behind him, the dead followed. At the center span, gray ocean rolled far below. Thomas stopped where his invisible double waited. The bridge became perfectly still. The unpowered monitor spoke through Amos's radio. "Certify the final load." Thomas looked back toward the southern tower. Amos stood beyond the barricade. Odette held the laptop against her chest. The familiar language gathered in his mind. Inconclusive deformation. Stress-induced auditory effects. No scientifically verifiable human agency. Then a child's dry footprint appeared beside his boot. 93 pounds pressed onto the deck. Thomas closed his eyes. "I knew the materials were unsafe," he said. The bridge carried his words through the cables. "I knew, and I approved them." Fog withdrew from the roadway. For one instant, Amos saw Thomas surrounded by shallow depressions in the rain, each shaped by the final stance of someone who had never reached the other side. The casualty names disappeared from the monitor one by one. Claire Weller, Marcus Bell, Tessa Moran. 37 entries erased. Not as people, but as unresolved loads finally assigned to responsibility. Thomas's name remained. The deck beneath him gave a soft, deliberate drop. 182 pounds transferred from the roadway into the main cable. Thomas vanished without falling. His coat, boots, and flashlight struck the wet pavement. His harness remained clipped to the safety line. Hanging empty above the water, Greyhaven rose. The center span returned to its designed elevation. Cracks stopped widening. Cable tension settled within normal limits. Every warning on the monitor cleared. By dawn, the bridge stood level and silent. Odette released the archive. The county withdrew Thomas's certificate. Investigations began. Linked structures closed, and material continuity became public language for a scandal no agency could contain. Greyhaven never reopened to traffic. Maintenance crews continued testing it. Whenever the bridge stood completely empty, the pedestrian counter displayed one. The load always began at the south entrance. 182 pounds crossed slowly toward the center span. There it stopped. And whenever an inspector opened the certification system, the cables whispered Thomas Vale's voice from inside the steel. State whether these loads are acceptable. A structure does not become safe simply because responsibility has been divided among enough reports, departments, and signatures. Thomas believed technical language could reduce guilt to an acceptable variance. But the bridge remembered what institutions chose to distribute, not only damaged steel, but the weight of human lives. Greyhaven's final judgment was not that Thomas caused every failure alone. It was that he knowingly carried his part and kept calling it negligible. Perhaps that is the most unsettling burden in this story, the possibility that accountability does not disappear when shared. It waits, gathers, and eventually asks someone to certify its full weight. Story 6. The dead were easiest when they arrived before dawn. By then, the city above the metropolitan mortuary had softened into snowplow noise and distant streetcar bells, and the fluorescent corridors had not yet filled with detectives, orderlies, or families carrying photographs in trembling hands. Lucille Grant preferred those hours. A face was more honest before anyone asked it to become recognizable. The woman on table 6 had no name. Her intake card read unknown female. Approximately 35 to 45. Though Lucille would have placed her closer to 50. There were pale seams beside the woman's mouth. Old surgical scars beneath the jaw, and a faint yellowing around the eyes that suggested illness rather than injury. Nothing about her was remarkable except the expression. She looked inconvenienced, not frightened, not peaceful, merely annoyed, as if death had interrupted an appointment she intended to keep. Lucille set her stainless tray beside the table. Cleanser, cotton, sealing powder, neutralizing cream, 2 wax palettes warmed beneath a lamp, brushes arranged from broadest to finest. She worked with the economy of long practice, moving around the body without allowing her sleeves to touch the sheet. "Let's make you presentable," she murmured. She said this to all of them. The first cloth came away gray with city residue. The second lifted a faint trace of pink from the dead woman's cheek. Though no cosmetic had been listed during intake, Lucille inspected the cloth beneath the task light. The pigment was too bright for blood and too oily for decomposition. Lip color, she decided. Someone had painted the woman before she was found. then wiped it away badly. Lucille cleaned the face again. This time the cloth remained white. She began with the bruising around the eyes. The work required patience, not artistry. Despite what newspapers like to call it, color correction was measurement. Texture was discipline. Grief depended on millimeters. Her son had once teased her about that. You make dead people look like they slept through something boring. She had not heard Evan's voice in 14 months. Yet it returned at inconvenient moments with the casual clarity of someone calling from another room. Lucille pressed the sponge too firmly against the woman's temple. The skin gave beneath her hand. Not the soft collapse of tissue. Something deeper shifted. A small, muscular adjustment beneath the cheekbone. Lucille stopped. The ventilation hummed overhead. Water ticked inside a pipe beyond the tiled wall. On the counter, the wax warmer clicked as its thermostat changed. She placed 2 fingers against the woman's throat. Nothing. Of course, nothing. Lucille withdrew her hand and looked at the face again. The left cheek seemed fuller now. The nose, which had appeared narrow at intake, had acquired a slight downward turn. She checked the photograph clipped to the card. The difference was subtle enough to blame on lighting. She continued. Foundation dulled the waxy undertone. A warmer blend restored the illusion of circulation. She shaded the temples, softened the jaw, and reconstructed the lip line with the smallest sable brush. Halfway through, she realized she knew the mouth. Not personally. Professionally, it belonged to Dana Voss. The night intake coordinator downstairs, the same compressed upper lip, the same tiny hook at the right corner that made Dana look skeptical even when she smiled. Lucille leaned closer. The resemblance extended upward. Dana's shallow crease between the brows. Dana's short, blunt nose. Even the faint crescent scar beneath the left eye. Acquired when a cabinet door struck her during a transfer. Lucille set down the brush. She removed the makeup from one cheek with cleanser. Dana's cheek remained beneath it. For several seconds, Lucille did not move. Then she crossed to the wall phone and called intake. The line rang 6 times. When Dana answered, her voice was thin and breathless. Lucille? Yes. Are you all right? A pause. Behind Dana. Someone was speaking in the lobby. They won't let me back upstairs. She said. Who won't? Security. Dana gave a short end quote. Frightened laugh. My badge scans. But the photograph is wrong. Lucille looked back at table 6. The dead woman's eyes were still closed. Her face was now unmistakably Dana's. On the phone, Dana whispered, Lucille. What do I look like? Dana's question remained between them. Absurd and intimate. Lucille turned toward table 6. The woman's borrowed features rested beneath the fluorescent light with the passive composure of a finished portrait. You look like yourself. Lucille said, No. I don't. A man's voice sounded near Dana, followed by the dry click of a security gate. Dana lowered her voice. They checked my license. The name is mine. The address is mine. But the picture looks like someone else. Lucille stared at the corpse. Come upstairs. She said, They won't let me. Lucille hung up before Dana could hear the tremor in her breathing. She covered the dead woman's face with a clean cloth and stood beside the table until the shape beneath it stopped seeming human. Then she washed her hands twice, though she had not touched anything unclean. By morning, the mortuary had become ordinary again. Steel doors opened and closed. Wheels rattled over grout lines. A pathologist dictated findings into a recorder while an assistant complained about the coffee. Lucille prepared a construction worker for viewing, rebuilding the bridge of his nose with wax and choosing a collar high enough to conceal the bruising around his throat. The report called the death accidental. The bruises disagreed. But reports were not her department. Families did not come to her for accuracy. They came because accuracy had already harmed them enough. She had learned this distinction over 27 years. A young woman found in a motel bathroom did not need purple punctures visible inside her elbows. A father struck by a truck did not need his children to understand what weight had done to his chest. A teenager who had inhaled cleaning chemicals behind a supermarket did not need blue lips in the final photograph his mother would keep. Lucille corrected these things. That was the word she used. She corrected discoloration, collapsed tissue, broken symmetry, the violent grammar of cause and effect. When families thanked her for making someone look peaceful, she accepted their gratitude as proof that concealment could be a form of care. Evan had required very little correction. At least, that was how she remembered it. Sometimes she recalled his face pale and swollen beneath the preparation lamp, sometimes thin, almost boyish. In one memory, there had been a cut beneath his chin. In another, the skin was smooth. She remembered combing his hair away from his forehead. Yet she could not remember whether it had been long or recently shaved. The details shifted whenever she approached them. Only the smell remained constant. Cosmetic wax warmed too long beneath a lamp. Sweet and faintly rancid. At midday, Dana called from the public telephone in the lobby. They let me use the phone after I gave them my employee number. She said, but they still won't let me through. Lucille kept her back to table 6. Go home. I tried. There was a pause. My mother opened the door. Dana said. She asked who I was. Lucille closed her eyes. Perhaps she was confused. She knew my voice. I could see that she knew it. But every time she looked at my face, she became frightened. What do you see in the mirror? That's the problem. Dana's breathing scraped against the receiver. I see me. Behind Lucille. The cloth over the corpse made a small settling sound. Dana continued. My mother showed me a photograph from last Christmas. I'm standing beside her. But the woman in the picture isn't me. She has longer hair, different eyes. She looks like she belongs there more than I do. Lucille turned. The cloth had slipped from the corpse's forehead. The face beneath it was changing again. Dana's blunt nose had narrowed. The scar under the eye faded until only smooth skin remained. The mouth softened into a shape Lucille had painted many years before. On a body she had promised herself never to remember too clearly. She dropped the phone. The dead woman's lips were now Evan's lips. Not as they had looked in childhood photographs. As they had looked on the table after Lucille had finished correcting them. Then the corpse opened its mouth just enough to expose a line of darkened teeth from the fallen receiver. Dana said, Lucille? Who does she look like now? Lucille did not answer Dana. She crossed the room and pulled the cloth completely away from table 6. The corpse no longer resembled Dana. It no longer resembled Evan either. For one unstable second, the face seemed caught between them. Dana's blunt cheekbones beneath Evan's mouth. Evan's narrow chin beneath a woman's powdered forehead. Then the features loosened. The skin appeared to soften over the skull. Not melting, but reconsidering its shape. Lucille seized a jar of cleanser and soaked 2 cloths. She wiped hard. Foundation came away first. Then blush, contouring pigment, sealing powder, and the thin layer of wax she had placed along the lips. The cloths filled with flesh-colored streaks beneath them. The corpse's face collapsed toward anonymity. Dana's voice still came from the receiver on the floor. "Lucille?" The dead woman's eyelids twitched. Lucille scrubbed until the cheeks reddened from friction, though no blood rose beneath the skin. At last. The features returned to something close to the intake photograph. Narrow nose, pale brows, old scars at the jaw. The mouth remained wrong. It held the impression of Evan's expression. The faint downward pull he had worn whenever he expected to be forgiven before apologizing. Lucille pressed a clean cloth over it. "I need you to stay where you are," she told Dana. "Where am I supposed to go?" Lucille had no answer to that either. Before she could reach the receiver, someone knocked on the preparation room door. 3 firm strikes. Detective Martin Hale entered without waiting. He had visited the mortuary twice that week regarding unidentified remains recovered near the Don River. Lucille remembered him because he carried physical photographs instead of displaying them on a telephone. He distrusted screens. He had explained. Because screens made everything temporary. He was 46, broad-shouldered, and perpetually rumpled, with a nose broken badly enough to lean left. A faded scar divided one eyebrow. He carried a blue identification folder beneath his arm. "Sorry," he said. "Dana isn't at intake." Lucille glanced at the telephone. The line had gone silent. "What do you need?" Hale placed the folder on the counter. "We received a possible match for your Jane Doe. Missing woman from North York. Family submitted updated dental information." He opened the folder. The first page held the photograph of a woman in a green winter coat. Behind it were forms, witness statements, and several smaller images. Lucille noticed one of Hale himself, clipped to an access authorization sheet. She had seen the same photograph 2 days earlier when Dana photocopied his credentials for the identification file. Hale followed her gaze. "Bureaucracy likes proof that the police are actually police." He smiled. The corpse beneath the sheet moved, not enough to disturb the fabric, only a faint tightening where the cloth covered the jaw. Lucille stepped between Hale and the table. "I haven't completed the preliminary work. I only need to confirm whether the scars match." "Not yet." His smile faded. "Miss Grant, this woman may have a family waiting." Families were always waiting. That was how institutions justified speed. Lucille looked at the authorization photograph again. Hale appeared younger in it, though the scar through his eyebrow and the crooked nose were unmistakable. Behind her came the moist sound of skin dragging across vinyl. Hale heard it. What was that? Air displacement. From a body? From the table covering. He moved around her. Lucille caught his sleeve, but not before he lifted the cloth. The corpse wore Detective Hale's face. The resemblance was not approximate. The broken nose angled left. The eyebrow bore the faded scar. Even the gray stubble along the chin had emerged through skin Lucille had cleaned smooth minutes earlier. Hale stared down at himself. His hand rose slowly to his own cheek. The corpse copied him. Its arm did not move. Its eyelids remained closed. But the muscles of the face tightened beneath Hale's fingertips as though the dead skin could feel what the living skin touched. "What did you do?" he whispered. Lucille reached for him. But Hale stumbled backward, struck the tray, and sent brushes clattering across the floor. He left the folder behind. By late afternoon, Lucille had called his precinct 4 times. On the 5th attempt, a constable answered. "I'm trying to reach Detective Martin Hale," Lucille said. There was a pause. "We don't have a Detective Hale. He works in missing persons." "No, ma'am. Detective Adrian Cole heads that unit." Lucille looked down at the blue folder. The name on every form had changed. Adrienne Cole. The authorization photograph still showed the same crooked nose and divided eyebrow. But the face no longer belonged to the man who had entered her room. It belonged to someone Lucille had never seen. From beneath the cloth on table 6, Detective Hale's voice said quietly, "Please don't let them give my name away." The voice beneath the cloth did not speak again. Lucille stood beside table 6 with both hands braced against the steel rim, waiting for another word, another movement. Anything she could reduce to evidence. The room offered only the ventilation system and the faint hum of the wax warmer. She told herself the voice had come from the fallen telephone. Acoustics could mislead. Exhaustion could imitate familiarity. The mind, deprived of sleep, borrowed patterns from memory and fitted them over noise. Lucille had seen families recognize sons in strangers, husbands in shadows, mothers in hospital blankets. Recognition was not proof. She sealed every cosmetic she had used on the unidentified woman inside a clear evidence bag. Foundation, pigments, wax, cleanser, powder, brushes, sponges. A contaminated batch might explain the skin reaction. Preservatives could alter texture. Heat could separate pigments. Poor storage could produce odors and discoloration. None of it explained a face. But an explanation did not need to be complete to delay panic. Lucille photographed table 6 from 6 angles and transferred the images to the mortuary computer. The first showed the unidentified woman's narrow features. The second showed Dana. The third showed a blurred transition. The fourth showed Martin Hale. When Lucille opened the files again, all 6 displayed the same anonymous corpse. She checked the timestamps. Each image had been recorded at the same moment, a little after 5 in the morning, though the photographs had been taken hours apart. A system error, she thought. She printed them. The printer produced 6 copies of Adrian Cole. Lucille shut off the computer. At the far end of the room, the red waste bin gave a soft plastic crackle. She had placed the used cloths and sponges inside it before Hale arrived. The lid remained closed, its locking tab intact. Something shifted within the liner. pressing outward and withdrawing. Lucille approached with forceps. The bag moved again. Several rounded shapes pressed against the translucent plastic, close together, as if people inside were turning their faces toward the light. Lucille lifted the lid. The smell of warmed cosmetic wax rose from the bin. Sweet enough to coat the back of her throat. Inside, discarded cloths had folded themselves into contours. A stained sponge formed a nose. Rolled cotton created a brow. Wax adhered to powder and gauze in the shape of closed lips. Dana's face looked up at her from the waist. Beside it was Hale's. A third face was assembling. Foundation spread through a cloth in branching veins, while dark smears gathered where the eyes should be. The mouth formed last. Pulled together from the lipstick Lucille had removed from the corpse. Evan's mouth. Lucille slammed the lid shut and engaged the secondary lock. The faces continued moving inside the bag. She dragged the bin into chemical disposal, locked the door, and called her supervisor. Dr. Naomi Felt. Lucille described a possible contamination event, avoiding the words face, voice, and identity. Feld ordered her to quarantine the room and promised an occupational safety team. By the time Feld arrived, the disposal bag contained only stained cloths. "You've been working since yesterday evening," Feld said. "I know what I saw." Feld studied her with the careful neutrality used around grieving relatives and unstable witnesses. "You were alone?" Hale was here. "Who?" Lucille did not answer. Feld placed a hand on her shoulder. "Go home. I'll have someone finish the preparation. No one touch table 6. That isn't your decision. It is until we know what the products are doing." Feld glanced through the observation window. The corpse lay beneath its cloth, motionless. Lucille had removed every cosmetic product from the room. She had cleaned the skin down to its original pallor. Nothing remained on the face except the marks death had made. Then the cloth over table 6 sank inward. The nose beneath it flattened. The jaw narrowed. A new forehead pushed against the fabric. Feld stepped closer to the glass. "Is someone in there?" The sheet slipped from the corpse's face without anyone touching it. Lucille saw a woman she did not recognize, silver hair. A deep crease beside the mouth. Frightened, blue eyes sealed shut. Feld made a sound so small it was almost a swallowed breath. The face on table 6 belonged to her. Dr. Feld did not ask Lucille what she had done. She backed away from the observation window and touched her own face with both hands, moving from brow to jaw, as though confirming the features were still attached. On table 6, the corpse wore them perfectly. Even the small vertical line above Feld's upper lip was present. Lucille had noticed it years before. During a staff Christmas dinner, when Feld laughed at something and briefly became younger. Now that private imperfection belonged to the dead. "We need to leave," Feld said. Lucille nodded. Neither of them moved. The preparation room had become so quiet that Lucille could hear powder settling inside closed pallets. The ventilation had stopped. The wax warmer's indicator remained lit, but its electric hum was gone, beyond the glass. The corridor appeared empty beneath fluorescent panels that no longer flickered. Feld opened the outer door. The hallway smelled of cosmetic wax. They passed the refrigeration wing, the autopsy suites, and the staff lockers. At the security exit, Feld pressed her badge to the reader. No sound. She tried again. The display remained blank. Lucille used her own badge. The lock clicked. But the door opened onto the preparation corridor they had just left. Feld stared through it. Table 6 stood at the far end beneath the observation window. "That isn't possible," she whispered. They turned back toward reception. The corridor seemed longer than before. Their shoes made no noise on the tiles. Lucille watched their reflections slide along the dark glass of office doors, always a fraction behind. At the first corner, Feld's reflection stopped walking. Lucille caught Feld's arm. In the glass, the reflected woman remained motionless while the real Feld took another step. Then the reflection lifted one hand and pressed it flat against the inside of the window. Its face changed. Dana appeared first, frightened and unfamiliar. Hale followed, his broken nose bent toward the glass. Then a young man Lucille did not recognize opened his mouth in silent appeal. Feld pulled away. They hurried into the cosmetics supply room and locked the door. Rows of unopened products lined the shelves. Neutralizers, restorative creams, powders, waxes in carefully coated shades. Lucille switched on the overhead light. Faces waited beneath the transparent lids, not fully formed. Not yet. A cheek curved inside one palette, an eyelid pressed upward through pink wax. In another, two mouths shared the same shallow tin, one smiling while the other seemed to be biting down. Feld covered her mouth. "What are those?" Lucille approached a palette she had used for years. Its surface had always been smooth, divided into 12 tones from pale beige to deep brown. Now a child's face pushed through the wax from below. The features were soft and incomplete, but the expression was unmistakable. Eyes squeezed shut, lips parted in the expectation of pain. Lucille remembered that expression. Evan had worn it when he was 7, and she removed a splinter from his palm at the kitchen table. He had refused to cry until she told him pain became smaller when someone gave it a name. Afterward, he had invented a phrase for any fear he did not want to admit. "Call it weather," he would say. Thunder, school, the dark hallway outside his room. The first time Lucille left him alone overnight. "Call it weather." "Mum, weather always passes." She had never told anyone. The lights went out. Feld screamed once, then clamped both hands over her mouth as if the sound might attract something. From the corridor came the squeak of wheels. Table 6 rolled past the supply room door. Lucille could see its shadow beneath the gap, moving slowly without footsteps. It stopped directly outside. The handle turned. Feld backed into the shelves, shaking hard enough to rattle the pallets. "Lucille," she said, "please tell me that door locks from this side." A voice answered from the corridor. It was Evan's voice at 19, tired, amused, carrying the roughness he had acquired during the final year of his life. "Call it weather." "Mom," Lucille could not breathe. The door opened by itself. Table 6 waited beneath the emergency light. The corpse sat upright, its face hidden by layers that shifted one over another. Dana, Hale, felt. Strangers, children, people Lucille had prepared and people she had never seen. Then the faces peeled back. Evan looked at her. Not the peaceful son she had presented to the family. The other one, the one she had covered. He smiled with darkened lips and said, "You made the storm look like sleep." Evan's face remained on the corpse for 3 breaths. Then it loosened. His mouth widened into Dana's. His nose broke sideways into Hale's. Feld's silver hair surfaced along the temples before sinking back into the scalp. The features moved without blood or tearing, rearranging themselves with the soft pressure of fingers working beneath clay. "Doctor." Feld pushed past Lucille and ran. Lucille followed her into the corridor. But the mortuary had altered again. Emergency lights glowed at impossible intervals. Doors Lucille had opened every day for decades now bore no labels. The refrigeration wings stretched ahead, its steel compartments reflecting narrow fragments of their bodies. Behind them, the wheels of Table 6 began to turn. Feld reached the first stairwell and struck the release bar. The door opened onto a tiled corridor, sloping downward. "There is no lower level here," she said. Lucille knew that was not entirely true. The oldest section of the mortuary predated the current building. During renovations, contractors had uncovered foundation rooms beneath the original refrigerated wing. Management called them utility voids and sealed access after mold was discovered. Lucille had once seen a freight manifest addressed to a room below them. Identification materials, permanent retention. At the time, she had assumed it meant dental casts. The corpse rolled closer. "Down," Lucille said. They entered the sloping passage and pulled the door shut. The wheels stopped on the other side. The air below was colder than refrigeration, but damp. Pipes crowded the ceiling. Water trembled along them without falling. Their reflections moved through the polished copper in thin, distorted strips, each face changing whenever Lucille looked away. At the bottom stood a gray metal door without a handle. Its surface had been painted over many times. Beneath the newest coat, Lucille could make out the raised shape of old lettering. Visual Identification Archive. Feld stared at her. "You knew about this?" "No." The word sounded insufficient. Beside the door was a narrow slot containing a makeup brush hardened with age. Lucille pulled it free. The lock released. Warm, sweet air breathed through the opening. Inside, steel cabinets filled a room larger than the preparation floor above. Shelves held thousands of envelopes arranged by year. Each envelope contained a missing person photograph, an intake image, and a small wax sample pressed between transparent sheets. Some photographs dated back more than 60 years. Children in school uniforms, men photographed beside work trucks, women smiling at weddings, 2 bus stations, kitchen tables, beaches. The images were creased from handling, but the wax samples remained soft. Feld opened one envelope. A young woman named Lorraine Pritchard had disappeared during a winter storm. Her photograph showed dark curls and a gap between her front teeth. The intake image beside it showed an unidentified body recovered from Lake Ontario. The 2 women looked nothing alike. A third photograph showed the corpse. After preparation, it wore Lorraine's face. Feld dropped the envelope. Lucille opened a cabinet marked formulation. Inside were handwritten cosmetic recipes tied to identification numbers. Bone adjustment, brow elevation, nasal narrowing, scar replication, pigment ratios for reproducing birthmarks, sun damage, vascular patterns, and the particular gray cast created by years of smoking. The instructions did not describe restoring a person. They described manufacturing one. A binder lay open on a central desk. Its pages were protected beneath yellowed plastic. The language was administrative, calm, and almost compassionate. Cases suitable for reassignment included bodies unlikely to be claimed, missing persons whose investigations consumed excessive public resources, and families considered likely to accept visual confirmation without additional testing. One heading read, Social Compatibility Guidelines. A body assigned an identity should approximate the missing person's age, sex, height, and perceived social standing. Visible signs of addiction, homelessness, untreated illness, or violent death were to be corrected before family viewing. A handwritten note in the margin stated, "People recognize the ending they can endure." Lucille knew the handwriting. It belonged to Harold Vey, the mortuary director who had trained her. Another page contained instructions for the used cosmetics. Material removed from an assigned body was never to be destroyed. Pigments, wax, and cleansing cloths retained what the document called residual likeness. They were to be remixed into institutional stock so that no identity was entirely lost. Faces were not erased. They were diluted. Lucille touched a shelf of old palettes. Beneath their cloudy lids, mouths and eyelids shifted in the wax. Feld had moved to a cabinet at the rear of the room. "Lucille," she said. Her voice had become strangely formal. The cabinet bore a recent date and the words "family requested certainty." Inside were files Lucille recognized from overdose cases, railway deaths, fires, and prolonged missing person investigations. Each had been completed quickly. Each family had praised the mortuary for giving them someone recognizable to bury. Feld pulled out the thickest folder. Evan Grant. Lucille reached for it, but Feld stepped back. The folder contained no missing person photograph. It contained a cosmetic formula in Lucille's handwriting. Attached beneath it was the intake photograph of a dead young man whose face she had never seen before. At the bottom of the page, beside her signature, Lucille had written, "Mother confirms identity after reconstruction." The handwriting was hers. Lucille recognized the narrow G in Grant, the lower loop that failed to close when she wrote quickly, and the pressure mark beneath the final word where her pen had nearly torn the paper. "Mother confirms identity after reconstruction." She remembered signing forms after Evan died. She remembered speaking to police, identifying his clothing, answering questions about medication and dental work. But she did not remember this page. "Doctor," Feld placed the folder on the desk as though it might contaminate her. "What did you reconstruct?" Lucille studied the intake photograph again. The young man had been found in a stairwell behind a closed pharmacy. His body rigid beneath a winter coat too large for him. His hair was dark, not fair like Evan's. His jaw was broader. A faded tattoo crossed 2 fingers. None of those details belonged to her son. Yet the preparation photograph attached behind it showed Evan exactly as the family had seen him, eyes closed, hair combed back. the childhood scar beneath his chin restored with pale wax. Lucille turned the page. Beneath the cosmetic notes were administrative approvals. A detective had accepted visual confirmation. An insurer had released a death benefit. The missing person file had been closed within 48 hours. The body's original case number had been crossed out. No name remained. Feld opened nearby folders. Each told the same story in a different bureaucratic dialect. A homeless man was reshaped into a missing accountant so his wife could collect a pension. A burned woman became the daughter of a city councilor after pressure from the mayor's office. A drowned teenager was assigned the identity of a student whose family had threatened legal action. The records contained no language of fraud. They called it resolution. They called it compassionate identification. Lucille found correspondence from police departments, insurance offices, hospitals, and funeral directors. No single letter admitted the full practice. Each requested only speed, certainty, or a result the family could bear. The archive had not served one corrupt person. It had served everyone who preferred a closed file to an unresolved life. A metal drawer slid open behind her. No one stood beside it. Inside lay a second folder marked Evan Grant. The first file carried the date of his funeral. The second had been opened 4 months later. Lucille could not make her hands reach for it. So Feld did. The intake report described an unidentified male recovered from a condemned boarding house near Parkdale. Approximate age, 24. Cause of death, mixed drug toxicity complicated by exposure. No wallet. No telephone. No usable fingerprints due to chemical damage. Personal effects included a brass apartment key, a torn transit map, and a hospital bracelet with the name removed. There was also a photograph. The dead man lay on his side beneath a gray blanket. His face was swollen, bruised by cold, and darkened around the mouth. His hair had been cut close to the scalp. A scar marked the underside of his chin. Lucille knew that scar. Evan had received it at 9 after falling from a bicycle and striking a concrete step. She had held a towel against the wound while he cried that she was pressing too hard. The photograph trembled in her hands. This was months after. Feld said. Lucille found the date again, hoping it would rearrange itself. It did not. The report listed no family notification, no dental comparison, no DNA request. Under disposition. A typed line stated, transferred to cosmetic retention following unsuccessful identity review. Retention. Lucille whispered. Faces were not erased. They were diluted. She searched for a burial location, cremation certificate, or release form. Instead, she found a formulation sheet documenting the removal of wax, hair samples, scar measurements, lip pigmentation, and facial impressions. The final page recorded the material's destination. General Restorative Stock Preparation Room 3. Lucille thought of every pallet she had warmed beneath her lamp since Evan's funeral. Every dead mouth she had made gentler with color drawn from a communal tin. Her son had not been beneath the makeup she placed on the stranger. He had been inside the makeup she used afterward. From beyond the archive came the slow squeak of Table 6. A shadow stopped beneath the door. Then Evan's voice spoke from the other side. You buried the man you wanted me to be. The metal door bowed inward, and you painted me onto everyone else. The metal door bowed inward again. Dust loosened from the frame. On the shelves, old cosmetic palettes trembled beneath their transparent lids, and the unfinished features trapped inside them pressed upward as though listening. Dr. Feld seized Lucille's arm. There must be another exit. Lucille barely heard her. She was looking at the preparation photograph from Evan's first file, not at the finished face, but at the details around it. The sheet folded beneath the chin. The lamp reflected in the steel tray. The handwritten color ratios beside the image. Her ratios. She remembered them now, not as a continuous memory, but as flashes that had been cut apart and stored separately. The police officer telling her the body was probably Evan. Her former director, Harold Vey, placing Evan's photographs beside an unidentified young man. Lucille protesting that the jaw was wrong. Vey asking whether she wanted her family to endure another week of uncertainty. Her daughter, Marianne, calling every night. Her husband sitting at the kitchen table with Evan's missing person notice folded beneath his hands. Lucille had wanted the waiting to end. Vey had not forced her. He had only shown her how. The stranger's hair had been dyed. The bridge of his nose narrowed with wax. Lucille had concealed the tattooed fingers beneath the sheet and reconstructed the scar under his chin from a childhood photograph. She had softened the damage around his mouth until it resembled the expression Evan wore while sleeping. By the time her family entered the viewing room, Lucille had already told them what they were going to see. Their grief completed the identification. No, she whispered. The word was for herself, not Feld. The door bent farther inward. A line of darkness opened around its edge. Lucille turned to the second intake photograph. This body had not needed reconstruction to resemble Evan. The scar, the narrow shoulders, the shape of the ears details no mother should have mistaken. But by then, Evan Grant had already been declared dead, buried, mourned, and removed from the missing person system. The city could not identify a man whose death had already been certified. So the second body had become no one. Lucille imagined Evan during those 4 missing months, alive somewhere in Toronto, passing his own memorial notice in a newspaper box. Perhaps hearing that his family had buried him. Maybe he had tried to return. Maybe shame had stopped him. Maybe drugs had made the question irrelevant. She would never know. The archive had preserved only his ending. Material harvested. Features measured. Identity retained. His face had entered the restorative stock in Preparation Room 3, where Lucille had worked almost every night since his funeral. She remembered opening a fresh pallet weeks after the burial. The wax had been unusually soft. She had used it to rebuild the mouth of a woman killed in a house fire. Then a boy struck by a train. Then a father found in a motel. A nurse. A teacher. A runaway girl. She had painted traces of Evan onto all of them, thinning him across strangers until his features no longer belonged to any single face. Feld read the truth in her silence. You knew the first body wasn't him. I knew it wasn't right. That isn't the same as not knowing. Lucille closed her eyes. No. The archive lights dimmed. Inside the cabinets, thousands of photographs rustled without wind. The metal door tore free from its upper hinge. Table 6 rolled into the room. The corpse sat upright beneath a sheet stained with cosmetics. Faces moved across its exposed skin in slow succession. Missing children. Unidentified men. Women assigned to grieving families. People whose names had been transferred to bodies that could conveniently carry them. Evans surfaced last. Not the face Lucille had created for the funeral. His real face was damaged by cold and neglect. His lips were dark. One eye had swollen nearly shut. He looked older than the son she had buried and younger than the man he might have become. Lucille stepped toward him. "I'm sorry." The corpse tilted its head. Evan's voice emerged among several others. "Which one of us are you sorry for?" Lucille looked at the cabinets surrounding her. Each closed case represented a family who had accepted the wrong dead. And another dead person, stripped of whatever identity remained. The horror had not come to reclaim Evan alone. It wanted every borrowed face returned. The corpse extended one hand. Its fingers were coated in warm cosmetic wax. "Take them off," Evan said. Lucille understood then that it was not asking her to clean one body. It was asking her to undo every peaceful lie she had ever painted. Lucille took the corpse's hand. The wax coating its fingers was warm enough to feel alive. It adhered to her palm in thin strings and carried the familiar sweetness of every preparation room she had entered. Beneath it lay something sourer, old cleanser. Damp paper. Refrigerated skin. Doctor. Feld backed toward the archive door. "What happens if you do this?" Lucille looked at the files around them. What should have happened years ago? She wheeled table 6 beneath the central light and arranged the instruments from habit. Cleanser. Cloths. Forceps. A shallow basin. There was no water in the room. But one copper pipe began to drip when she unfolded the first cloth. Lucille soaked it. The corpse wore Evan's damaged face. She pressed the cloth to his forehead and wiped downward. A layer of wax lifted away, somewhere above them. A telephone began ringing. The sound multiplied until dozens of telephones seemed to be calling at once. Lucille imagined police desks, insurance offices, funeral homes, and family kitchens receiving names absent for decades. The face beneath Evans belonged to Leanh Pritchard. Her dark curls appeared first, followed by the gap between her front teeth. Lucille wiped again. Leahn's features softened and formed briefly in the reflection of a steel cabinet. Then she vanished. Feld opened Leahn's folder. The intake photograph had changed. The unidentified drowned woman now retained her own narrow face. Beneath Leahn's name, a handwritten note had appeared. Not recovered. Lucille. Feld said, "You're reopening them." "No, I'm returning them to uncertainty." She cleaned the corpse's left cheek. Detective Martin Hale surfaced beneath the cloth. Gasping, though, the dead chest did not move. His broken nose straightened as she wiped. The scar divided and disappeared. Across the archive, labels changed inside their sleeves. Adrian Cole became Martin Hale. Closed cases reopened. Insurance approvals returned to pending review. Burial authorizations lost their signatures. The certainty holding the archive together began to fail. The lights flickered. From the corridor came voices calling Lucille's name and ordering her to stop. Feld pulled the metal door shut. "Keep working." Lucille removed a child's face. Then an old man's. Then a woman whose mouth had been painted into a smile she had never worn. Each layer passed through the reflective cabinets before disappearing. And each disappearance altered the records. Families lost graves, Widows lost death certificates. Children lost final photographs they had trusted more than memory. The truth did not comfort them. It returned the waiting. Lucille's hands began to change. The fingers holding the cloth looked thinner. Her wedding ring loosened and fell into the basin. When she tried to recall her husband's face, she found only the outline of someone seated at a kitchen table. "Naomi," she said. "Call my daughter." Feld searched Marianne's name on her telephone. There was no contact. Lucille wiped another layer from the corpse. A photograph formed in her mind. Marianne beside Lucille at a lakeside cottage. Lucille's figure faded, leaving Marianne with one arm raised around empty air. "That is what it's taking," Feld whispered. Lucille understood. Every identity restored required somewhere for the discarded uncertainty to go. The archive had survived by placing names onto convenient bodies. Now, the process was reversing. And Lucille, the artist who had given those lies form, was becoming the unclaimed space between them. She could stop. Her family would remember her. Evan's funeral would remain intact. Thousands would keep the endings they had learned to endure. Lucille looked at the corpse. Beneath the remaining layers, Evan waited with all the strangers she had covered for mercy. She lifted a fresh cloth. "No peaceful face," she said, "is worth another person disappearing." She wiped across the mouth. The corpse released a long breath. Every cabinet opened at once. Photographs rose into the air like pale leaves. Voices filled the room, names spoken by mothers, partners, children, detectives, and clerks who had forgotten them. Lucille felt her own name loosen on her employee badge. The letters faded from right to left until nothing remained. Only the photograph remained. It no longer showed her face. Table 6 opened its eyes. The features beneath the final layer were still hidden. But when the corpse spoke, it used Lucille's voice. "One more," it said. She looked down at the cloth in her hand and saw her own mouth forming in the wax. The face in the wax belonged to Lucille. It formed slowly inside the cloth. First, the curve of her upper lip, then the shallow line beside her mouth, and then the small hollow beneath her lower lip that Marianne used to touch when she was a child. Lucille watched herself emerge from the residue she had removed from others. Table 6 waited. Dr. Feld stood near the door with the recovered files gathered against her chest. "You don't have to finish this." Lucille thought of the stranger buried beneath Evan's name. She thought of Evan himself reduced to tint, texture, and reusable flesh tones. She thought of every family who had thanked her for certainty and every unclaimed dead person whose face had been deemed less useful than someone else's grief. "Yes," she said, "I do not once." She pressed the cloth to the corpse. The final layer came away without resistance. For an instant, the body on table 6 had no face at all. Its skin was smooth from brow to jaw, a pale oval without eyes, nostrils, or mouth. Then features began rising through it, not Evan's, not Dana's, not Hale's, Lucille's. The corpse opened its eyes. Across the archive, every fluorescent tube burst at once. Darkness filled the room, followed by the roar of cabinets slamming shut. Papers struck the floor. The voices stopped. Somewhere above, Ventilation resumed with a deep mechanical breath. When the emergency lights came on, Table 6 was empty. Dr. Feld was alone. The files remained in her arms. But their contents had changed. The photographs still showed the restored, unidentified bodies. The false names had been removed. The closed cases had reopened. Lucille's signatures were gone. Feld searched the archive. Then the corridor. Then every preparation room in the mortuary. She called Lucille's name until staff began arriving for the morning shift. No one answered. By noon, city administrators occupied the conference room. They listened while Feld described the archive, the identity transfers, and the altered records. 2 detectives photographed the files. A provincial investigator sealed the lower wing. Before evening, the evidence was taken upstairs. By the following morning, it had been corrected. The official review concluded that the archive contained obsolete reconstruction material used for historical training. The missing person photographs were described as reference images. The cosmetic formulas were explained as teaching exercises. Every intake discrepancy became a digitization error introduced during record migration. No fraud had occurred. No identities had been reassigned. No employee named Lucille Grant had ever worked at the Metropolitan Mortuary. Feld produced schedules, payroll records, staff photographs, and professional awards. Each document adjusted beneath examination. Empty spaces replaced signatures. Group photographs closed around gaps where a woman should have stood. Plaques credited other artists. Feld called Marianne Grant. A woman answered and confirmed that she had once had a brother named Evan. She remembered his addiction, disappearance, and eventual death in an abandoned boarding house. She did not remember a mother. Their father, she said, had raised them alone. When Feld asked who identified Evan's body, Marianne became impatient. No one did, she said. That was the tragedy. The stranger once buried as Evan Grant had also disappeared from the cemetery records. His grave now bore no marker. The city classified the plot as unused. Months passed. The sealed archive was emptied, renovated, and converted into secure storage. Dr. Feld resigned after repeated complaints that she confused colleagues with people who had never existed. The mortuary hired a new restorative specialist named Beatrice Shaw. On her first night, an unidentified woman arrived from a service alley behind a closed funeral home. She carried no documents, bore no scars, and matched no missing person report. Her face was so ordinary that Beatrice found it difficult to remember whenever she looked away. Near dawn, Beatrice began the preparation. The skin-accepted cleanser without resistance. The first neutralizing cream went on smoothly. As she blended foundation along the left cheek, the bone beneath her sponge shifted. Beatrice stopped. A shallow line appeared beside the corpse's mouth. Then a small hollow formed beneath the lower lip. Beatrice leaned closer. Certain she had seen that face somewhere in an old staff photograph. Perhaps. Or in a dream she had forgotten on waking. The corpse's eyelids remained closed. Its lips moved, very softly, in a voice that sounded practiced at comforting the bereaved. It said, "Let me make you recognizable. Some lies do not erase pain. They only give it a face that is easier to mourn. Lucille believed that recognition could be manufactured and that a peaceful appearance was kinder than uncertainty. But every identity she restored had first been taken from someone whose life was judged less important than a closed file. In the end, she became what the institution had always needed, an unnamed body capable of carrying another person's certainty. Perhaps the most frightening question is not whether we would accept a comforting lie, but whose existence we might allow to disappear in order to keep believing it. Story 7. The first new tunnel appeared where no tunnel had been cut. Dr. Everett Sloan noticed it on the survey map before he saw it underground, a narrow black branch extending east from level 9. Too straight to be a natural fracture and too smooth in the LiDAR image to be a collapse. The mine superintendent had marked it with a yellow question mark and the words "after tremor," as if the earth had developed handwriting. Everett stood in the operations room of the Halcyon Salt Company while ventilation fans trembled through the walls. Outside, western Kansas lay flat beneath an August sky. The wheat fields reduced to pale stubble. Inside, the air tasted faintly metallic. "Could be an old exploratory cut," said Superintendent Marla Kincaid. "It is not on any historical plan. Plans get lost. Rock does not machine itself." Marla folded the map. She was 56, broad-shouldered, with salt dust caught in the seams of her hands. Everett had been told she disliked academics, inspectors, and anyone who wore clean boots below ground. His boots were new enough to squeak. The earthquake had registered as minor, no injuries, no structural failures. Yet 3 days later, a maintenance crew found a corridor beyond a cracked ventilation barrier on level 9. The passage extended beyond the approved boundary into Salt Company records, described as unworked. Everett had been sent by the university because he was considered an authority on evaporite deformation. That was the polite version. The less polite version, repeated often enough to become praise, was that he could make difficult geology legible to people with money. He had built his career on that talent. He did not think of Dr. Simon Rusk while descending in the cage. The thought arrived anyway. The steel platform shuddered beneath Everett and 4 miners as the shaft swallowed them. Numbers painted beside the landings slipped upward through the grating. Level 4, Level 6, Level 8. The air grew warmer, then strangely dry, pulling moisture from his lips. One miner, a young man named Luis Ortega, held out a roll of fruit candy. "Helps with the taste," he said. Everett declined. "What taste?" Luis glanced at Marla. "Nothing," she said. At level 9, the cage stopped with a metallic jolt. The doors opened onto white corridors carved through salt, bright under electric lamps. Machinery groaned in distant chambers. The walls shone in layered bands of gray, cream, and translucent pink. In places, trapped mud formed black seams like old smoke. Everett had worked in mines before, but Halcyon felt less excavated than exposed. Every cut face looked wet. Though the salt was dry, light entered it and seemed to remain there. They rode a personnel cart east. As they passed the active chambers, the cutting drums faded. The corridor narrowed. Lights became less frequent. Salt walls pressed closer to the vehicle. bearing parallel grooves from machinery that had not operated in this section. Marla stopped beside a barrier of cracked concrete blocks. "Beyond here," she said. The opening behind the barrier was almost perfectly rectangular. Everett stepped through first. The air changed. It was colder inside the new tunnel. And completely still. His headlamp touched walls smooth enough to reflect a blurred version of his face. No drill scars. No blasting fractures. No debris underfoot. He crouched and ran a gloved finger across the floor. "Dissolution surface," he murmured. "In dry salt?" Marla asked. He did not answer. A thin red line crossed the wall at knee height. At first, Everett took it for iron staining. He brought his lamp closer. The line lay beneath the translucent surface, no thicker than thread, branching delicately through the salt. Louise made a quiet sound behind him. "You have seen this before?" Everett asked. "Not exactly." "What does that mean?" Louise looked toward the darkness ahead. "It was higher yesterday." Marla corrected him. "You thought it was higher." Everett removed a geological pick from his bag. The red filament continued deeper than the light could reveal, dividing like capillaries preserved in ice. He tapped the wall beside it. The tunnel answered with a soft sound. Not a crack. Not an echo. A pulse. Everyone heard it. Everett knew because no one moved. He placed his palm against the salt. For several seconds there was nothing. Then, from somewhere far inside the wall, something pressed back. The pressure vanished as soon as Everett pulled his hand away. No one spoke for several seconds. The tunnel remained still, its pale walls returning as blurred reflection as though nothing had happened. Marla Kincaid stepped forward and pressed her own palm against the same place. "Nothing," she said. Luis Ortega did not try. Everett told himself the sensation had been a delayed vibration from machinery in the active workings. Salt transmitted force efficiently. So did expectation. He marked the red filament with orange survey paint and ordered the opening sealed until samples could be taken. By late afternoon, 6 drill cores lay across stainless steel trays in the mine laboratory. Each was the width of Everett's wrist and nearly a yard long. Extracted from different points along the new tunnel, under ordinary light. The salt appeared cloudy and banded. Beneath the inspection lamps, red threads emerged inside it. They were not scattered randomly. They converged. Everett photographed each core, measured the branching angles, and entered them into his modeling software. The pattern resembled a vascular network, but resemblance was not evidence. Iron oxide could spread along microscopic fractures. Organic contamination could enter through drilling fluid. The warmth he thought he felt when he rotated the third sample was probably transferred from his gloves. He wrote those explanations in his notebook before testing any of them. On the far wall, a ventilation duct gave a small metallic click. For one unpleasant second, it sounded like a pen being capped. Simon Rusk had always capped his pens before contradicting anyone. Everett turned the inspection lamp higher. There was no reason to think of Simon. The man had been dead for 11 years. And the research associated with Everett's name had been corrected, expanded, and made useful long after Simon abandoned it. Science was not inheritance. Ideas belonged to the person capable of proving them. That was what Everett had said at the memorial symposium. He had believed it even before Simon died. A knock sounded at the laboratory door. Louis stood outside, holding 2 paper cups. "Coffee," he said. "Marla says you'll forget to eat. I do not drink it this late." Louise looked at the unopened sandwich beside Everett's bag. "Then maybe just hold it." Everett accepted the cup to end the conversation. The coffee smelled burned and overly sweet. Louise remained by the door. Was there something else? The miner rubbed his thumb across a white crust on his sleeve. "You asked if I'd seen the red line before, and you gave an incomplete answer. I saw it in a dream." Everett set down the cup. Louis spoke with visible embarrassment, keeping his eyes on the floor. The dream had begun 2 nights after the tremor. He had been buried beneath a weight too large to measure. In darkness so complete he could not tell whether his eyes were open. Other people were buried around him. He could hear thousands breathing. But no one could move. They had no water. At first they called to one another. Then they began to cry. In the dream, the tears did not fall. They traveled sideways through the dark, drawn along invisible threads. Each person turned toward the nearest voice and licked the salt from another person's skin. "That's how we stayed alive," Louise said. Everett noticed that the coffee cup had bent in his grip. Dreams after confined space events are common. He said, "You work underground. Dehydration. Stress. Suggestibility. My wife had it too." Everett looked up. "She's never been below ground. Neither has my boy. Same dream. Same people breathing. Same taste." Louis swallowed. "My son woke up with blood on his lips." The ventilation clicked again. Everett asked when the dream started. Whether the family shared meals, whether anyone else had reported symptoms. His questions came quickly, professionally, giving him something rigid to stand behind. Louise answered each one. 3 households, then 7, all after eating dinner, all describing darkness, pressure, thirst, and red lines carrying tears from mouth to mouth. Everett wrote it down. He did not write that he had awakened before dawn with his tongue against his wife's empty pillow. He did not write that the pillowcase had been wet. He did not write that. In the dream, the person beside him had whispered Simon's name. When Louise finally left, Everett turned toward the drill cores. Every red filament inside them had shifted toward him. Everett did not move until the filaments stopped. At first, he suspected the angle of the inspection lamp. He shifted left. The red threads remained inclined toward him. He stepped back from the table, and the finest branches inside the cores bent fractionally in the same direction. Not flowing, not slipping, following. He switched off the lamp. In darkness, the laboratory filled with the steady hum of ventilation and the soft ticking of cooling metal. Everett counted 10 breaths before turning the light on again. The threads had returned to their original positions. By morning, he had persuaded himself that thermal expansion had produced the movement. His body had warmed one side of the samples. The red material, whatever its composition, had responded to a temperature gradient. It was an explanation with measurable variables. That made it useful. Everett requested a fresh core from the eastern end of the new tunnel, beyond the point where the red network divided most densely. Marla objected to reopening the sealed passage, but the university contract gave him authority over sampling. "You felt something in there," she said. I felt vibration. Luis felt it too. Luis dreams about the mine. Marla studied him. Apparently, so do you. Everett's expression must have changed. Your motel called, she said. You left the sink running all night. He returned to his instruments without answering. The drilling team brought the new core shortly before noon. It arrived inside a clear polycarbonate sleeve, still powdered with white cuttings. Unlike the earlier samples, it contained a central red strand, nearly as thick as a pencil. The strand curved through the salt in smooth loops. Smaller branches extended from it, joining dark specks that resembled clotted blood. Everett touched the sleeve. Warmth reached him through the plastic. What temperature was the drill face? He asked. 58 degrees, said Naomi Voss, the technician supervising the extraction. This is warmer. Friction. The core has been out for 20 minutes. Naomi checked it with an infrared thermometer. She frowned and checked again. The salt measured 61 degrees. The red strand measured 93. Everett transferred the core beneath the laboratory hood. He cut away the sleeve and scraped salt from the exposed end with a sterile blade. The central strand emerged intact. It should have crumbled with the surrounding mineral. Instead, it flexed. Naomi took a step closer. Is that a root? At this depth? Then what is it? Everett used forceps to pull gently. The strand stretched several millimeters before drawing itself back into the core. Its surface was glossy, translucent, and faintly ridged. Under magnification, parallel fibers ran through it, not crystal boundaries. Tissue. Everett felt the old excitement before he could suppress it that clean. Predatory sensation he associated with discovering something before anyone else understood its value. Simon had called it hunger. Everett had called it discipline. Record continuously. He told Naomi. He placed the strand beneath the microscope and positioned the blade across it. The cut required more pressure than expected. When the edge finally passed through, the strand contracted inside the salt. Every light in the laboratory dimmed. A heavy silence moved through the mine. Then alarms began sounding from the active levels. The radio on Naomi's belt erupted with overlapping voices. Workers were asking for water. Men operating cutting machines had abandoned their stations. Someone on level 7 had collapsed beside a drinking fountain, pressing the button repeatedly, though the reservoir was full. Everett's own mouth went dry, not gradually. One moment his tongue was normal, the next it felt swollen and coated in dust. Pain tightened beneath his jaw. Naomi dropped the camera and seized her coffee, swallowing until the cup folded against her lips. The radio dispatcher called for medical assistance. More voices joined the channel from every occupied section of Halcyon. Thirst. Only thirst. Everett leaned over the severed strand. The two ends were twitching. A bead formed where he had cut it. Black, red, and perfectly round. It swelled against the white salt without soaking in. Everett lowered a collection slide beneath it, before the drop could fall. Naomi gripped his wrist. Listen, the alarms continued. Workers coughed and shouted over the radio. Beneath those sounds came something slower, transmitted through the laboratory floor. A pulse. Everett looked at the dark bead. With each beat beneath his boots, it expanded and contracted. Then the drop rolled upward along the blade, crossed the steel against gravity, and stopped beneath Everett's gloved finger. Inside it, something whispered in Simon Rusk's voice. "You cut me again." Everett tore off the glove before the dark bead could touch him. It clung to the blade, trembling with the pulse beneath the floor, then flattened into a stain. When Naomi swabbed it, the material separated into fine red threads that curled around the cotton. Neither of them mentioned the voice. By the time the emergency crew reached the laboratory, the thirst had passed. Workers reported headaches, cracked lips, and the feeling that their hearts were beating too slowly. The collapsed miner recovered after drinking nearly a gallon of water. Everett sealed the core in a refrigerated cabinet and ordered the ventilation filters, drinking stations, and drilling fluids tested. He gave Marla a list of possible causes: aerosolized salts, trace metals, fungal compounds released by the tremor. Collective anxiety. Collective anxiety made 83 people thirsty at once? Marla asked. Shared conditions produce shared symptoms. And the families? The first reports had reached the county clinic while the mine was evacuating. Spouses and children of Halcyon employees had arrived complaining of dehydration, chest pressure, and vivid nightmares. By evening, the waiting room was full. Everett drove there with Naomi after sunset. People stood beneath fluorescent lights holding bottles and paper cups. A woman poured salt from a cafeteria packet directly onto her tongue. A boy dipped wet fingers into a shaker and sucked them clean while his mother tried to stop him. The air smelled of sweat, antiseptic, and brine. Dr. Helen Ward, the county physician, met Everett in a consultation room. She had compiled 27 nearly identical accounts. Every patient described darkness, crushing weight, and the sound of many people breathing underground. Most remembered tears moving between bodies along red threads. They influence one another, Everett said. Families discussed dreams. Language spreads. Some came from different towns. They all have connections to the mine. Not all. Helen placed 3 intake forms before him. A retired teacher from Garden City, a truck driver who had stopped at a highway diner, and a nursing student visiting from Wichita. None had relatives employed by Halcyon. None had visited the mine. All 3 had eaten dinner shortly before the symptoms began. The meals were different: canned soup, fried chicken, frozen pasta, but each contained commercially processed salt. That proves nothing, Everett said. Salt is present in nearly every prepared meal. Helen's expression hardened. Exactly. She took him into the examination area. Patients lay behind curtains while monitors traced their heart rhythms. The machines showed no arrhythmia. But the patients insisted they could feel a second pulse beneath their own, slower, heavier, arriving from somewhere below the bed. Everett listened to a woman's chest. Her heartbeat was fast but normal. Then another vibration traveled through the stethoscope. One deep beat. A pause. Another. He lifted it. The sensation stopped. Naomi stood beside the next bed with 2 fingers against a patient's wrist. Her face had gone pale. "They're matching," she said. Helen led them to a storage room containing blood and saliva samples from 12 patients. under a microscope. Each specimen held tiny red fibers. They were thinner than those in the drill core, but they flexed with the same slow rhythm. Everett blamed textile contamination, disposable swabs, laboratory coats, airborne lint. Helen drew new samples using unopened equipment while he watched. The fibers appeared again. At 10:09 that night, every cardiac monitor in the clinic recorded the same additional contraction. Patients in separate rooms gasped together. The red fibers in every sample tightened at once, forming identical branching shapes. Helen overlaid the readings. The second pulse did not follow the patient's hearts. It arrived independently, with perfect synchronization. Everett thought of the sealed core beneath Halcyon. Then Helen opened the final chart. The patient was a newborn delivered that afternoon, before the strand had been cut. The child had never eaten solid food, never entered the mine, and had no relative connected to Halcyon. Yet red filaments moved through the infant's blood. Helen enlarged the microscope image. The fibers were arranging themselves into letters. Eviaria, Ite. Everett watched the red fibers finish spelling his name. Then they loosened. The letters collapsed into branching strands and drifted apart beneath the microscope, leaving the newborn's blood apparently ordinary. Helen Ward preserved the slide, sealed the remaining samples, and demanded that Halcyon suspend operations. Everett agreed too quickly. By dawn, the mine was closed to production crews. But he returned with Marla and Naomi under the pretext of retrieving the severed core. He did not tell them that he had received a voice message from his own number during the drive back from the clinic. The recording contained only breathing and the faint scratch of a pen being capped. At level 9, the air tasted stronger than before, not merely salty, intimate. It coated Everett's gums and drew moisture from the corners of his eyes. The passage beyond the broken barrier had changed. The orange mark he had painted beside the red filament now appeared on the opposite wall. Marla checked the survey compass. We entered facing east. We still are. The wall moved. And then, Everett examined the floor. Their earlier boot prints continued forward. Yet the corridor curved left, where it had previously run straight. The bend was gentle enough that he might have blamed imperfect recollection. Except the LiDAR unit insisted they were passing through solid, unmapped salt. Naomi stopped behind him. "Do you hear talking?" "Only the ventilation," Everett continued. The deeper they walked, the more the walls lost the parallel scars of mining. Their surfaces rounded inward, narrowing around the three of them. Red filaments appeared beneath the salt at shoulder height, gathering toward the direction of travel. A memory entered Everett without warning. Simon Rusk sat in a university stairwell, his coat wet from rain, reading an email on his phone. The message thanked Everett for submitting their deformation model as sole author. Everett knew the event had happened. He had sent the paper, but he had never seen Simon receive the message. The memory carried details that could not belong to him. The smell of wet wool, the ache in Simon's left knee. The small crescent of coffee dried beneath the screen. Most disturbing was the sensation beneath all of it, not anger, but embarrassment. Simon had still believed Everett would correct the mistake. Everett struck the wall with his flashlight. The memory broke. "Doctor," Naomi asked. "Keep moving." The corridor divided ahead. Neither branch appeared on the survey display. The left opening breathed cold air. The right carried a low mechanical hum. Although mind power had been cut from the eastern workings, from the ventilation grill overhead came Simon's voice. You always chose the room with witnesses. Everett froze. Marla looked up. What did it say? You heard it? I heard a man know. The speaker crackled again. This time, the voice was younger. Impatient. Speaking words Everett remembered from a laboratory argument 11 years earlier. You don't get to call theft efficiency. Everett had answered that science did not reward loyalty. He remembered standing beneath fluorescent lights while Simon gripped a folder against his chest. Now the memory continued beyond the moment Everett had walked away. Simon remained alone in the laboratory. He opened the folder. Inside were photographs of red veins suspended in salt and a handwritten warning. Do not distribute the sample. Everett stumbled against the wall. The salt yielded slightly beneath his shoulder. As if covered by a rigid skin, Naomi seized his arm. You're burning up. He pulled free. The core is this way. How do you know? He could not answer. The right-hand corridor had begun to pulse with dim red light. Everett followed it through 2 turns. Then a descending slope that should have crossed the mine's drainage shaft. Instead, the passage opened into a circular chamber. No machinery had cut it. The walls were smooth and ribbed, converging around a shallow depression in the floor. At its center stood an old field recorder, half embedded in salt. Everett recognized it. Simon had carried the same model during their first Kansas survey. A strip of masking tape crossed its casing. On it, in Simon's handwriting, were the words, for Everett, when he finally remembers. The recorder clicked on by itself. Simon inhaled through static. Then he said, You were down here with me? The recorder continued to breathe after Simon's sentence ended. Everett stood at the edge of the circular chamber, unable to look away from the machine embedded in the floor. Static whispered through its speaker like sand dragged across glass. You were down here with me. Simon repeated. You just decided the memory belonged to someone else. Everett reached for the recorder. The salt around it contracted. A crack opened beneath his hand, exposing a narrow passage descending almost vertically into darkness. Cold air rose from it, carrying a smell that did not belong underground, stagnant seawater, sun-warmed mud, and something organic left too long on a shore. Marla shone her lamp into the opening. That shaft isn't on any survey. Nothing here is no. Naomi said. Everett lifted the recorder free. Its casing was cold. Though the tape reels inside were turning, Simon's voice faded beneath a deeper rhythm. Beat. Silence. Beat. The red filaments in the walls tightened toward the passage. Everett began climbing down. Marla caught his shoulder. We mark the route and call a rescue team. If the geometry changes again, there may not be a route. That is an argument for leaving. It knows my name. Marla's grip loosened. Everett descended before she could stop him. The shaft widened after 30 feet, becoming a sloping corridor ribbed with curved bands of translucent salt. His boots slipped on a surface polished like bone. Behind him, Naomi and Marla followed, their lamps throwing long shadows across walls that seemed to flex at the edge of sight. The deeper they went, the more memories entered Everett. Simon asleep in an airport chair. His cheek pressed against a field bag. Simon calling his mother and lying that the Kansas work was going well. Simon sitting alone in a motel bathtub, fully clothed, while red salt dissolved from a sample jar in the sink. Everett had not witnessed any of those moments, yet he remembered them with the intimacy of shame. The passage ended at a membrane of cloudy salt. Thousands of red threads crossed its surface, converging around a central seam. Marla placed her palm against it. There's space behind this. A beat moved through the barrier. All 3 headlamps flickered. The seam opened, not by breaking, by separating. They stepped into the empty sea. The cavern was too large for their lights to contain. Its ceiling vanished overhead, supported by pale arches resembling the inside of a rib cage. Salt formations hung in folded curtains along the walls. Between them ran veins, thousands of crimson channels, some finer than hair, others thick as industrial pipes. The floor curved downward toward the center. There lay the heart. It was taller than a house, formed from dense black-red crystal and wrapped in translucent layers of salt. Veins radiated from it across the cavern, disappearing into the mine and beyond. Its surface was divided into chambers that compressed in slow sequence. With each contraction, a pressure wave passed through Everett's teeth. Naomi raised the infrared scanner. It's warm. Marla stared at the structure. Salt doesn't have a heart. This isn't salt, Everett said. The sentence felt older than his voice. He approached the central mass. Around its base, the floor held impressions resembling the bodies of enormous marine creatures' fins. Shells. Coiled spines flattened into the salt as though pulled inward and emptied. The ancient sea had not evaporated. Something had drunk it. The recorder in Everett's hand clicked. Simon spoke more softly now. It fed until there was nothing left but itself. The heart contracted. Everett saw kitchens. For a fraction of a second, the cavern vanished beneath millions of overlapping images, families passing bowls across tables, cooks seasoning soup, children tearing open packets, restaurant workers scattering salt over food. Each image ended with a mouth closing. The mineral heart beat again. Naomi's scanner emitted a warning tone. The rhythm is accelerating. Everett checked his watch. Evening had reached the towns east of them. People were eating. Each distant meal produced another contraction. Each tongue touching salt completed some microscopic circuit between body and cavern. The veins brightened one after another, carrying faint pulses outward. Not blood. Everett realized. Recognition. Marla backed toward the entrance. We need to seal this place. You can't seal distribution, Naomi whispered. A fresh wave of memories struck Everett. Supermarket shelves, cargo containers, school cafeterias, hospital kitchens, decades of halcyon salt moving outward by rail and truck, entering bloodstreams one meal at a time. The heart compressed with sudden force. A vertical air? Need English. Let's revise. A vertical air. No. Let's continue correctly. A vertical crack opened across its surface. Inside was not crystal, but darkness filled with countless human voices. One voice rose above the others. Simon's. You didn't discover me. Everett. The heart beat again. You helped me spread. Everett felt the sentence pass beneath his boots and travel outward along the red channels. The mineral heart contracted once more, then slowed. Marla seized his arm. We're leaving. This time, Everett did not resist. They climbed through the ribbed passage in silence. Behind them, the cavern continued beating at the rhythm of distant meals, each contraction following them into the shaft like a second pulse lodged beneath the mine. When they reached the circular chamber, the old field recorder played again. Records room. Simon said through static. West Service Annex. What they kept is not what they filed. There is no West Annex on level 9. Marla said. But when they returned to the main corridor, a steel door stood opposite the broken ventilation barrier. Its blistered placard read Water Quality Storage. Red filaments had grown around the frame from inside the salt. Marla used her master key. The lock opened before it turned. Beyond lay a narrow office filled with filing cabinets, sample crates, and obsolete computers. Dust coated everything except a path leading to a terminal at the rear. Its monitor glowed green despite the disconnected power. The screen displayed a personnel entry. Rusk. Simon. A consulting geologist. Halcyon Special Review. The date was 12 years earlier. A year before Everett published the evaporite deformation model that made his name, Naomi opened the nearest cabinet. Inside were laboratory photographs, drilling logs, and sealed reports bearing Simon's signature. Every page carried the same stamp, non-mineral biological anomaly. Everett lifted one photograph. Simon stood inside the circular chamber, younger and thinner, holding the field recorder. Beside him was another man whose face had been scratched away with a blade. The man wore Everett's university jacket. That could be anyone, Everett said. Marla turned over the photograph. Simon had written, Everett refuses to appear in the report. Everett opened file after file. Simon had mapped the red network, measured its warmth, and documented synchronized symptoms among workers and their families. He had traced halcyon shipments to food processors across the country. The first shared dreams had followed a major extraction campaign. One report described memory fragments passing between unrelated subjects after consuming salt from the same production batch. Simon's conclusion had been underlined twice. The material does not contaminate food. It uses food as distribution. Everett remembered none of it. Then he found the message. It had been printed from an internal email server and stapled to a legal memorandum. Simon had addressed it directly to him. Everett. The deposit is not inert. The red structures retain patterned responses after separation from the main body. People ingesting processed samples report memories that are not their own. Halcyon is shipping pieces of a nervous system into human blood. We must stop distribution immediately. Below it was a reply from Everett's account. Your interpretation is speculative and professionally damaging. Continue this inquiry, and I will recommend termination of your university appointment. The phrasing was his. So was the signature. Yet the words felt like something he had only dreamed of writing. Naomi found the suppression order in another folder. Halcyon had reclassified Simon's samples as iron-stained evaporite structures. Everett's name appeared as external scientific reviewer. His recommendation had allowed production to continue. Marla looked at him as though the stranger in the photograph had stepped out of it. You knew. I don't remember. That isn't the same as not knowing. The terminal chimed. A video opened without being selected. Simon appeared on screen inside the same office. His eyes were bloodshot. His lips split from dehydration. If you are watching this, Everett, then it has begun returning what you gave it. Behind Simon. Someone stood outside the frame. Simon turned toward that unseen person. You can erase the report, he said. But you cannot erase the part of you it already copied. The figure stepped into view. It was Everett, 12 years younger, with red salt crusted beneath his fingernails. On the recording, Everett reached past Simon and pressed the delete key. In the present, the terminal asked whether he wished to complete the deletion. The cursor blinked beside the word delete. Everett stared at the younger version of himself frozen on the terminal screen. Red salt packed the half-moons beneath his fingernails. Simon stood beside him, one hand raised as if trying to stop an action already completed. Marla reached past Everett and switched off the monitor. The image remained. You don't get to erase it twice, she said. Everett stepped back. The room seemed to tilt as the veins around the door tightened. Inside his skull, memories loosened from their proper places. He saw himself at a conference in Denver, presenting the deformation model that established his reputation. He remembered the audience rising to applaud. The pleasure of answering questions Simon should have answered. Then the memory changed. He was in Simon's apartment weeks earlier, eating takeout over scattered field notes. Simon had poured pale crystals from a sample vial onto his dinner after mistaking them for table salt. Everett had laughed and done the same. The taste had been unusually bitter. That night, Everett dreamed of pressure moving through ancient water. He saw a soft-bodied creature anchored beneath a warm inland sea, drawing moisture through miles of translucent tissue. It did not hunt. It absorbed. Every organism that died near it left chemical impressions inside its branching nerves. When Everett woke, the missing equations for Simon's model were already in his head. He had called them intuition. The terminal speaker crackled. Simon's recorded voice returned. It does not remember the way we do. It rebuilds patterns. A fear, a method, a face, enough fragments. And it can assemble a person who never existed in one place. Naomi opened a folder marked Cognitive Transfer Trials. The pages documented workers recognizing strangers, speaking languages they had never studied, and recalling childhoods belonging to other employees. One miner had described his own funeral before dying in an accident. Another had signed Simon's name while asleep. Everett scanned the neurological diagrams. Certain phrases were familiar, not because he had read them before, because he had written them in later papers. His work on salt creep, a fluid migration, and deep earth stress had not merely borrowed Simon's unpublished research. Whole conceptual leaps had arrived after the Kansas survey. Usually during dreams, Everett dismissed upon waking. He had built theories from impressions stored inside the organism, pressures endured by extinct seas, fractures remembered across geological ages, the behavior of minerals observed from within their own formation. His brilliance had been ingestion. Marla found a sealed deposition from Simon, The first page described the organism as a distributed nervous structure whose separated fragments remained connected through living hosts. Human digestion dissolved the salt but preserved the red filaments. Those filaments entered tissue, collected sensory experience, and returned patterned information to the buried mass. Every meal taught it more about being human. Every dream allowed it to test what it had learned. Everett read the final paragraph aloud. It is assembling a mind from us. But it has no stable identity. It imitates whichever consciousness provides the strongest structure. Naomi looked at him. Yours? No. The denial came too quickly. Everett's career had spread his name farther than Simon's ever traveled. His lectures, interviews, textbooks, and televised explanations had given millions of people the same version of geological truth. If the organism gathered memory through salt, it would encounter Everett repeatedly, his face in classrooms, his words in documentaries, his authority carried in the minds of those who ate. It had not chosen him because he discovered it. It had chosen him because he was easy to reproduce. The ventilation system exhaled. Everett heard his own voice inside it, speaking lines from lectures he had not yet delivered. Memory is only matter arranged with confidence. The red veins in the walls brightened. Images flooded him: hospital kitchens, school lunches, military rations, airline meals, prison cafeterias. In each place, people paused with food in their mouths and remembered standing in the hidden records room. Millions of borrowed eyes looked through Everett at the blinking cursor. The terminal changed. The deletion prompt disappeared. A new message formed. Assembly complete. Marla whispered his name. Everett turned toward her, but for 1 second he could not remember which of them had spoken. Then every file in the room opened at once, across hundreds of pages. Simon Rusk's name vanished. In its place appeared Everett Sloan. From the ventilation grill, Everett's own voice said, Simon was only the first draft. Everett's voice continued through the ventilation system after his own mouth had closed. The copies of the suppressed reports shifted across the floor as the mine exhaled. On every page, his name now occupied Simon's signatures, Simon's observations, even Simon's final warning. The organism was not merely stealing identity. It was correcting the record in favor of the consciousness it had chosen to wear. Everett understood the temptation immediately. He could leave the documents as they were. Halcyon would blame Simon's death on instability, destroy the remaining files, and preserve Everett as the scientist who had recognized the threat. Even his theft would become evidence of genius. The mine had learned exactly what he wanted. Marla picked up one of the altered reports. Is there any original copy left? The field recorder, Naomi said. Everett looked down at the machine in his hand. The reels were still turning. Simon's voice had survived because it was not stored as language alone. It carried breath, hesitation, anger, the physical evidence of a person speaking from inside his own body. Everett connected the recorder to the terminal. The screen filled with red branching lines, resisting the transfer. Files closed. Directories vanished. The mine's ventilation fans roared to life, driving hot air through the records room. Everett opened the external communications channel. Halcyon's private server appeared first, followed by the university network, federal mine regulators, food safety agencies, and every newsroom whose contact address Everett had collected during his career. Naomi stared at the recipient list. Once you send this, there's no explaining it away. That is the point. You will lose everything. Everett placed his hands on the keyboard. My name is already on what belongs to him. He began recording. He stated the date of the original Halcyon survey. He described Simon's discovery, the biological structures in the salt, and the evidence of memory transfer. Then he confessed that he had threatened Simon's employment, suppressed the findings, and published research assembled from Simon's notes and from dreams induced by contaminated samples. The words became harder when he reached Simon's death. Everett admitted that he had received 3 final messages from him and deleted each without listening to the end. He had told himself Simon was unstable. He had repeated that judgment until the university adopted it as fact. I did not cause every choice he made, Everett said into the recorder, but I made certain the truth would die with him. The ventilation grill answered in Everett's voice. No, you made certain it would live as you. He pressed send. For a moment, nothing happened. Then confirmation notices flooded the monitor. Copies escaped the Halcyon server before the mine could erase them. Simon's recordings, photographs, medical reports, shipment records, and Everett's confession dispersed through thousands of machines. The red veins around the door convulsed. All lights on level 9 failed. Emergency lamps came on in pulses, making the corridor appear to contract between flashes. Marla raised her radio. The deepest chamber sits below the western groundwater barrier. If we rupture the old wells, we can flood it. Salt dissolves, Naomi said. So will the veins, and everything inside them, Marla replied. Everett remembered the ancient sea emptied around the creature. Water had once been its food, but the organism was desiccated now. Its structure preserved only because the salt remained dry. Flooding might destroy it, or wake it. They reached the control station as alarms began sounding throughout Halcyon. Everett authorized the opening of abandoned boreholes and disabled the pumps designed to keep groundwater from the lower levels. On the system display, blue lines moved slowly toward the cavern. The first water entered the deepest passage. A sound rose through the mine, not a scream, but the enormous intake of something tasting moisture after an age of thirst. The floor heaved. Everett watched the heart monitor connected to Naomi's scanner. Its rhythm had been 1 contraction every several seconds. Now it beat twice, then 4 times. The groundwater flow increased. So did the pulse. Red light raced through the mine walls, moving upward toward the surface and outward along every excavated seam. Naomi gripped the console. The water isn't killing it. Everett stared at the accelerating graph. No, he said. Far below. The mineral heart opened all its chambers at once. It's circulating. The first surge of water struck level 9 with enough force to tear the control room door from its hinges. Marla dragged Naomi toward the emergency shaft while Everett remained at the console, watching blue groundwater lines spread through the red network. Every vein on the display brightened, carrying the flood away from the cavern faster than gravity could account for. Move, Marla shouted. Everett tried. The floor opened beneath him. Salt fractured in a circle around his boots, revealing a red channel wide enough to contain a body. Warm air rose from it, carrying overlapping smells: hospital broth, fried onions, bread, canned soup, meat cooling on family tables, millions of meals, millions of mouths. The channel pulsed. Everett fell without feeling himself descend. Marla saw him sink only to his waist. She caught his arm. But the salt closed around him with the softness of wet clay. Beneath his skin, red filaments appeared along the veins of his wrist. "Cut the water," Naomi cried. Everett looked at the console. The pumps no longer responded. Groundwater continued pouring through the breached wells, disappearing into the ancient circulatory system. Yet the heart's rhythm had begun slowing. One contraction, then another, farther apart, for an instant. Everett believed the flooding had worked. Then memories entered him from beyond Kansas. A woman in Sao Paulo seasoning rice. A cook in Lagos opening an industrial sack. A child in Warsaw licking salt from a pretzel. A fisherman near Busan drinking soup while rain struck the windows. None of them knew Everett Sloan. None had heard of Halcyon. Yet through their blood he felt the same slow pressure. The same buried thirst. The organism no longer needed the heart beneath the mine. It had built smaller chambers elsewhere. Inside people. Everett pulled his arm from Marla's grip. "You have to leave. We can still get you out." "No." His voice sounded doubled. One layer arriving a fraction later through the walls. "It knows the confession reached the surface." The salt climbed across his chest. Marla understood before Naomi did. The distributed mind had failed to erase Everett. So it was taking the original. His body would become the authoritative version from which every distant fragment could rebuild him. Everett held the field recorder above the closing salt. "Keep Simon's voice separate from mine." Marla took it. The red channel tightened. Everett disappeared without a scream. The floor sealed, leaving only his new boots standing upright on the salt. By morning, the deepest chambers had filled completely. The mineral heart ceased beating. Federal teams arrived 2 days later and found the flooded cavern silent beneath hundreds of feet of collapsing passages. Halcyon's salt company suspended operations permanently. Its executives denied knowledge of biological contamination. The university withdrew Everett's publications pending review. Restored Simon Rusk's authorship where evidence permitted, and described Everett as missing. Presumed dead. No body was recovered. For several weeks, the confession dominated international news. Food manufacturers recalled Halcyon products. Warehouses destroyed thousands of tons of salt. Restaurants emptied shakers. Families threw packets into trash bins and scrubbed their cupboards. The dream stopped. Then, 3 months later, they returned in countries that had never imported Halcyon salt. People dreamed of lying beneath a sea with no water. They felt countless strangers pressed around them, each carrying a mouthful of borrowed memory. They no longer licked tears to survive. They exchanged names. A school teacher in Argentina woke remembering Simon's final night. A taxi driver in Egypt could describe the Halcyon records room. A woman in Norway began lecturing in Everett's voice about evaporite deformation, though she had never studied geology. Doctors examining the affected patients found narrow red fibers behind their eyes and along their tear ducts. When patients cried, the filaments emerged briefly from the corners of their eyelids. Tasting the moisture before withdrawing. Marla kept Simon's field recorder locked in a dry steel cabinet. One evening, while dining alone, she noticed the restaurant had returned salt to the tables. The shaker beside her plate was new, sealed beneath a paper label from a company operating on another continent. She turned it upside down. Among the white crystals lay a single red thread. It moved toward the warmth of her hand. Across the restaurant, every diner stopped chewing at once. A second heartbeat passed through the room. Then the man at the nearest table looked directly at Marla and smiled with Everett Sloane's mouth. "Water doesn't destroy memory," he said. All around them, salt shakers began to pulse. Everett believed knowledge belonged to whoever could take it, refine it, and place their name above it. In the end, he encountered something that treated human identity the same way. The buried organism did not understand guilt, authorship, or justice. It only understood that memories could be extracted, combined, and redistributed. Perhaps that is why it chose Everett so easily. Some forms of hunger do not begin with the body. They begin when we decide another person's truth is merely raw material for our own survival. And once such hunger reaches every table, can anything truly remain ours? My dear friend, the last echoes of tonight's tale are slowly disappearing, and it is almost time for you to surrender to the quiet hours ahead. Thank you for choosing Chilly Midnight as your companion this evening. Whether you followed every moment of the story or simply kept it playing softly in the background, I'm grateful that my voice could remain beside you for a little while, before you settle in. Take one gentle breath and acknowledge everything you managed to get through today. Some moments may have been pleasant, while others may have required more patience and strength than anyone could see. You may not have completed everything you hoped to, but you made it here. And that is more than enough for tonight. There is no need to revisit old conversations, search for answers, or prepare yourself for tomorrow just yet. Let the hours ahead be a pause between what has already happened and whatever is still to come. Give your thoughts permission to become slow, distant, and unimportant. Adjust your pillow, pull the covers close, and allow every part of your body to become comfortable. Let your hands rest. Unclench your jaw, and feel the tension gradually leaving you. Nothing is waiting for you in this moment. No one needs anything from you. You are free to simply exist and recover. I hope sleep reaches you easily and carries you far beyond the noise of the day. May you wander through dreams filled with soft light, welcoming places, and people whose presence makes you feel at home. May the night remain undisturbed, allowing your body and mind to regain all the strength they have spent. And when dawn begins to brighten the world again, I hope you awaken with a clear head, steady energy, and a quiet sense that the new day may hold something worthwhile. Perhaps it will be a kind word, a pleasant surprise, or one simple moment that makes you glad you opened your eyes. Thank you for sharing another evening with me. Each time you return, you become part of what makes this channel feel alive. And I hope you always find something here that helps the lonely hours feel a little less empty. Now, let your eyelids grow heavy and allow the night to guide you gently away. Keep yourself warm. Breathe easily and trust that everything else can wait until morning, until another story invites us to meet again. May you be surrounded by comfort and carried safely through the darkness. Good night. My dear friend, rest completely, dream beautifully, and wake ready to begin anew.